Namo Venkatesaya. Welcome to all of you. It's a new life begins as a postgraduates, and we wish your post graduation in SVIMS a very pleasant learning experience. I have done my undergraduation in Usmania, post graduation in PGI Chandigarh, and then super specialty in cardiac surgery from All India Institute. 3 years I was in England and have trained so far 32 batches. So whatever few words I am going to tell you is essentially what we observed during these 40 years during residency in different places. First thing, you have to differentiate between residency. You are not being called as postgraduates like in other medical colleges. There you have the culture of institute is different. Resident means you reside. You watch, except none of us have watches. That means that you finish the work and go. You don't look at watch saying I'm 4 o'clock, I have to go in another 10 minutes. So the essence of residency is in staying with the patient. So you watch what happens to each this one, what happens to each intervention and all you are doing from a very closed quarters. That is what the culture of residency is. The second important culture of residency is cross consultation. The institute clinical work is very busy. Like other medical colleges, you may not go and sit in the library, read for 3-4 hours every day. But we all learn. We learn when we are doing the work. We talk to our seniors, we talk to other department people, and you will be surprised that in several departments, the technicians and nurses also teach some valuable practical points. For example, I learned my intubation skills from nurses in PGI. So don't underestimate anybody, because the more you keep your eyes, ears and open, you get so much knowledge and experience. And this is, SVIMS is like a Ganga. So what you get is what you basically bring. You bring a small glass, you get that much water. You get a big pot, you might get that much water. You get a tanker, you get that much water. So there is no dearth of water, clinical experience here. What it matters is basic essential thing is your presence in the field level. That is what is the main difference between post-graduation and undergraduation. That is one thing. The other important thing in last 40 years, seen several complaints from postgraduates, parents and all. When we analyzed, what I found was one fundamental mistake in thinking. The fundamental mistake is you have come to an institute. So it is up to you to adapt to the institute. Institute cannot adapt to you. Let me make it very clear. If the entire address, just the one underline is, you have come to the institute. You have to adapt to the institute. Institute cannot adapt to you. Because for 53 people, we can't be 53 different things. So that is one important. If you meditate on this principle, you will not have any problem, not only in SVIMS, but anywhere you go. The fundamental conflict, fight and dissidence, everything is basically because people ignore this fact. We have come here, we learn, we go. Actually, when we were admitted in All India Institute, my boss, Dr. Venugopal, used to say, this institute will work with you, without you, for you, against you, like that. Just stating the same principle that the students, not only students, even when we join as faculty or even as VC, I have to adapt to the culture here. I don't try to change it. So that is one important thing. One last important thing is over generations, what we have seen is people think that you have achieved something by joining post-graduation and after 5 you're off. Every day, mark you, this line also, spend some time on studying. Before you go to sleep, ask yourself, have I learnt anything new? This is a very big virtue, which I learned from one of the top-notch surgeons in the world when I was in England. Every day, when we were closing the case, he used to turn to me and ask, have you learnt anything new today? And you have to ask yourself, unless you satisfy that, you will not be. And the last important virtue is taking responsibility. Now, last 40 years, I've seen thousands of residents who have become very good and great clinicians, great surgeons, great researchers, all underlying only one principle. During post-graduation, who took responsibility of the patients and service, they only became successful. So that is one very, very, very important virtue, taking responsibility. As a postgraduate, you run the service. The more you take responsibility, the more is given. It is given to improve yourself. And this training will go along. What Dr. Venugopal trained me in All India Institute, very tough commando-like training. But when I have to run an institute of this magnitude, it comes very handy because of the training. So don't think this training is only for MDMS. This training is for life. What kind of a citizens, what kind of a doctors, what kind of a successful persons you are going to become is basically done during these 3 years. Academics is only a part of this training. It's a total development as a good human being, good citizen. That is what all this training is about. And I wish you all a great time, a great learning time. I don't mean great time means enjoying time. So try to enjoy the work. All the best. Srinivasa Vijay.
Morning to one and all. As we are chasing the Indian stretchable time beyond the Indian standard time, I want your attention for next 20 minutes or so for something useful. The first part of the presentation assigned to me has already been very elegantly covered by Professor R.B. Kumar, our Director cum Vice Chancellor. It might be of interest that Professor Kumar was pursuing his MCH in CT surgery and I was in medicine at around the same time in the then only at New Delhi All India Institute of Medical Sciences. So basically, residency program is residing in the hospital. It's a cultural shock. It was for us, it will be for you. Those who come from peripheral medical colleges may find it difficult. But as Professor Kumar correctly told, you have to adapt to the institute. Institute won't adapt to you. If you adapt to the modus operandi of the institute, just like you have to apply for your PG NEET as per what PG NEET wants. No, I want to design my own application, won't work. So the logic is same. So you please try to adapt to the institute. When you are in Rome, you have to be a Roman. So institute work culture, this is a resident. Whenever Up Judah goes on strike, first demand is we want residency program. So residency, this is a postgraduate junior resident in MD or MS so and so. So residency means residing in the hospital. 24/7, you are responsible for whatever is your clinical or laboratory work. For convenience, one person will continue around the clock. That is called around the clock duty. This terminology of quote night duty unquote does not exist in institutes. N.T. Ramarao, the then Chief Minister, he wanted to dig out AIMS from Delhi and transplant in Tirupati. But there was no concept of AIMS branches in those days. That is why this was called SVIMS. The work culture, work atmosphere is that of what is existing in the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. Okay, so please take care of your work 24/7. Two, the academics are very important. Here there are some activities at departmental level. You will anyway be enlightened about it in the respective departments. You have some institute-based common activities. Post-COVID, moving ahead with technology to facilitate people, including those posted in district residency program. We have facilitated the providing a Zoom link for joining either online or coming here and attending offline the Thursday presentation. Thursday 3 to 4 there is a presentation, and on Saturdays from 8 to 9 there is a presentation. For every other academic activity in the institute level except mortality, the Zoom link is provided. So if you are unable to make it physically to this auditorium, it is requested that you please log in and try to follow the proceedings. Academics are a compulsion, they are not an option. It is not a choice, it is an order. It is expected of adults who are responsible, which I think you are, to ensure that you people attend the academics. That is priority. If you are alone in ICU, some patient is dying, that should be exception rather than the rule. If there is a 3 to 4 class, if you have impending work, come early. Come early, do your work. Stay back late, do your work. We expect the residents to be available at least, if not always, from 8 a.m. till 8 p.m. in the wards. This is the minimum expectation. Okay, so institute training program is something unique. Please adjust, adapt and take up the institute work culture. Academics are our strong point. There is often a lamentation that, for example, in general surgery, you don't get the bizarre range of cases which you get in neighboring SVR or hospital, etc. But 10 feet you walk to neurosurgery, 10 feet you walk to cardiac surgery, 10 feet you walk to urology, you will get such an array of cases which are there in the textbook, which Roy Hospital will never see. There is no subspecialty training there. Okay, so don't try to pick up negative mindset. Everything in the textbook is available here as material. We want you to utilize the services. Nobody will stop you if you walk across to CT surgery, neurosurgery, urology, GI surgery, surgical oncology to see the patients. You can pick up those patients and you can discuss the cases. Nobody will stop you. Okay, so this is one thing I want to tell you. With regard to compulsory service, the government of AP has given a special provision for the broad specialties and super specialties at the Sri Venkateswara Institute of Medical Sciences to do an year after the course is over. The residents who do the broad specialty will be working as a senior resident, and the senior residents who complete their DMMCH program will work for 1 year as assistant professors. It is a compulsory bond. It has to be respected. And yes, for disciplinary and grievance procedure, there is a well set rules, there is a grievance committee, there is a well set procedure of taking disciplinary action and all. Our Dr. Yarram Reddy Garu, who is our Deputy Registrar Academics, is the master of ceremonies for all these disciplinary action and grievance. Anytime you have a question, feel free to talk to him. He is very friendly and very helpful. So I move on to the more interesting topic to me, which is the thesis. As of now, the teaching schedule, admission schedule has been totally disrupted from 2017. Initially because of various court cases, thereafter because of COVID. And the year 21 and 22 batches have joined in year 22. Year 24 admissions are occurring in 25. 24 admission MDMA should have joined between 1 to 31 of May. Your admissions are delayed by 9 months. It is nobody's fault, not your fault, not our fault. But the timeline usually for submission of thesis protocol is 4 months from the time of admission. And the thesis approval committee, we have two committees for the thesis. One is called thesis protocol approval committee. Thesis protocol approval committee will take care of the technical requirements of a thesis, whether the gold standard is correct, whether the case definition is correct, whether the method you are following is correct, the assay method is correct, the sample size is correct, etc., etc., etc. That is taken, technical things are taken care of by the institutional thesis protocol approval. There is a typographical error there. It is to be called thesis protocol approval committee. There is no thesis approval committee. There is no thesis approval committee. Thesis approval is at the departmental level for submission. Thesis protocol is at institute level. There is a committee which will assess all the thesis protocols with regard to technical correctness. Why? Recently in Manipal, Kasturba Medical College. Anyone is there from Kasturba Medical College, Manipal? Kasturba Medical College, Manipal. 14 of the 21 postgraduate theses submitted were rejected. You may think the peripheral medical college work culture, you go to Bangalore, pay 50,000, you give the topic heading, half page the protocol you send to YSR, NTR University, and then they will make 7 books and give you, you submit. That is not the case here. Here work is done. Here real patients are seen. Real thesis is done. It is not cooked up. Okay. So one should be very careful in designing a study. You will get guidance from your guides and the committee to ensure that the thesis rejection by third person pointing out some fundamental error won't occur. Here real time research is done. There is a scheme called Sri Balaji Arogya Vara Prasadini scheme, which will support postgraduate thesis research. You want to do TNF alpha levels in something, those kits can be purchased, though it is not a routinely done test. The problem why people cook up results or why people struggle with doing the thesis is who will pay? Research costs money. Here Lord Venkateswara will pay. So you can plan research with the tests that are existing in the institute. That is why thesis is possible for subjects like nuclear medicine, for subjects like which are very expensive tests, but they are done for the thesis purposes. They can be done in an academic fashion. So there is, since there is a funding, the thesis protocol approval committee will approve the technical component of the thesis. Then the thesis has to be submitted for ethics committee. Why all this? Whenever tomorrow at the end of your training as a postgraduate, you want to do your own independent research as assistant professor or somewhere working in an organization, these are called regulatory approvals. You need to get the approval from technical point of view and you need to get the approval from ethics point of view. We have an institutional ethics committee which is unique in entire South India. Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Puducherry, Karnataka, Kerala, Goa. Among all this, this is the only institutional ethics committee that is formally registered with the Drug Controller General of India, DCGI, and the Department of Health Research, Indian Council of Medical Research, ICMR. This is the only government medical college with a IEC which is registered with the top 2 regulatory bodies in the country, the DCGI and ICMR. In no other college this facility is there. So ethics approval will be in the further 4 months. You submit thesis protocol in 4 months from the time of joining. If I remember correctly, it should be June 30. What, Reddy Garu? June 30 is the circular. Right. Then we come to, after that there is a TPAC, thesis protocol approval committee meeting. Then we have the ethics. So by 8 months of joining, you start the work. Why we have such a tight program? Because now there is a 3-month district residency program. It is not easy to work in the district and also do your thesis. Some lab work you can come on Saturday, Sunday, do in the lab and go. Sometimes it is possible, but it is student is a human being. We can't put burden on the student, the student cannot carry. While we are very firm on the ethics and the sincerity and commitment for doing thesis with good funding, we are also considerate. That is why normally the data gathering period is about a year, sometimes 1 year, 3 months or so. You submit the thesis 6 months before the examination. You submit the thesis 6 months before the examination. Okay. So these are the three. So schedule will facilitate the postgraduates for completion of the thesis work within 2.5 years from the date of commencement of program. So our idea is to give you a time framework which will help you to complete the actual work and you are eligible to appear in the examination. Okay. Then the schedule of academic conference I have told. There is a student CPC. What we do is these are all the various regular teaching programs that we have a very good mortality and morbidity meet. Extraordinarily good mortality and morbidity meet. You must attend. If you have not seen it, please attend. Don't think see the program, Saturday program, I think last Saturday or third Saturday, last Saturday. No, we have mortality on alternate, one Tuesday, one Wednesday. First Tuesday, third Wednesday. First Tuesday, third Wednesday is the M&M. M&M is a genuine M&M. We try to find out where we went wrong. That is why we don't broadcast it or record it. We keep it in-house for us to be frank, honest and correct ourselves. So we have a what went wrong and what is the corrective action to prevent it in future. Okay. Then we have a CPC discussion, which is a touch of class. It's worth seeing because student will discuss the CPC. The student it's a real case from our institute. It is not a download or a internet thing. So CPCs are also worth attending. The other component I want to cover today is regarding the page down panjayida. There is page down. I want to go to the thesis protocol. Inka kindi bola. Yeah, that one. Yeah, right. So we have a format for the thesis protocol, which is the format in the All India Institute at New Delhi. So the first page of the thesis protocol is called as title page. This page will have title of the thesis. Please understand, this is like a movie title. Once the title is registered, you can't change it. The change can occur up to IEC. This title TPAC, Thesis Protocol Approval Committee, may agree, but Ethics Committee may find something wrong. So once IEC is over, the title is fixed. You cannot change it. If you change is or of, the exam section will reject the thesis. So choose your thesis title carefully. Choose your thesis title carefully. Every department has its own check mechanism to take care of the correct framing of a title, etc. Okay. Then you write the full name of the candidate, which is usually the name which is in your degree. However, what in your MBBS degree, what your name is, the name will be written. The degree for which registered, so in the MD, radio diagnosis or whatever it is, that one. Then you have the name of the chief guide and names of the co-guides. Here we have the culture of chief guide and co-guide. Chief guide is from the department. Chief guide is a PG teacher. PG teacher is associate professor or above. Associate professor or above. Chief guide and co-guide. Suppose it is the study of chest X-ray or radiographic changes in rheumatoid arthritis. Medicine professor, associate or professor will be the guide. Radiology will be co-guide. Rheumatology will be co-guide. And if you want to study the association between the, let us say, lung biopsy and the imaging findings, pathology will be co-guide. So as many relevant research questions are there, so many co-guides occur. And it generally, there is a cross-talk and interaction with regard to how the research question is framed. Why we need the title page? Why we need title page? Because student cannot tell. What happens is, after IEC is over, till IEC face presentation. After IEC bridge presentation. We will see the student next after 1.5 years. Again face presentation. Sir, I have to submit thesis on April 30, sir. That should not happen. So this bridge phase is not the way it should be done. Sometimes student will tell, oh, this person, oh, he is not my guide. You cannot tell. Once you write and sign, it is bound. The guide cannot say, this is not my student. Student cannot tell, it is not my guide. There needs to be an interaction, daily, weekly, fortnightly, monthly, as is convenient with regard to the progress of the work. The intensity of monitoring varies, but monitoring does occur. The components of a protocol, which are more or less the components of the thesis, with a few additions. Because we are all at the formative stage, I will focus more on the protocol, then briefly tell you what will be the additional things for the thesis. So the first part is introduction. Each section will start on a separate page. The standard of medical scientific writing involves using a A4 size page, using a Times New Roman font size 12, line spacing 1.5. You can do a experiment. Open a Word document, set borders as 1 inch on left border, 1.5 inch for binding. Left border is 1.5 inch, top border is 1 inch. Sir, I don't know how to use Word, sir. Learn, sir. You have to learn, sir. You can't tell, I will give that computer person, I will write in paper, he will type and give. Your problem. You have money, you want to do it, you do it. You better learn survival skills. You will learn 3 things during your thesis. 1 is Word, 2 is PowerPoint, 3 is Excel. PowerPoint to make your presentation, Excel for your own thesis data eventually, and Microsoft Word to type out the protocol, etc. These are survival skills in scientific writing. Today you have to learn. Sooner you learn, the better. Okay. So you should, if you take one blank Word page, left margin 1.5. Go to page layout. Left margin 1.5, top margin 1 inch, 1.5 inch, 1 inch, right margin 1 inch, bottom margin 1 inch, and you type something, some words in it. Usually in one page there will be 26 lines. Roughly it is 26 lines, plus minus 2 lines. One line will usually have 8 to 10 words. So one A4 size with these criteria, usually 250 words. It is 250 words. One abstract of a journal article, 250 words. You understand? So, introduction is the first component. So, that's what I told. Everything is there in your residence manual. Times New Roman font size 12, line spacing 1.5 throughout, including main body of text, tables, references and figure legends. Okay. So, that is how you should do. Then you provide the introduction. Introduction, you introduce the research question. Normally introduction is 1.5 page, 250 to 375 or 500 words only. Don't write 5 pages of introduction. You may like to, but the convention, please follow the convention. What conventions are? I feel like writing 20 pages. You become Braunwald or you become DeBakey or Denton Cooley. Then you tell, I will write thesis from left to right. You write. Till you become a boss, follow what everybody does. This is a common question. Sir, why do you, sir? Why should I do? So, when you are beginning known to unknown, start with what everybody knows. You become a unique person and you design your own system. We have no problem. Right. So, you start with this one. And one thing is there, something very important. This I will spend some 5 minutes and before I conclude. You have to cite the references. This style is called Vancouver style. Vancouver style, Vancouver is a place in Canada like Tirupati is in Andhra Pradesh. In Vancouver, the medical journal editors met way back in 1993 to evolve a uniform style of scientific writing. Because each journal will have its own, every sampradayam vardi. Each one will have their own style. So if you prepare a manuscript for one journal, you can't send to another journal. So all this, to cut it out, to have smooth uniformity, the style is called Uniform Requirements for submission of manuscripts to biomedical journals. This style is called Vancouver style. What are this headache? Let NMC, yesterday there was an article in the Hindu, this postgraduate thesis, is it futile exercise? NMC says no thesis, I will be happy. NMC says put together 5 interesting cases, make a book, I will be very happy. I am simply a servant, I follow what NMC says. We are not INI yet. Everybody under NMC should simply follow what they say. And please remember, NMC says minimal requirements. Nobody will tell you, NMC will not object if you do more. You should not do less. So 1 professor, 1 associate professor, 1 assistant professor is 1 unit. 10 professors, 5 associate professors, 10 assistant professors. Nobody told, NMC did not tell you cannot have. You must at least have this. NMC requirements are at least. Above it, institute's choice. NMC has told like, why you cannot tell that. Institute decides its level of seriousness or standards. Okay. So introduction, in the introduction I will show you, usually introduction is 1.5 page, 250 lines plus 125, 375 or maybe 400, 500, not more than that. End of introduction, because there are no reliable epidemiological or some, because data on this subject are not widely available, present study was designed. You end the introduction by justifying why you planned the present study. Okay. So, introduction you should write like that. Introduction is followed by the review of literature. Review of literature is what is known about this topic till now. Please don't put a list of Jim et al. In 1992 showed like this, Tom et al. In Guduru showed like this, Subbarao et al. In Canada showed like this. One abstract below the other, simply you do a search, pick it up and paste it here. That is not review of literature. Where is the human brain? You should address the issue critically with regard to whatever is your research question. Some studies from China, Japan and Canada showed the age group of presentation was in the 7th decade. However, studies from India have shown the age group to be in the 20s and 30s. What is the age group which is most affected with this disease in Tirupati? There are no published data, or there was one study 10 years ago, but present we don't know. It should be analytical. Need not be a systematic review, it need not be meta-analysis. Not simply, don't paste a series of abstracts and call it a review of literature. That is not review of literature. You have to understand, you have to write a review of literature, build up a story. Okay, so that is what review of literature. Then aims and objectives. Number 3 is very interesting. Number 3 states AIMS. So aim, objective, aims, objective, aim, objectives, aims, objectives. This is the most messy part of a research question where there is no clarity to many people. What is aim? What is objective? I have a feeling that good samosa is inducing sleep. Can someone from this side tell me what is aim and someone from that side tell me what is I on the hand mic? Caller mic unda? I want someone to tell me from this side what is aim. Teaching is interactive. Unfortunately, you have to tell something. You can't say that I don't know. I don't know is not accepted for a once you do your specialization, you are a consultant. Consultant cannot tell I don't know. Yes. No answer is wrong answer. Pedagogy. We are in adult education. In adult education, it is your view, my view, and truth somewhere. There is nothing like wrong answer. I have never told my postgraduates the answer is wrong. Oh, you are thinking like this? I am thinking like this. What do you think is my way of addressing a research? Yes, can someone tell me? Yes.
Aim is what we want to achieve at the end of the research. Stating what we want to achieve at the end of the research is aim, and maybe objective is what are we should do to...
Yes, you are on the right direction. What is aim is what you want to achieve. Aim of a study is what you want to achieve. Objective is how you want to achieve what you want to achieve. Example, the study aim to study the proportion of subjects with type 2 diabetes mellitus from among sputum positive pulmonary TB patients to study the proportion of patients with type 2 diabetes mellitus from among sputum positive pulmonary TB patients. Denominator of the study, sputum positive pulmonary TB. What are you trying to find out? Persons with diabetes. That is aim. Objectives number 1. To document the number of persons already diagnosed to have diabetes mellitus, type 2 diabetes mellitus. Number 2, to perform a oral glucose tolerance test and categorize the individual as type 2 diabetes mellitus or pre-diabetes conditions as per the American Diabetes Association 2025 criteria with appropriate reference. So, aim, objective. This is a crucial part. You should think well, write the aim and objective. Then you have material, there is no S, material and methods. It is not materials. Construction material, material and methods. We will correct this before it is distributed to you. Material and methods. Material and methods, how you should write, etc. So, I will show you a brief glimpse of the, this is the some example introduction. For each statement where there is a number, 35,000 to 40, 50,000, where there is a number, wherever there is some figure quoted, we need to give a reference. We need to give a reference. If you say, someone told this, that is research. Without telling, you say that it is plagiarism. Punishable offense, student and teacher both will go to jail. Plagiarism is a cognizable offense. Student and teacher will both be imprisoned, not fined, imprisoned. So if you say, research in Canada showed like this, it is research. Without telling where, without citing reference, you simply say that first statement, 35,000, without the reference number, it is plagiarism. Be careful. Please state the source, and then you have the, that is an example of an introduction. And then if you see page down, so when you talk of the material methods, you should be very, very clear and precise. Why? There are 3 R's of research. 3 R's of research are reliability, repeatability, reproducibility. Looking at your method, someone does exactly the same. They should get same results. They should get same results. That is method. So, method is written. So, what happens is, we will suppose that you are doing interferon gamma levels in acetic fluid for a diagnosis of TB peritonitis. Just like that, randomly I have picked up an idea. The IFNG levels will be done in the acetic fluid by ELISA method. This is not correct. So, you see there, using enzyme link, see the D abbreviation, every abbreviation, full form is written, bracket, abbreviation is given, not other way around. IFN gamma and then bracket interferon, write the full form, then give the abbreviation in the every abbreviation. Sir, I will give a list of abbreviations in the first page, sir, not accepted. We train you to write like this. It is the Vancouver style. Okay, so write the full form with abbreviation in the bracket. Once you abbreviate it, don't repeat the full form. You have to use only the abbreviation for the rest of the document. Okay, by enzyme linked immunosuppressor, following the manufacturer's instruction, predict of human cytokine release plates. What is the product? Kit name, manufacturer, place. 3 things are important. Name of the kit, manufacturer, place. Name, suppose radiology thesis is there, it will be done on a somatome machine. So, what is the company, which place? All data are available with the product monograph. You must write very, very clearly. Okay. The procedure of the test also should be described, and adenosine, for example, is estimated originally described by Gusti, like that. So, you have to be very, very, what we are training, tell others what you have done. I have done this one CT imaging using a 128 slice multi-detector row CT, the make, manufacturer, place. Remember this, make, manufacturer, place. You have co-guides from radiology, you have co-guides from microbiology. You don't imagine anything. Ask the co-guide, take the guide, write it. Tomorrow when you do the thesis, go to the lab and see it. That is the beauty of doing thesis in the institute. You can go to the lab and see it. Here, see the references. The references are cited in Arabic numerals. These numbers which you are 3, 4, 33, these are called Arabic numbers. They are not Roman numerals. You can't put I, 2 I's, 3 I's, and that is not correct. You have to put the reference, cite the references in Arabic numerals in the order in which they appear in the text in round brackets. Superscript and all is different. Vancouver style for postgraduate thesis is inline text in round brackets like it is given there. Like it is given there. References are cited in Arabic numerals in the order in which they appear in the text. Suppose there is a table cited in the text. In the table there are some other old studies or something. Okay, see that first paragraph, fourth line from bottom, table 1, 4-7. The reference numbering will go from the text into the table back to text. It is good to write the reference table references there only so that sequence is not mixed. Sequence is not missed. Okay? So that is how you do. And you have used some figure, you have to take permission from the journal. You cannot blindly, with looking good, we take one from NEJM, one from Lancet, put in my thesis. It's plagiarism. You cannot put like that. If you want to reproduce any figure, please take permission from Lancet or NEJM. They may give you free, they may charge you money, up to you. Better you redraw with your own hand. Draw with pencil, take photograph and put, no problem. It is original work. You make yourself in PowerPoint, then you can use it for thesis purpose. Don't just lift figures. Just because it is a beautiful, colorful figure is published in a journal, it is not your grandfather's property. It is a crime. First understand this. What you learn now will become a habit. So I am just telling you, we do a plagiarism check for the thesis submission. If there is a plagiarism content match of more than 8%, thesis is rejected. So you have to be very, very careful when you do this. Write in your own words, no problem if there are grammar mistakes, spelling mistakes, no issue. Own words, own work. Need not be rocket science. You have learned what to do. That's what we want. So cite the references. The references are cited in the Vancouver style. And the review of literature I told, aim and objective I have told, methods I have told. You have to describe the sample size. So how did you arrive at the sample size? So between this period to this period, patients with this presenting to this. So place of study, period of study, the denominator of the study, then you were screened for inclusion in the study. Were screened for inclusion. Then inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria. Then one exclusion criteria is standard. Patient not willing to participate. Patient not willing to participate, you can't do research. Then regulatory clearances. The thesis protocol was approved by the TPAC and the IEC. Numbers you have to give. Then you write study plan. Study plan, what all you are doing, you should write. Okay. So when describing methods for estimating a substance, cite reference for the method, denote it with the appropriate reference number. When describing equipment, diagnostic kit, manufacturer's name and place. This I already told you. This is Vancouver style of referencing. I will discuss 3 examples because of time constraints remaining. You please read in your manual. How to cite a reference? See first, if it is a journal article from New England Journal of Medicine, cite each author name. Cite each author name followed by initials, no full stop. Please see carefully, every dot, every comma is important. Cite the author name, this is initial comma, author name, initial comma, like that. 6 authors, up to 6 authors, you have to quote all the authors. If there are more than 6 authors, quote first 6 authors, comma, et al. Et al. In Latin is and others. Full stop. Right? Then you have to give the title of the article. Title of the article, then there is a full stop. After all author's name, there is a full stop. Title of the article, there is a full stop. Then you have to give journal abbreviation. Journal abbreviation. Journal abbreviation, the New England Journal of Medicine, you cannot write like that. Each journal has an abbreviation. I will briefly give a demo how to do it through the net and close this talk. Okay? Journal abbreviation, year, no gap, semicolon, no gap, volume, no gap, colon, proximal page, hyphen, distal page, period. Every dot, every comma there is important. Here, you don't write 284-287. You have to write 284-7. Why? Shastramandi, you learn why later. First follow. First follow what is standard. Then you design your own language later. When you become Brownwald or D. Cooley, Denton Cooley. Okay? Right. So, we don't give issue number. I will tell you why. This is the example of a journal article with less than 6 authors. If there are more than 6 authors, first author, second author, third author, fourth author, fifth author, sixth author, followed by et al. Full stop. Then you give the journal article title, then you give the journal abbreviation, article title, full stop, journal abbreviation, year, semicolon, volume, colon, proximal page, distal, not 46, 40-6, period. This is what we expect you to learn. At least a PG with a MD or a MS should know how to cite a journal article, how to cite a textbook chapter. Minimum. This is the difference between institute and peripheral medical colleges. Okay. So then we want you to cite, see how a book chapter is cited. All other things are there. This is citing a book and a monograph, then conference proceedings, conference paper, scientific technical report, electronic material, unpublished material, etc., etc. How to cite a book chapter? You can say Sivakumar V and Kalawat U, full stop. Viral etiology of acute kidney injury. Title of the chapter, full stop. In colon, Harrison's Principles of Internal Medicine. Only H is capital. Principles P, Internal Medicine I, all are small letters. Running text. It is called mixed case. Harrison's Principles of Internal Medicine, full stop. New York, colon, place of publication. New York, colon, McGraw-Hill, publisher name, semicolon, year 2025, new edition. There is no volume there. Dot, P, dot, proximal page, hyphen, distal page, period. So, first cite, authors, chapter title, in editor's name, so and so, so and so, so and so editors. Longo, then what is that, Petersdorf, the 6 names will be there. So and so, more than 6 editors, 6, comma, et al, comma, editors. Up to 6, cite all 6, more than 6, cite 6, followed by et al, followed by editors. Right? Then, the name of the textbook. Name of the authors, name of the chapter, in. Name of the editors, name of the book. Name of the book, then place of publication, New York, Philadelphia, whatever it is, McGraw-Hill, New Delhi, JP Brothers. Okay, then you have year, then you have the page numbers. That's how you cite this one. Okay, how to open any PubMed? How you should do, how you should write references, I tell you. Please don't copy the references from a PDF which you are reading. Please don't cite references which you have not read. In the individuals who are doing thesis with me, they must show me the reference, full text which they have cited. Well, we go on to that. When I was very young, when I was your age in 1990, my Professor Jitendranath Pandey was the chief guide for me. So we had to take appointment to meet boss, but this is protocol. So I went. We had discussed on one sitting, okay, we will work on this. He said, okay, write the protocol and bring. So I wrote the protocol, took the printout, I went. Then when I was entering, Mr. Rakesh, who was the boss PA, he said, अरे कहाँ रे तुम्हारा डिब्बा? मैंने पूछा कि कौन से डिब्बा की बात कर रहे हो? Your protocol says 56 references. Where are the Xerox copies? It was before internet, 1990. Internet came in 93. Nobody told me. जाओ, मार खा के आओ. I went. The boss was reading. 30 to 50,000 snake bites occur per year. That type of sentence was there. That's up. Where is the reference? Sir, see the list, sir. Number 3. Told. Where is the copy? No. Found. Next appointment, 14 days. So we have the same formula. Whoever is doing with me, you can check, talk to them. You all live in the same vicinity, you can talk to them. As a professor, I take 3 students. That if they don't show me the reference, they cannot cite it. You cannot read abstract and quote. 100 situations in medicine department, when we do our seminar, journal club, etc., I will show in detail how abstract is saying something, actually something is there in the article. You cannot read abstract and quote. It is not permitted. Not today. We had to go to Christian Medical College Library or National Medical Library, go here and there and beg people to Xerox the articles. You have everything, click, 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 click. Everything, Karatala Malakam. It's like having a in the hand. Whole universe is in you. Your AK-47, your timekeeper, video, your camera, mobile phone, music player, everything is there. Who is not smart? Persons may not be smart. Phone is always smart. So you are all smartphone generation. You can't tell I don't find. Reference, full text must be brought. That is my view. Each department has its own policy. But in my view, what I learned at the All India Institute is the correct way to learn. What I am telling you is what is correct to learn. Up to you. Okay. So I will show you. Don't copy. Let's say you will type Alladi Mohan. Let's see what comes. Okay. First is Kotandi. Yeah. Right. Then full text PMC Kotandi. Second, this one. Click that. Yeah. Right. Download that. Download that. So suppose you are seeing a references code. Yeah. Suppose you want to cite it. You are writing something on military. You want to quote the reference number 4. You should not copy from this Control C, Control V. What is the correct way to do? This is not Vancouver style. The moment you see it is not, it is journal style. It is not Vancouver style. So what you do, you take the title. Just click the title. Only title. Adigas, challenges. Challenges. Yes, copy. Control C. Go to PubMed. Go to PubMed. Yeah. You at least into press the into. Paste it, yeah. And then search. Yeah. So there is the article. I'll click it. First reference. Yeah. Right. So that is the article. Now you go to cite. Yes. Then copy. Yes. Now paste in the word. There you are. What is extra there? A PMID ninchi piece is saying. PMID ninchi last one piece. Yeah. Right. So what else you should remove? You should remove this. This is the period. The period is not there in Vancouver style. Delete that period. Then see it is a. Now this may and file are not required. Why? There are journals. There used to be journals of different types. Now all journals have what is called continuous pagination. What is continuous pagination? Suppose it's a monthly journal. First issue starts with page number 1. January issue last page is page number 60. The February issue starting with 61. That is continuous page numbering. PubMed. Check it. The PubMed or లేకపోతే you will learn later. Every level is not in PubMed, no? How to do that, that is a different next level of learning. But fundamental learning is go to PubMed, put it there, cite option, don't type any damn thing. Take cite option, copy it, paste it, clean. Okay, so this is the basic fundamental rule of citing a reference, and that's about it. The BCBR, etc., somebody else will be telling. So this is how you write a protocol. You write a protocol, raises question, you have a title page, you have the introduction, you have the review of literature, you have aims and objectives, you have material method, you have reference. Introduction, review of literature, aims and objectives, material method. Material method in the protocol will be done, will be recorded, will be tested, will be sent. Was done, was recorded, was tested, was sent. Results, discussion. Then you make your thesis for submission. If you are very lucky, NMC removes thesis, hallelujah, we are all happy. If it is still going on, please do it like this. Anytime, any department, anyone, any doubt with regard to anything related to a thesis, feel free to talk. We want our institute's thesis to be the best. Idea is be genuine, do real research, don't cook up, don't fudge. I will conclude with one word. In 2001, I met Michael Eisman. Michael Eisman was the professor of internal medicine and chief of the pulmonary section in National Jewish Hospital at Denver, Colorado. So Eisman had written his textbook of TB. I have written my textbook of TB 23 years ago, 24 years ago. So I gave Eisman a copy of my book. Eisman's appointment is not easy to get. 6 months, 1 year like that. We sent a slip. We are from India. We want to give you a textbook of TB. He said immediately come. Like that. So we went and we gave the book and said, sir, I am a young researcher. That time I was young. 2-3 years ago I was definitely young. I asked, sir, what advice you give me as a researcher? Great people speak briefly. Data is mother. That's all. Data teasing, data fabricating, data cooking, data dredging, data manipulation is a crime you do to your own mind. You calculate sample size, the sample size was calculated to be 3,943. However, due to constraints of time, I am studying 30, we accept. We want you to know what number is to be studied. Whether you can study or not is not the issue. As long as you know the number to be studied, we have no problem if you do that. Your guide will ensure the sample size is such the thesis is not rejected. Yeah, I will do 5 patients, thesis will be rejected. What is the minimum number required? You do whatever is possible, genuinely, really. But know how to calculate sample size. Okay. Thank you very much. Anytime feel free for this consultation. For this consultation with regard to thesis or a reference, feel free to talk to me anytime. My children, my own children, and any of my students on this topic, they can bug me anytime, any number of times. And I will promise to tell you, don't you know this? You should have known this. These two I will never tell. 100 times we learned, we relearn. What all we were deprived in life, we want to ensure students get. We have given budget, we want only your commitment. Do what is possible genuinely. Don't cook up data. Okay? Not that you are of that type. Bad things are happening around us. We don't want it to happen.
Usually it is not my pattern to give any unsolicited advice, because most of the time such an advice is either unheeded or mocked. But because I am now in this position of medical superintendent, I may have to give a few suggestions. I am going to talk on 3 important issues. The first issue is SVIMS is one of the bestest institutes. One should be very proud of himself and also grateful to Lord Venkateshwara for joining this institute. Can you please, Lord Venkateshwara, for joining this institute. This institute returns to the students and also to the faculty as much as we ask for it. But one should elevate ourselves to to a higher pedestal from which we can deserve to ask such a thing. This kind of elevation to the higher pedestal would only come with a sheer hard work, and the SVIMS Institute demands such a hard work. That I have been telling. I have been here for last 8 to 10 years, and prior to that I was in Nijams for 17 years. This institute culture is always a demanding one, and over last 24 years I have been a professor or associate or assistant professor. I have seen 24 batches of students. I have been telling all my students that there is nothing which can replace hard work. Majority of the students got impressed with my suggestion, but a few of them didn't bother much, but all of them succeeded in the life. It's not that some of the students have not done well. All of them are now billionaires and multimillionaires. But it is the trait of hard work which we should cultivate ourselves. That is the one which is going to nurture our life in the future also. That's all I request you to be when you are at the SVIMS. I'll give you one example. Last month in February and March 2025, there was an outbreak of Guillain-Barré syndrome. As soon as the outbreak happened of Guillain-Barré syndrome, the administration at Pune, it first appeared in the Pune, and the administration at Pune, they were scrambling to establish a decent neurology unit in Pune Municipal Corporation Hospital to manage the crisis. And the mandarins at Vijayawada, they were all going into a huddle meeting that how to manage the crisis that happened in the Guntur Medical College. But little did they know that we have been treating Guillain-Barré syndrome patients, 10 to 15 patients per month for the last few years. For eons together, the institute has been treating Guillain-Barré syndrome, at least 10 to 15 per month. In last March and February, we had some 20 patients. It's only a rise of 5 patients. It was never an outbreak to us. It was a routine affair to us. We have been treating these patients either with IV immunoglobulin or plasmapheresis. That has now that it has come to as a wonderful opportunity to our postgraduates. A medicine postgraduate can now see a Guillain-Barré syndrome from its onset to its recovery, a total natural history a medicine postgraduate can learn by this opportunity. A community medicine postgraduate, there was one guy who told that he joined community medicine. Community medicine postgraduate, the moment I heard him, I got this example. In 2011, in Germany, there was an outbreak of hemolytic uremic syndrome. I'm a nephrologist, that's why I'm citing the example of nephrology. There was an outbreak of hemolytic uremic syndrome. It was a community outbreak, and a community medicine physician in Germany, it was not the nephrologist, it was not the hematologist, it was the community medicine physician in Germany who has identified that this outbreak has happened in Germany because of unpasteurized apple juice. Apple juice that was not properly sterilized. It's not milk, it's not cheese, it's not the meat which they eat routinely, but it was the apple juice. So a community medicine postgraduate now has got a fantastic opportunity to identify the community source of this Guillain-Barré syndrome. And a blood bank postgraduate, IHBT postgraduate now has got a wonderful opportunity to know the nuances of plasmapheresis. Such a great opportunity is offered at this institute, but the only thing is that one should work more than what they want to do to learn all these things. That is my first issue which I wanted to tell. The second issue is that the Office of Medical Superintendent and Office of Resident Medical Officer, Dr. Koti Reddy sir, both of these offices have become a common place at least 3 to 5 times a week to resolve patient conflicts. Majority of the patients come to us with a dissatisfaction. Either the dissatisfaction is either with the treatment or with the financial issues or with the talk with which we have indulged with them. This kind of dissatisfaction is happening nowadays more and more frequently than ever before, and our officers have become places to resolve this dissatisfaction. This dissatisfaction has happened mainly because Because over years we have forgotten what Mahatma has told about a customer. Mahatma has told about the customer, but the same thing applies to our patients also. I'll just read this. Mahatma Gandhi has told that a customer is the most important visitor of our premises. He is not dependent on us, we are dependent on him. He is not an interruption on our work, but he is a purpose of it. He is not an outsider of our business, but he is a part of it. We are not doing him a favor, but he is giving us an opportunity to serve him. You just remember, our patient is also like this. Our patient is the most important person of the room, of the casualty, of the ICU. That I learned again when I saw this photograph. On 19th July 2022, I preserved this photograph from Times of India. It's a paper cutting which I have from Times of India. This appeared on 19th July 2022, and in this photograph, our President Madam has visited Lok Sabha Secretariat office to file the nomination for President election. Lok Sabha Secretary is sitting in front of Prime Minister Modi, he is sitting in front of Home Minister, Defense Minister, and also the present Health Minister. All of them are standing in front of Lok Sabha Secretary. We don't know the name of the Secretary. He has not been identified till now, and he is a nondescript officer. But despite that, all powerful men in India and also the future President of India were standing in front of them because they know that this person is the most important person of the room. You replace this person with our patient. Our patient is the most important person of the room. Treat our patient as our God. This I have learned it from my teacher. My teacher during MBBS days, during my third semester, has given me this advice. Your patient is your God. From then onwards, it has been an indelible impression of mine on my patient. Till now, I have not shown any of my frustration, any of my anger, any of my emotions to my patients. Most of the times I keep quiet. It's like a stone face. You observe whatever he tells, and you start treatment. That's my attitude. Please, I request you cultivate a similar kind of attitude in yourself. Then third important issue which I wanted to tell is that, this is more important than anything else, is that our institute is a self-financing one. We don't get any government support in finances. We pay our salaries from our own treasury chest. We pay our consumables, we pay our stockists, and we buy our drugs in the free market from our own accounts, from our own revenues. We don't have any government financial support. The major source of income for our institute is Dr. NTR Vaidya Seva Trust. It was S2I or a Gesri Trust. The 90% of our patients are from Dr. NTR Vaidya Seva Trust, and we should all realize that Dr. NTR Vaidya Seva is also a kind of an insurance company. They have tendency, or their rules govern, that whatever we apply for, whatever claim that we make would surely be rejected. That's their rule. They tend to reject our claim, or they tend to retrench. Retrench means they tend to cut 5 to 10% of the claim. Finally, their motive is to pay less than what we have claimed for. So when we have made a gross income about 18 crores per month, we usually get from NTR Vaidya Seva 16 crores per month. Our monthly salary bill itself is 18 crores. In addition, we have to pay 6 crores for our stockists. These are all monthly bills. 6 crores for stockists and 2 crores for power bill, water bill, and for fuel, for many other energy expenses. So the total monthly bill is around 23 to 24 crores, but our earning is only 16 crores per month. There is always a shortfall of 6 to 7 crores. So I request all of you to be very careful when we send claims to Dr. NTR Vaidya Seva Trust. The more careful, the more would be the loss, less would be the loss, and the less the loss, better would be our lives. That's one. Then, apart from Dr. India Vaidyas Trust, there are few schemes which are designed mainly to benefit the patients, and not much of benefit is there to the institute, but mainly to the benefit the patients. One of them is a free by director scheme. All broad specialties have this free by director scheme, in which up to 10,000 rupees the bill is waived off to all broad specialty patients. But please ensure that the bill remains within 10,000 rupees. If it crosses more than 10,000 rupees, then again it's a kind of a difficult situation where a medical superintendent cannot help. Only thing is that you may have to approach director cum vice chancellor sir for clearing of the bill. So this free by director scheme is only up to 10,000 rupees. Then there is a pranadana scheme where you may have to apply for a pranadana benefit to the patient through a inspection committee, through an internal committee. The internal committee is headed by 5 professors, and only these 5 professors advise that the patient should get a pranadana benefit. Then we can apply for the pranadana benefit. That also comes only up to a limited amount per month. It is not endless. It is not bottomless. It's only up to a limited amount. Then there is also another scheme called TTD unique scheme, where up to 1 crore, a few unique patients, 1 crore per month, a few unique patients can get benefit, but only thing is that the diagnosis of the patient should be very unique. We cannot apply it for routine patients. If you feel that this one particular patient is suffering from a unique form of syndrome, or unique form of a complication, or unique form of clinical features, then you can always suggest a TTD unique fund. That is also decided by an internal committee, but it is usually easily approved scheme. This unique scheme. Then the last scheme is a central government scheme is there. It is called Rashtriya Arogya Nidhi scheme, in which a select diseases in oncology, a select diseases in cardiology and nephrology, and few other select diseases we can apply upfront. Means first we have to send an application. Only after they sanction we should start treating. So we should know all these schemes also, which will benefit both the institute and also to the patients. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your detailed presentation. Now I request Senior Professors category, Dr. V. Shivakumar, sir, to address the category.
Om Namo Venkateshaya. Good morning to you all. So we welcome you to join into our family from today onwards. I don't know, you have already come?
2 months was.
Okay, 2 months over. Okay, so you are already our family. Good. So from today onwards, I will join into your family. Do you know that there is a medicine called humane medicine? Have you heard of it before? Have you heard of it before? Say yes or no. Okay. So, human way of doing things and humane way of doing things. Medicine should not be done as a human way of doing things, but it should be done as a humane way of doing things. As we go down further, then we'll understand what's the difference between human and then humane. We are all expected to be humane, but most of the times we realize till the last breath that we remain worse than humans. Okay? So it applies to everyone, which includes me. So what is humaneness, what is humanness, what is a man? So these are very important definitions which you need to have a very comprehensive understanding, so that we will be able to walk deliberately with all the carefulness throughout our journey in life. Medicine is one where humanity is very, very important. The greatest example for humaneness, where do you see? You must have seen probably umpteen number of times by this. The only greatest example for humaneness is your mother. There cannot be anybody in this world. So, whenever you wanted something, did your mother at any point of time refuse? And even if she forego, but she sacrifices what she has with you. So today your mother is doing, tomorrow all of you will do it. But generally, for fathers to be humane is really difficult because they have to run the show. So they act not humane, but they are also humane. Okay, so I came to the understanding of humane medicine about 30 years ago when I went for my training abroad. I was never told that there is an entity called humane medicine. So this is how, so just like you, when we do our fellowship program, then we will also go through a program what you are going through, and then we are all going to be introduced into various systems of that institute. And then they expect us to fall in line and to work accordingly. So everything is introduced like this. So on that day, then I realized that there is one thing called humane medicine, and that is medicine. So the medicine that we are practicing in various subspecialties is expected to be humane medicine. So the only difference is what you are practicing, you should think that you are practicing like a humane. A doctor is expected to be humane. So what are the qualities of a humane? We are going to discuss. Okay. We are all adult men. Man includes woman also. Okay? So this is a generic term. So we are all adult men. But for us to be human, what other characteristics we are expected to have? Human is relating to or characteristics of humankind. So the humankind characteristics we have. See, if you go into the history of man, there are several types of man. So, prehistoric man, then the present man. There are several types of man who has got a woolly hair all over the body. They are walking with a stoop. In the very early days, they were walking like animals. Subsequently, gradually started standing. But they are all man. Okay? So, that is humankind. No, we are all humans because we belong to Homo sapiens. So we have the genetic characters of the humans. So we are humans. But our role in the society should not be human alone. We should be beyond human. That is called humane. So having or showing compassion or benevolence, you should be always showing love, love, love. And you should be always benevolent. Never ever think of hurting somebody. Never ever think of doing harm to somebody. Because if something has to be done, let it happen. But we are here to warn it off. We are here to soothe the heart. This is the fundamental characteristic feature of humane. Much more so when you are in the positions of doctors here. Let this be in this institute, let this be any institute, all over the world. In our profession, we are humanes and we expected to behave like humanes. Never ever hurt anybody. Because if somebody hurts you, you will know how badly we feel. So, our duty is not to hurt anybody. Our duty is to give love and without any expectation. This is all what we are expected to do. Even if you give an injection, suppose it is so painful, but you are giving it for a good cause. So that should be your attitude. So now at least I hope you would leave this hall at the end of the day that what is a man, what is human and what is humane, and look into yourselves and introspect and then see whether you are human or humane. And it's very easy to become humane. The moment you say I am humane, automatically you become humane. That's all. So be always good to others and be always good to yourself. Don't hurt anybody. Human medicine is an interdisciplinary field in the practice of clinical care. Nothing, it is not extra. You can say, I am in human medicine radiology. That's all. Humane medicine radiotherapy. So you just have to think inside. That's all, because you are dealing with painful situations, agonies, and you are dealing with humans. Human medicine is an interdisciplinary field in the practice of clinical care aimed at addressing the problems of contemporary health care. Humane medicine is a practice of focusing on whole patient and not simply their disease, reinstating the humanity of both patient and doctor. So the most important thing is you are not only looking at the disease, but you are looking at the patient who is suffering with the disease. So you have to relieve their suffering. It is not simply your work is not over by taking an X-ray or taking a biopsy or just giving a pill. Your purpose is, while doing that, you make all your efforts to lessen and assuage his problems. That is called humane medicine. Try to wipe out the tears. That's the way you can do it. So, relation-centered or patient-centered care in contrast to case-centered or disease-centered care. Oh, what a wonderful disease is this, very rare disease. No. But if such a rare disease somebody is suffering, just imagine how difficult for that person to suffer. So you have to keep the patient in your whole view and not the disease. So relation-centered or patient-centered care. Please try to practice this. This is the most expected wherever you go in any part of the world. Especially in when you appear for MRCP, there are cases where they pose as if they have a problem, and then those cases are given to you. So you have to study them accordingly, and then you have to present them accordingly. So all the abroad exams are like that, and then probably they are going to be introduced here, because most of the things that have been introduced, they have been introduced over a period of time looking at what has happened abroad. So this is the most important thing. So there are three important pillars in medicine. One is care, the other is academics, the third is research. So research, academics, you automatically do it, and then care of the patient should be humane care. This is called value education. Value education means inculcating in the children a sense of humanism, a deep concern of the well-being of others and the nation. Values are like the rails that keep a train on the track and help it move smoothly, quickly, and with direction. They bring quality of life. So on one wheel is patient's disease, on the other wheel is the doctor with the humane approach. Need for value education. The need for value education is values allow the individuals to interact harmoniously with others. Values guide our behaviors. They show us how to behave and how not to behave. They are like compasses. And then values guide our actions and determine us to be good or bad. Things may not happen to that extent here, But when you go abroad and then do your residencies and then do your fellowship, without your knowledge, there will be one ombudsman who will be totally watching how you are dealing with the patients, and then everything will be transcribed. And when you are moving from one place to the other, all this will go to the next department even before you go to the other boss. So our entire history is recorded without our knowledge. The way you conduct yourself, the way you behave with others, and then the way you have done in your program there. But the thing is, even without all this, we should be able to do it well. Okay? That sort of systems are not available here, so don't worry. But only thing is, you have to correct yourself and you have to walk in the right path. What does a human being wants? Have you heard of Maslow's hierarchies? What does a human being want? If suppose I ask you, what do you want? Why are you doing this residency program? Why did you not stop with your MBBS? Why have you taken up MBBS? And then what do you want to do after this? So just try to think of, these are called Maslow's hierarchies. So go back and then see into the Wikipedia. So what does a man want? The man wants ultimately self-actualization. So this, you are going to feel this, and then you are going to understand this by the time probably you reach my age of 70 years. I will be questioning myself whether I have reached a stage of self-actualization or not. Self-actualization is how much morally worth I am, and then what is my creativity, and then what is my spontaneity, and do I really lack prejudice, and then do I agree to accept all the facts. See, in each one of us, for example, my name is Shiva Kumar. There are 3 Shiva Kumars. In the same way, if your name is Subbarao, you have 3 Subbaraos. Who are those 3? What do you think? What others think you are? There will be several people, they are all others. They may think what Shiva Kumar is. What you think of yourself? What am I thinking of myself? I think I'm a great person. I'm a very good person. But what you really are, there is one Shiva Kumar inside. He knows what I am really is. So every one of us is 3 individuals. What others think you are, what you think you are, and what you really are. So if you are able to conduct yourself as what you really are, that means you have reached the self-actualization. Every one of you, you remember me, by the time you reach my age of 70s and 80s, I will not be there, but you will definitely acknowledge me that we have heard this about 70 years ago during our internship. Am I also fit to be called myself a self-actualized person or not? So every human being goes through this. So read about these things. These are really wonderful things which Maslow has propounded. And Maslow, what he has not written is self-transcendence. A stage would come into every human being just before death, the ability to see what is not seen. There will be so much that is not seen here. But we all reach a capacity of the ability to see what is not seen. So that is the final stage which Maslow has said. Man has a capability of a vision that is not seen during his lifetime. So in the final realization, we see something, but we are not able to say to anyone what it is, and then most of the times we live with that experience. Okay, so that when you see As a physician, when I've seen so many patients in critical care, you will definitely experience transcendence in our patients. So if you are very careful and then moving very closely with the patients when they are dying, you will see the face of self-transcendence. When you observe their face, for some time they are very pleasant, they are very calm, and suddenly they again become like humans and then suffer from pain. They will be wincing, they will be grimacing, and then they will be closing their eyes, there will be panic, and suddenly they become very pleasant and then very composed. So the phases of self-transcendence occurs at the time of death. So try to start seeing the patients. You have a great advantage of seeing in the critical care all these things. So what are the basic human values? These we all have. They are truth, honesty, loyalty, love, and be very peaceful. Okay? So what is the need of these values? This is to conduct yourself in the most pleasant way possible during your sojourn. Not here. Every time in your work. Till the time you survive. If you are the happiest person, there is nothing like that. So what makes us human? So the most important thing is empathy, sensitivity, creativity, love and imagination. The purpose of human life, okay, what? Love, the most important thing is love. If you can manifest love and if you can experience love, then all the patients will be happy with you and you are happy with everyone in this world. So what exactly does this love? The love is like a spectrum. So it is a combination of all these qualities. Patience, kindness, generosity, humility, courtesy, unselfishness, good temper, guilelessness, sincerity. So many components are there in love. So if you can manifest love, if you can experience love, if you have understood love, I think you are God. This is a wonderful write-up. What is then that is unnameable? Angels asked God if there was anything in the world stronger than rocks. Yes, answered the God, stronger than rocks is iron, and for iron can break rock. Anything stronger than iron? Asked the angels, and Lord answered, fire, for iron may be melted in fire. Anything stronger than fire? Yes, water, for fire is quenched by water. Anything stronger than water? Yes, wind, for wind can scatter water. Anything stronger than wind? Compassionate, loving heart. God has given you, all of you, that compassionate, loving heart. So start manifesting from this moment onwards. If you think you have a compassionate heart, you have a compassionate heart. That's all. So there is nothing, you need not go somewhere and then you need not stay overnight like reading and then understanding. It's all you have to say, yes, I have a compassionate heart. Yes, you have a compassionate heart. Every day just before sleep, just question yourself. Was I be able to compassionate today towards everyone that I have come across? You will answer to yourself, no. You were not compassionated several times. No, you are compassionate throughout. You are your own judge. Okay? So start doing it. You will understand whether what I am saying is right or wrong. The love, this is Charles Darwin. The love for all living creatures is the most noble attribute of man. This is what Charles Darwin has expected from the man. What a wonderful picture it is. A doctor should be like this when he is by the side of a patient. I'll tell you at the end. Okay? Who is the father of medicine? Sir William Osler is the father of medicine. So he has propounded that equanimity is the best character which a doctor should attain. ఈక్వానిమిటీ మీన్స్ సమతుల్యత. ఏడుపు వచ్చినా నవ్వు వచ్చినా కంట్రోల్ చేసుకోగలగాలి, ఆనందం వచ్చినా దుఃఖం వచ్చినా కంట్రోల్ చేసుకోగలగాలి. మనం పేషెంట్స్ దగ్గరికి రోజు వెళ్ళినప్పుడు అంతా దుఃఖంగానే ఉంటుంది, అలా అని మనం అక్కడ కూర్చొని ఏడుస్తాం, అలా అని మనం నవ్వుకుంటూ ఉంటాం. చాలాసార్లు రౌండ్స్లో వాటిల్లో పేషెంట్స్ దగ్గర కూర్చుని కబుర్లు చెప్పుకుంటూ నవ్వుకుంటూ అలా చేస్తారు. దాని తర్వాత అనస్థీషియా ఎన్నోసార్లు థియేటర్లో చూసాను నేను. ఐ సా ఇట్ ఇన్ థియేటర్. The moment you make the patient sleep with your anesthesia, you think he is not hearing what you are doing. మనం ఏమేమిటో జోక్స్ వేస్తాం, సర్జన్ ఏదో క్రాక్ చేస్తాడు జోక్, మనం ఇలా 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 అరుస్తూ ఉంటాం. దట్స్ అబ్సల్యూట్లీ నాట్ హ్యూమన్. సో అప్పుడు అసలు పేషెంట్కి ఎలాంటి స్టేట్ ఉంటుందంటే గాడ్లీ స్టేట్ ఉంటుంది. సో పేషెంట్ ఇవన్నీ చూస్తాడు. ఓకే, సో మీకు ఏదైనా నేను చెప్తూ ఉంటే నవ్వులాట్లుగా ఉండొచ్చేమో, కానీ యు ఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు రియలైజ్ ఆల్ దీస్ థింగ్స్ ఓవర్ పీరియడ్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్. He is Sarvijay Master. He has written a book on equanimity. That's called Equanimity in Life. It's a Bible. Every one of you should read this because he is our father of medicine. Clinical medicine father is Sarvijay Master. I like him for two reasons. One is basically I am a physician. Second thing is I am also trained from the medical school where Sarvijay Master were trained. What a great thing. It's a big God's blessing to study in a school where Sarvijay Master was a medical student. It is Toronto Medical School, Toronto, Canada. Okay, so Toronto Medical School is very proud for this because the father of medicine was its student. He was my professor under whom I did my nephrology training. He is father of peritoneal dialysis. So he brought out peritoneal dialysis as a modality for the management of chronic kidney disease patients. He ran a journal by name Humane Medicine. So this is what he has written. When a person becomes sick, he expects that the individual to whom he turns for help, doctor or nurse, will care about this problem, will show a genuine concern for his worries and fears, and will spend enough time with him that the patient will be convinced he is indeed being cared. These are the expectations of the patient when we are treating him. I am convinced that we can stress the humane aspects of our profession without deprecating or neglecting the role of technology. In doing so, we will offer to our patient a reassuring blend of humanity and modern medical technology, and to ourselves one of the great satisfactions in life, namely coming close to another human being. So this is humane medicine. When you see them who has been practicing this, then you realize that where are we? And then we have to go a long way to become what they are. So this is the importance of showing humanity in medicine. He is a Nobel laureate by name Albert Schweitzer. Albert Schweitzer did his French-German border. He did his theology. He likes God so much. He always wants to speak of God. So he did theology, and then he became professor of theology in Augsburg. So one day he saw an advertisement in paper that somewhere in remote part of Africa they need a doctor to help the people. Suddenly he gets a desire that he would like to help them, but he is not a doctor. So he has decided, and he asked his wife to do nursing, and then he did medicine. So after completing medicine, he went to that place in Africa and started free treatment for them. Over a period of time, even after giving so much of treatment, still he was not able to differentiate which is great. Are this the speaking lips or helping hands? So doctor helps the hand with his hands. The theologist speaking about God, he speaks with his lips. So which is greater, he was not able to. Ultimately he realized in life that there is something called beyond the praying lips and then helping hands is reverence for life. So he is a doctor. So he was given Nobel for that. So he became one of the world authorities on humane medicine. He went around the entire world and then preaching all the people that what a humanity is and then how a human being should conduct himself. You should read, at least in Wikipedia, he is one of the greatest doctors ever born in our field. His name is Albert Schweitzer. Another important thing is ethics and morals. I did 1-year course in National Law University, Bangalore on ethics and morals. So this is to understand what exactly is this. So I had a desire to know what is ethics and morals. And another great desire is I want to study at least in a institute in India which is number one. I could not get in All India Institute of Medicine, whereas the institute I did was not number one. So I thought this is the only opportunity for me to study during my lifetime number one institute in India. National Law School, University Bangalore is number one law school in India. So understanding ethics, understanding morals will help us a lot during our practice of medicine. So the only important thing is morals are our own principles. Sometimes you can't behave in the way you like. Ultimately, it is a society that decides how we should conduct ourselves. That is called ethics. So, these are the 4 pillars on which we have to work every day. One is beneficence. At any point of time, at any cost, I should be helping my patient. That is beneficence. The second thing is non-maleficence. Even if I am not able to help the patient, I should not do any harm to my patient. That's called non-maleficence. The third is autonomy. Patient has got every right either to accept what you say or refuse what you say. You cannot force the things on the patient. This is called autonomy. The fourth is justice. Am I doing with equity and equanimity? These are equality and doing it with equanimity. So these are the things that are very important as far as the medical law and ethics is concerned. Remember that you will always are exposed to several of the law issues during your training period and then during your working period later. There may be several occasions you may have to go to court as an expert witness or probably for the expert things. So you should also have an idea how much of law we should know. So the medical law and ethics will give you a brief outlook of how much of law you should know. You all must have read about forensic books, but probably you would not have given much care to what is written in your forensic books. But this is the only thing that is going to help you throughout your life, that how do you conduct yourself lawfully acceptable. This is a very important thing. This is the last one that I am going to tell you. This lady, her name is Cecilia Sanders, a wonderful lady, a Britisher, who has been very helpful to people. She did her humanities and then she was partly trained in physiotherapy, but her pastime is helping others. So as the days went on, her helping attitude is so much, but still people were not happy for her help. Then she said, "Why are you still unhappy? What do you want more?" Then they said, "You do not have the training as nurse. Had you been a nurse, probably you would have been much more helpful to us." Then she went to Royal College of Nursing and then did nursing. After that she started helping people. Then people were not very happy with what she was doing at one extent. Then when she asked them, they said, "If you become a doctor, probably that would be of great help." Then she went to Royal College of Physicians and then became a doctor. And then she started helping people. But there is a stage in life, please remember that we are all going to reach there, that's called end of the life care. There is a stage in life where the present existing medicine has no treatment. All the medicines will not function, all the technology will not be useful. That is a stage called end of the life. Then the physicians, the surgeons, the anesthesiologists, critical care, everyone would say that beyond this we have nothing else. So Cecilia Sanders has realized that in every life a stage would come at the end when the existing medicine is not able to meet the demands. So it is only the palliation, it is only the support, taking away the pain as far as possible. That's called palliative care. It's a great specialty, endowed with all divinity in this specialty. So she is responsible for the palliative care, for her services. You all must have heard Nobel Prize. Do you know that there is a prize above Nobel Prize? It's called Templeton Prize. So Templeton Prize always gets more than Nobel on any day. And then for any spiritual conduct in any way, if you have worked in this world, then you are given Templeton Prize. So she was awarded Templeton. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan from India was also awarded Templeton. So one of the greatest prize that I would say, because above Nobel is Templeton. So she is the mother of palliative care. Of all our specialties, when they get exhausted, when we are no more able to support the patient, the only specialist with all the humanity possible to see doing good till the last breath to the patient is palliative care. Once you work in palliative care, you will understand what a wonderful specialty it is. During our fellowship training abroad, we had to participate in this activity. That's where I realized, I think there is nothing equal to that specialty. And palliative care specialists, after the death of the patient, for 6 weeks, they will look after the patient's family. This is the greatest of the great. Because at that point of time, we have to give them support. So this is called humanism. Okay? So every one of you should try to understand this. At the end of the day, what really matters, for all of us at the end of the day, what really matters, not how much you have got, but how much you have given. Not how much you have won, but how much you have done. Not how much you have saved, but how much you have sacrificed. Not how much you are honored, but how much you are loved. So the most important thing is love, love, love. Okay, so with this I end, and this is the easiest to do because there's nothing, there are so many rules, all those things are there in other things, but this is the easiest. So give your heart to every patient that you come across, and then you really will reap the immense outcomes out of it. You really enjoy your stay on this earth, and then you leave this earth as one of the highly accomplished individuals who survived on the face of this earth. Thank you. Bye.
Next, we will start with the services which have been rendered from the institute and how they have been facilitated and what are the facilities available. We will go one after the other. Now I request the Professor and HOD of Biochemistry, Madam Dr. Aparna Bitla Garu, to present on biochemistry services. Madam is also Registrar of the University.
So everybody will have a look at the services available in our institute. So from the diagnostic departments, so the Department of Biochemistry is having the basic services required to support all the specialties in our institute, the broad specialties as well as the super specialties. I'll not go into the details of one by one. So we shall be sharing with you a quick reference guide later on that will have information of the tests available with us. Okay? So I'll not read out one by one. So these are all the panels that are available to support the various specialties and the super specialties. And this is the list of investigations which is available round the clock. So some investigations which are not emergency investigations are done only from 8 to 4. So samples are received in the morning and reported based on the turnaround time. And these investigations do not mandate any patient preparation and they are reported 24/7. And the lab is working 24/7 and 365 days, no closures at all. So there are technicians who are working of the working hours, residents are on call as well as the faculty on call. So you can always approach them whenever you have any doubt in relation to sample correction or any report. Okay, so the lab is working 24/7. The turnaround time, so we are supposed to give the patients the reports on a timely basis. Timely basis does not mean that we just rush up with the all the processes and report the results, but there is a procedure in the department that is being followed in most of all the diagnostic departments. We have good quality equipment, good quality reagents, calibrated pipettes and other instruments which ensure that the results that we report to the patient are accurate as well as reliable, and they make sense for the further management of the patient. So we are just not in a haste to report the values. So proper equipment maintenance is done at the start of the day, followed by that quality control material is run, and once the quality control material is passed, the QC is acceptable, only then the patient samples are run. And this quality control procedure we follow twice a day, once at the peak hours in the morning and then in the evening after the work is completed, so that we can report the emergency samples. So we ensure that the results are accurate. So before we ensure the results are accurate, there are certain components which has to come from the ward side. So I will come to that later on. So while ensuring the accuracy and reliability, we also see that the results are reported on time. So the turnaround time for most of the routine investigations is 6 hours. We are reporting before that, but on paper we have kept it as 6 hours because sometimes there can be delays because of some other reasons. The equipment might suddenly be, some problem might come up, the reagent there could be some problem. Sometimes the sample is not appropriate for testing. So those delays also are captured into this 6 hours. So routine investigation 6 hours, and there is something called the stat investigations, that is a short turnaround time. So you have separate billing for this stat. So the cost factor is slightly over and above the routine investigations. So you can always advise the stat investigations, and for those investigations the report is released within 2 hours after the report, the sample is received in the department. And there is one investigations, rare parameter, urinary metanephrines and non-metanephrines. This is a manual test, and because it involves manually, so we need to run the standards, the QC material along with the sample, and sample load is very less. We hardly get 1 or 2 samples in 15 days. So that's why the reporting for this parameters is only once in 7 days. Initially it was 15 days, now it has become 7 days because more number of samples are coming. And that 7 days is counted from the date of receipt of the first sample. Sometimes it may spill over to 8 days if we receive one more sample on the 7th day early morning. So based on the request of the clinician, we postpone the reporting by 1 day. So for majority of the investigations it is within less than 24 hours, only this parameter is once in a week. Okay. There is another component, important component, that we report the values of certain patients who have very critically high values or critically low values. So what is a critical value or a critical alert? It is defined as an imminent life-threatening laboratory result requiring immediate physician notification and action. So these critical alerts, they are not just values, they are in other words synonymous to a life of a patient, because based on this value, as clinicians in the clinical department, you need to intervene immediately. Patient management, patient treatment has to be started immediately. So that we have a list of critical alerts based on the feedback given by the clinicians. So we have not designed the list. It was communicated by the clinicians what is critical to them. And based on that we have a list what is critically low, what is critically high. And in the report, if you have seen the reports by now, you will see that for the values which are abnormal, it will be either H, that is high, L, low, CH means critically high, CM means critically low. So you should be able to identify, pick up those critical alerts and notify to your seniors so that you can initiate the treatment immediately. Okay, so very, very important. So it is not a value, it is a life of a patient. Because if you don't intervene on time, you will be losing that life. Okay, timely intervention can save that life for the patient. Mainly the electrolytes, very, very important. So those things, the calcium, immediate intervention is required. So this is again a list of the critical alerts from the Department of Biochemistry, and you can see only for oncology, there is a list at the bottom. So we can get abnormal uric acid, phosphorus for majority of the patients who are having renal disease. So we cannot be reporting all the abnormally high values. We want to have only limited number of alerts to the physician so that they can act appropriately. If we start reporting every abnormal value, it won't have any value to you. It will become a burden for you, even for the laboratory personnel, because they have to report those values as soon as it is reported. It is ticked by the clinician, laboratory physician. Okay, so these are the list. So those two values are the for patients in oncology, those who are presenting with the tumor lysis syndrome. So only for those cases we report the abnormally high uric acid and the phosphorus. Other departments we do not report abnormal high uric acid and phosphorus. Okay, and those are the other parameters which we report as critical alerts. Bilirubin, what is the importance of bilirubin? Can anybody tell? Pediatrics, we don't have pediatrics, but medicine, PGs, what is the importance of reporting an abnormally high bilirubin in a neonate? You have studied your medicine, pediatrics in final year. What will happen if the bilirubin levels raised above a certain limit?
Jaundice.
Jaundice is there. After that, why should we report? Can we leave the jaundice as such? Why do we need to report that abnormal value? Pardon? I am giving the hint, neonate. So if you can pick up the abnormal high value, you can initiate treatment, isn't it? Otherwise, the child is going to suffer lifelong. So we have a critical alert intimation procedure in the lab. In brief, once the critical alert after reputation is confirmed, it is informed by the laboratory technician or the residents to the concerned nurse first, or if the nurse or the ward is not, we are not able to reach them. If we have the phone numbers of the clinician or the resident, we try to contact them. And we ensure that the value that we tell them over 4 is read back, because always communication, if I might listen something but the value is something else. So read back policy has to be ensured, and we have to document those values. There's a documentation procedure in the laboratory, as well as you have to follow the documentation procedure in the ward as well. By now everybody must be well versed with that procedures. The purpose is taking immediate action at the ward level. In the lab, it is the immediate intimation, confirmation. From the ward side, it is immediate action by the clinicians. Okay, so this is the brief protocol, and these are the records that have to be maintained at the laboratory side and in the ward side. I would have missed out the lab component, but we have residents even from the laboratory side, so you should be aware of that. So in your clinical lab manual, whether it is pathology department, radiology department, microbiology department, you will be having a set of clinical alerts that has to be documented in your clinical lab policy document. Then you have a register in which you are going to document what all critical alerts have been reported for that particular date. Date wise, time wise, you have to mention. So that register will have the date, time of receipt of the sample, and in the lab. Collection also it is mentioning, but it is not easy to capture the collection time, because in the ward side, our own experience, in the HIMS it will be mentioned as 7:20, but the actual sample collection would have been occurred at around 10 o'clock, because nursing staff are of a habit, they generate the request, click the sample collected, they will keep the request aside, and when they have time, they will correct the sample. So there is a mismatch between the documentation in the HIMS and the actual sample collection time. So we take the time of receipt of the sample in the department, in the lab. Okay. After that, the test for which it has been advised, the results, its units and the reference range. Units are very, very important. This glucose 70 does not make any sense. Glucose 70 milligrams per deciliter. We have different units, so we should always be clear on the units that we are mentioning. Okay. Reference range. So that is also 10 times glucose abnormal values are going to be coming, critical alert, 10 times the technician has to write down the reference range. He cannot say, leave it blank. He has to document the reference range each time he notifies a critical alert. Then, to whom he has communicated in the ward. Who has received the value, the date, time of intimation, read back. That is a loop closure. Loop closure is not ending with read back. Loop closure will occur when the clinician has taken an action for that critical alert and that is intimated to the wards, which unfortunately never happens. I have no complaints regarding that, but at least, from the definition of loop closure says that once the action is taken and that is documented in the clinical lab records, then only the loop is supposed to be closed. Okay, so that is not always possible given the workload in our institute, so no issues on that. In the ward side, you should have the register with the patient name, UHID, age, gender, sample sent time, the parameters, critical value, intimation date, time of receiving the alert, time of informing the critical value to the consultant if the nursing staff has taken it, or you as residents if you have received the alert, details of the person who is informed the critical alert, details of the person receiving the critical value. So sometimes the nurses might take it, so they have to document that so and so nursing staff has received the alert and the date, time. Okay, very, very important. And finally, action has to be taken, what corrective action has been taken, what treatment has been given to the patient. That has to be documented in the register. Very, very important. Okay, and we are an NABH accredited hospital, and NABH is not just some accrediting agency, it is an agency which keeps patient safety at the utmost. Its priority is patient safety, and we have adopted the patient safety as one of our motto. Okay, so we practice patient safety wherever we can apply it, and one of the areas where we ensure patient safety is reporting the critical alerts on time. Okay, ensuring that reports are released on time, critical alerts are intimated and action is taken on time. Okay, that's one of the patient safety measures. Previously sir has shown that ethics, medical ethics, 4 pillars. One is not doing any harm. So we can prevent harm by taking action appropriately for the critical alerts that have been intimated. So this is the total testing process. Starts with the patient. As a clinician sees that patient, advises some investigations. The patient preparation starts in the pre-analytical phase. Sample collection is done. Sample is transported. Then it reaches the lab. There the sample undergoes certain preparation. Then it is processed. Reports are ready, and then it is released. Post-analytical reporting either in the manual report form or into the HIMS. So since 2023 we have ceased with the manual reports formats, and we are only putting it the HIMS. Only for insurance cases or other cases, the physical report is being signed by the laboratory physicians. So you can see the signatures have been embedded into the HIMS. So whoever is verifying the reports, the faculty who is seeing the reports, their signature is going to come at the bottom. They will log in through their details, and their individual names will come at the bottom of the report. So physical signature is not required there, because we personally are looking at the reports and verifying them in the HIMS. Okay. So in this whole loop size, big loop, where is your responsibility? Your responsibility comes, number one, in the pre-analytical phase and the post-analytical phase. Okay. So what is the importance of a proper sample collection? If you garbage in, garbage out, this is the common saying, isn't it? What you feed to the instrument, it will give out that thing. Whatever you give to the computer, it will give out that output. So what are we feeding into the analyzer? Are we feeding the correct sample? Are we feeding the sample which has not lost its integrity? then only your output, that is the patient report, is going to make some sense. Just giving a value is of no use if that sample that is being received in the lab is not proper. Okay, so we have to ensure this sample collection procedure has to be followed meticulously in the ward side. So we need it for an accurate medical diagnosis and to ensure that you are involved in effective patient care. So proper understanding of the importance of sample handling is required for diagnostic accuracy and to deliver the highest level of patient-centered care. So we are not doing work just for the sake of doing it, but we are having the major goal in our mind. That means these things should make some sense for the patient, his care of the patient, and we give the appropriate treatment for that patient. Okay, so patient preparation is very, very important. So without proper patient preparation, this value that is coming from the lab does not make any sense. So what is the sample integrity and how does it matter? So what is sample integrity? It refers to maintaining the sample in its original state without contamination or alteration from the moment it has been collected from the patient. So now you are into this system, into SVIMS family since around 2 months, 2.5 months or 3 months, some people. How often have you seen samples being collected at midnight and lying at the nursing station till morning? How frequently does it occur? Can you just raise your hands? If it is frequent, please raise. It is rare, no need to raise the hands. 1 or 2 I can see. So is it rare? This side, either you are not observant, or if it is not done, I am very happy. But from the statistics that we are seeing in the lab, the average time the sample receives, this is the recent statistics, not last year's. Last month I have taken the data from the HIMS. The time of from the sample collection to the acknowledgement in the department is 800 minutes. How many hours is that? So that means sample is being collected and it is lying there somewhere at the nursing desk or somewhere. Otherwise this is an average. Okay? So average is 800 means it is more than that. Plus or minus standard deviations will be there. Na? So somewhere something is wrong. So we need to train, educate our nursing staff, the nursing students, our interns to be aware of what samples we are collecting and ensure that they are dispatched to the labs on time. That part you can do as residents. You should educate the nursing staff, you educate the interns and tell them, see, I have told you to take the samples of so and so patient. So you verify that after you have collected, that sample should reach the lab on time. Okay, so I have taken this opportunity to just tell you this component. Please see that, because otherwise the sample was lying on the desk. If it is for bicarbonate, glucose, what will happen? The cells would have already utilized the glucose, and if it was a high glucose, by the time it comes to the lab, we will be reporting something in the normal range, and it's not correlating with the patient's diagnosis. So the whole blame will come to the lab. Your QC is not proper, you are not reporting the values correctly, isn't it? But there is some problem somewhere. We have to identify, it is not blaming each other. We have to work as a team, we have to see what is the problem, where is the problem, and try to find solution for that. We are here to work as a team. So we should interact regularly and see that such kind of things do not happen. Okay, ultimately we are a team. So this, if the integrity is lost, it is going to have an impact on the diagnostic accuracy. You will have compromised sample, which will result in false values, which are misleading, which will lead to a wrong diagnosis and an inappropriate treatment. So we have to understand, I will not go into the details of all these components, just you have to keep in mind that these factors are going to affect the report that is being released. Okay? Patient, the test ordering, requisition, right from the correct request. Patient preparation. Does the patient need to be in fasting? If it is fasting is required, how many hours? Ideal fasting time is 10 to 12 hours. If you cannot ensure 10 to 12 hours, minimum 8 to 12 hours. Less than 8, more than 12 is of no use. It is going to alter the values and it will be of no use for you. Okay? Ensure that the appropriate time for fasting has been done. Okay? And for whatever investigations that you are doing. Patient identification. Patient identification, many times we have same name of the patient, sample drawn from another patient. Mismatched labels, mismatched samples. Vacuum tube is having one patient ID, request is having something else. So that's the case for sample rejection. Unnecessary time is lost because we have to communicate, the fresh sample has to come, and by the time we release the report, valuable time for patient management is lost. So these things, if we have it, keep things in mind, have proper procedures in place, things can be avoided. And now you have the patient identifiers. So you should have two identifiers, one your UHID, patient name, if possible, your the date of birth. Because same name, same initial also, you will have many patients. Sample collection, use the correct vacuum retainer, correct volume of the sample. We shall go see that component. So correct sample, right sample from the right patient at the right time, sent to the lab at the right time, processed by the lab at the correct time and reported the results on time. And finally, treatment received on time. So many rights are there. So we have to satisfy each right. Okay? Any one thing goes wrong, the whole exercise becomes futile. Sample transportation. This is thing, the red marks, you have to focus as you are the residents who are going to monitor the interns and the nursing staff. So these are the various things that you have to keep in mind. I will not go into details. So biological variations are likely to affect. One whole class can be taken for biological variations. The position of the patient, his other parameters, is he smoking, is he on drugs, has he done any exercise before giving the sample. Everything, we have to take a careful history before we collect the sample. Okay? And if that parameter is affected by that component, we have to keep that thing in mind before we interpret the values. Have a note of that. The patient is on so and so drug. So before you interpret, you know that yes, he's on this drug, he cannot stop that medication, and this is likely to affect the values. So keeping that in mind, you can always take a decision. So various types of errors are there. Pre-collection causes of errors, blood collection type of errors, post-collection causes of medication. Now how to prevent these errors? Giving proper instructions to the patient. We have an SOP. All the wards are having those SOP, soft copy in their PC. You can ask your faculty, the nursing staff are aware of that. So SOPs are there, that's why I am not going into the details. And we are also going to give you a quick reference guide to just have a look at it. So proper instructions to the patient is mandatory. Take complete history with regard to the fasting, the drugs, any stress, recent stress, and other exercise, etc. Ensure that all protocols have been followed. These are mandatory before you take the sample and send them to the ward. I just give two examples here. Bicarbonate estimation. The syringe should be filled completely. Bicarbonate is nothing but dissolved carbon dioxide. So if the syringe is not filled completely and sent to the lab on time, what will happen? CO2 exchange with the environment can occur, bicarbonate will be lost, and we might report false low values. The patient is absolutely fine, he is not having any acid-base imbalance, but the value is suggesting metabolic acidosis or respiratory acidosis. Okay, so these we have to see that the samples are tightly closed, and we have to send the sample immediately to the wards, to the labs, and the FSC workers should be educated to deliver those samples on a priority basis. Otherwise, what will happen? They take the whole lot of things. They will go first to radiology, therefore the confirmation center, give to pathology. Then they chit chat with some of their friends, sit there, have a cup of coffee in the canteen. Then they'll come to microbiology. Then finally they come to biochemistry. So valuable time is lost before the sample reaches the lab. Okay. So for critical parameters like your bicarbonate, D-dimer, which are likely to be affected easily, you see that the samples are sent on time. Okay. Even for D-dimer, you have to see that the sample is collected in the sodium citrate tubes. Tourniquet application should not be more than 1 or 2 minutes, and the samples should be delivered at an ambient temperature of 15 to 22 degrees. Okay. And tubes have to be kept in upright position. That is being followed, no issues. So these are the various vacuum cleaner types. I am not going to the details. So you have to ensure that you are using the right tube, the right order, right amount. If the quantity of the blood to the ratio of the anticoagulant is not followed, again abnormal values are likely to be released. Okay. So proper vacutainer use ensures accurate test results, patient safety and reliable diagnosis. So this is the order of draw. First you have to collect for the blood culture, followed by the sodium citrate, then your serum, followed by heparin, EDTA, and last the glucose, glycolytic inhibitor. And this is most important. Sir has been telling about communication. So communication is very, very important. So whenever you have any issue with regard to any reports, directly contact the residents first. If you are not able to get a solution or satisfactory answer from the reply from the residents, contact the faculty who are on call. If from there also you are not satisfied, call the HOD. You are free to contact the faculty and the residents of the department any time of the day. Okay? Don't waste your time unnecessary having a discussion with the technical staff and having some unpleasant experiences, and then we start blaming each other. Okay? Directly contact the residents. I would suggest that you have a WhatsApp group with the residents of the laboratory, so that any doubts, you have the number with you, you can call them. Any critical alert, we are not able to find the patient was admitted in the EMD, then is transferred. Many times this happens. So the resident from the lab, they can directly contact the resident in the clinical departments. That is another way by which we can ensure fast communication of the critical alerts. So have this communication both ways between the laboratory residents and the clinical departments. Okay, have a one-to-one communication, and please feel free to discuss with the department faculty and the heads in case of any doubt you are having, any discrepancy between the patient's clinical condition and the reports. Okay, so this is from my side. So the take-home message: sample collection and transport are the key areas. Proper communication, patient preparation, specimen collection and sample handling are critical for patient care. Critical alerts, remember, they are not values, they are a life of a patient. They are going to save lives if you intervene on time. Timely reporting of critical alerts enables prompt medical intervention, improves patient outcomes and enhances patient safety. Okay. Thank you very much for this patient hearing. I have made it very brief. We have the quick reference guide which you can refer. Thank you.
So I'll be discussing in brief regarding the Department of Radiology, what are the activities which we do for the clinical patient care. So radiology is not only the diagnostic department, it is also therapeutic role also it is having. Not only we do the investigations, we do the biopsies as well as drainage procedures and some interventional procedures where we treat the patients. So regarding our department, we have 5 professors and 2 assistant professors and 7 SRs and 7 junior residents per year. So 20 together, 21 residents are there in our department. So this is all the faculty and residents which we have taken in the last year. So services available in our department. We have 2 X-ray units, static units. One is located in the main radiology SVIMS block. Another one is located in the Padmavati Hospital cellar block. And we have 4 bedside X-ray units. 2 are located this area, like Padmavati block here, OP block. And another 2 are located in the SPMC block. And ultrasound and Dopplers, we have only 6 units. One is in the cath lab and one is in the Padmavati cellar block, and other 4, one is in the OP, Padmavati OP here downstairs, and 3 units are there in the department. So Dopplers also will be done with them only. And we have 2 mammography units. One is located in the SVIMS block and other is in the ultrasound block. One is CR and the other one is digital radiography unit. So we have two CT scans. One is located in the main block, SVIMS main block, that is under public-private partnership, and another one is in the Padmavati Hospital cellular block, which is actually owned by the radiotherapy department. For time being, we are utilizing, and one more unit was there in the SVIMS block that is at present not working. We have at present one functioning MRI unit in the SVIMS block, and one more unit is installed in the Padmavati Hospital cellular region only, and maybe it will be start functioning from the June onwards. And we are also doing ultrasound guided and CT guided procedures in the SVIMS block. Ultrasound guided procedures and CT guided procedures are being done in the Padmavati cellular block. And vascular interventions are done in the cath lab here in the OP block, in the cardiology cath lab. So in the pink bus which goes for the cancer screening camps, we have 2 mammography units. So coming to the diagnostic services which are available in our department, radiography will be done from head to toe, and for neurosurgery especially whole spine screening radiograph also will be taking for the scoliosis correction patients. And special investigations available are barium studies, IVU, RGU, MCU, HSD, and sinogram, fistulogram, xylograms, all those things are done in the department. And mammography is done both as a screening test as well as diagnostic mammogram. Ultrasonography, it includes again from the abdomen is the main this thing, then antenatal scans, small parts like thyroid, testis, orbit, salivary glands and MSK, nerves, tendons, joints, all those things we are doing. And for the Doppler, carotid Doppler, upper and lower limb arterial venous Dopplers, renal Dopplers, as well as fistula evaluation, pre and post evaluation for the arteriovenous fistulas by the urology or this department. So CT scan will be done for the whole body as well as special investigations like multiphasic studies for the abdomen, liver pathology or pancreatic pathologies. Specifically we will be doing CT cystograms also we are doing, and fistulograms, angiograms, and MRI also similarly whole body we will be doing with the MRI also. And special tests like spectroscopy, perfusion, and whenever they are planning for the neurosurgery surgical treatments, tractography also will be done, and whole body diffusion as an alternative to PET for follow-up scans of lymphoma we can do whole body diffusion also. And we are doing pre-antenatal scans for the pregnant patients every Sunday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. So coming to the interventional procedures which we are doing, it is ultrasound, CT or fluoroscopy guided procedures, drainage procedures such as percutaneous nephrostomy or biliary drainage or PCD of intra-abdominal abscesses we are doing, and biopsy either CT or ultrasound guided lesions like neck lymph nodes or lung masses, mediastinal lesions or any other tumors we are doing biopsy, and ultrasound guided venous thrombolysis, especially for AV fistula patients, they will be developing thrombosis. For those things we are doing the thrombolysis. And for the metastatic liver disease or primary HCC, we can do the RF ablations also. And cath lab procedures like for the stroke you can do with mechanical thrombectomy and arterial and venous angioplasties for the periphery as well as the carotid, stenting also. Coiling of aneurysms and AVMs are also being done in our department. The chemoembolization of metastatic liver tumors also, TACE and CT guided and celiac and sacral plexus nerve blocks and ablations, especially for patients with CA pancreas or prostatic malignancies. These procedures are very useful. So coming to the appointment procedure, for conventional radiography, no need for any appointment. But for special investigation, we need to take an appointment as some studies require fasting or we need the creatinine creatinine values. So we have to take 1 day prior appointment for doing these procedures. For the plain CTs, again there is no need for any appointment. Straight away patient can walk in and get it done. But for contrast studies, again appointment is needed, as fasting and creatinine value are needed for doing this test. And MRI, all OP and IP, elective IP cases are done with appointment, because every case takes time and we can do only certain number of cases per day. So we are giving the appointments for the MRI. But when it is an emergency case, we can do it immediately without any appointment. Once you can speak to the concerned resident or faculty and you can get it done MRI. For ultrasound and CT guided procedures, again appointment is needed, as we need coagulation profile, viral markers and plan for the procedure. So we need to take appointment for the USG and CT guided procedures. Similarly, for the vascular interventions also, these are done on appointment only. So coming to the preparation and precautions to be taken for radiological investigations. So again from my side, request is you please provide relevant clinical history and details pre-op or any, if surgery is done already prior, and please provide pre-op films also for comparisons. So that is from your side you have to do, residents, clinical residents. And for general radiography, of whom whenever we are sending a request or referring a patient for general radiography, if woman is in their reproductive age, you have to ensure that it is LMP period is, if she is not pregnant. So you have to take the LMP and refer those cases for the radiography. So preferably from the up to 10th day of the cycle you can do. For the woman, when you are taking the pelvis or radiographs. Then for the barium swallow, meal follow through, 6 hours fasting is needed. And for barium enema, preparation is needed. Again, not only the fasting, you have to give prior low residue date for 2 days and soap and water enema on the day of the procedure. So urological investigations like MCU and RGU, preparation of the local area is needed. It should be done in the ward side, and we can educate when patient comes for the appointment, and viral markers are to be done. For IVU, again it is serum creatinine should be done, and it should be not below below 1.3, and fasting is required for 6 hours. Myelography, admission is needed on the day of the procedure, because once you do lumbar puncture, patient needs to be kept in the supine position or in the resting position bed. So we need admission on the day of the procedure. We have to check the coagulation profile and viral markers. And HSD also, it has to be done between the 4th and 10th day of the cycle, 28-day menstrual cycle. So we need to ask the LMP and menstrual history of the patient. Xylography, lupography and T-tube cholangiography. For these things, there is no need or no special instructions needed for these cases. Ultrasonography of the abdomen, again fasting for 6 hours. Ultrasound pelvis, full bladder is needed, and for small parts there is no preparation is needed. And for the Doppler studies, especially if it is abdominal studies like renal Doppler or portal venous study, we need to have the fasting status. Patient should be sent in the fasting status. For image guided interventions, again same thing, coagulation profile, viral markers to be done, and admission is needed for on the day of the procedure. Contrast studies of CT, MRI, including angiographies, again serum creatinine to be done, and fasting is needed for the CT contrast study. MRI, there is no need for the fasting. So again, whenever we are sending the patient for MRI, we should ensure that patient is not having any aneurysmal clips or pacemakers, insulin pumps or metallic bone implants, because all these are absolute contraindication. We ourselves also will be checking before keeping the patient, but you also, clinician also should be knowing that, and they should mention in our request. So moving to the dispatch of radiology reports. So usually the report will be, provisional report will be prepared by the junior residents, and then one of the senior resident or faculty will be verifying and confirming the findings, and we will be putting the report in the hospital information system. So films are usually dispatched immediately after the scan to the patients, but reports will be dispatched in 24 hours, within 24 hours of the scan. Mammography also similarly. Provisional report will be prepared by the junior resident, and faculty or staff will be confirming. Whenever we need, we are doing the sonography, sonomammo also. Same thing. So whenever we undispatched films are there, usually they are stored for 2 to 3 years. And medical legal films are also we are storing in the Department of Radiology. And for our Arogyashree patients, we are not dispatching the films, we are giving only the reports. And the films will be stored in the LTRVS cell. The emergency imaging services, 24 hours the scans are being done for the required patients. CT and MRI both will be running 24 hours, even the X-ray also. Ultrasound till 4 p.m. Regular cases will be done, and after 4 p.m. emergency services, emergency cases will be done. And one radiology consultant will be on call, and in-house one senior resident and 2 junior residents will be on duty. Whenever there are critical alerts, we are intimating to the clinician and doing accordingly. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Myself, Dr. Rohit Gupta from Emergency Department. I am Assistant Professor in Emergency Department. Okay. So I will give you an idea. So how many have you come to emergency after joining here? Like routinely there will be consultations. So you have come and you have seen the patients. So anyone has not attended emergency department here? Not seen after joining. Okay. So I will give you a brief idea like how will be once we enter the emergency. So there will be triage, and then you will see the inside the ward there will be red zone, green zone, and yellow zone, and resuscitation area and black zone. Okay. And what triage system will you use for segregation of the patients? How will you use the resources based on this triaging system? So there will be accident, the patient will come to hospital, or some other medical emergency or surgical emergency, the patient will come to the emergency department. Okay. So will be available 24 hours. Okay. So when our department has started is 2014. Okay. After my MBBS, I have joined in 2013 here. That time there was no emergency department. So one CMO will be there in each shift. I have like depending on my shift, I used to come in morning, afternoon, night. So myself, CMO, used to manage the like nearly 20 cases will be there, 10 beds, some 10 trolleys. So 20 will manage. So other departments will come and help us. Okay. So we have to put the ventilator, we have to put NAV. Those times it was not so fast like to do resuscitation that time. Once the patient comes, we'll put oxygen, and the respective consultant will come, and then they will see whether has to start NAV or not, whether to intubate. They will be going the procedure. The procedure will go like that. Okay. And the trained CMOs who are there, they will do intubation and they will keep on the ventilator. But some things will be missing. Okay. So once the triaging system what we are using here is 2 triaging systems. One is emergency severity index. So there are 5 gradings in this. Okay. 1 to 5. Okay. Next slide we will see that emergency severity index. Okay. And there is one more triaging system is Canadian triage and acuity scale guidelines. This is based on how much early we have to attend. If a patient is in level 1, we have to attend immediately. In level 2, we have to attend the patient within 15 minutes. And 3, 4, 5 will be like more than 30 minutes. Third level is like within 30 minutes. 4 level within 60 minutes. And level 5 within 120 minutes. So we have to attend the patient. And the most common one which we are using at present in emergency department is emergency severity index. So the first question is, the patient is dying, then he will be in level 1. So if he is dying, then he will be in level 1. And if the question to that is no, if he is dying means no, then he will go to level 2, 3, 4, 5. But in level 2, if patient can't be wait for more time, then it is level 2. Unstable vitals or need to do timely intervention. Suppose patient came with unresponsive state, then immediately he is in level 1. But he is conscious, but you need to get an emergency surgery in correct time, then you will be in level 2. And level 3, 4, 5 depends upon the resources. So you will use no resources means level 5, 1 resource means level 2. You will use 2 or more than 2 resources means level 3. Suppose I came to emergency, you have seen me and given tablets, I went to home, level 5. You will do some blood investigations, ECG, means 2 resources you have used. You have sent for blood investigations, ECG, and then level 3. If only you have done ECG and then you have sent me to home, level 4. Okay. So, like how to reassess in trial. So the patient vitals will situation will change. It's a dynamic situation. It will change from time to time. So we are in level 1, need continuing monitoring. Level 2, monitoring every 15 minutes, and 3 is every 16 minutes. 1 hour we will do. Then we will see the vitals according to that. So this is the emergency severity index, which will follow. On the left side, it shows the thing which I have discussed in the previous slide. What is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 levels. And on the right side, it shows what is meant by resources. Okay. So this is our triage. Once you enter, ambulance will come on the ramp. Then the patient will get down from the ambulance. You will see the triage. There, the triage nurse will be there, and doctor will be there. They will see, and then they will decide whether it has to be in red or green, yellow. Okay. Means level 1, level 2 will be mostly the red people, and level 3 will be yellow, and green will be level 2, level 4 and level 5 people. Okay. So then once the patient moves in, they will go to the respective zones. This is disaster number, but now it changed to 5/8. Instead of 86388, it is 5/8. Okay, directly we will get connection to emergency without any exchange. Okay. So, like you are shifting all the ventilator patients, we are keeping all the ventilator patients in those 10 beds which we have. On the left side we have 7 beds, on the right side we have 3 beds, and we have 8 ventilators with us. Okay, there is a resuscitation and trauma by insect, which we have 2 beds. There, two trolleys we have. Okay, but we can accommodate in a bad situation where there are no beds in wards and ICU. We can accommodate 2 more trolleys there. Okay. So when it's like unexpected, unplanned, unannounced situation where there will be injury and then leads to damage, deformity, which further leads to the death of the patient. The main is right treatment in right time at right place with using the resources correctly, and then we'll get a speed recovery. And like sympathy should be there, and we have to apply our resources. So this is our trauma bay with 2 trolleys. Okay. This is the trauma bay, which is there inside, completely inside the ward. So it shows the boards where we have to update the patient status. Okay. But in like a very overcrowding situation, 2 more trolleys we can accommodate inside. We have 4 oxygen ports inside. So this is the public addressing system which we have, through which we will communicate with the attendants. So every day the board will be updated about the bed status, which patient is in which board, we will which bed we will update on the board. Okay, like one coordination, like emergency department is like teamwork. Okay, so together everyone will achieve more. Full form of team. Okay, so if the team is there, then the outcome will be good. Okay, so the one problem what we'll regularly face is the patient will be frustrated in the emergency because he has to give history to every doctor every time. So when you are speaking with the attenders, the only thing is we have to be in polite. Okay, because if at the starting of the shift will be energetic, at the end of the shift the energy will drain. So if he is not giving answer properly, we will shout. So if that happens means there will be some unnecessary situations will happen. So only thing is whoever will come and take the history or speak to the attenders, only thing is you have to talk politely. That is the only thing which will help the emergency the ward, which will help the emergency ward. And whenever you see the patient, you take the history, then the communication should be to the floor in charge. Okay, the floor. So who is seeing the those patients, that doctor you have to communicate, that will be helpful. So the closed loop communication, what madam already said in biochemistry slides, that should be there. Okay. Only thing is politely speak to them. And when the crowd is there and they are frightened, so frightened situation is there, don't use mobiles. Okay. Now we are using the care expert, we are filling everything in the mobiles, but most of the, we have 4 systems there inside and one more system is there outside. Computer, four systems are there. So you can use all the systems and you can fill that. So like the problem is what we are getting is when we are filling through the mobile, they are thinking that we are seeing the mobile and we are not taking care of them. Only thing is we have to communicate with them. Okay. But most of the times the systems will be available for all the like residents who are there and you can use that. Okay. Inside also we have one more system in the trauma way. Outside we have 4 systems. One more is in the trials. Total 7 systems are there for you, and you can use those. Okay.
I'm Dr. Hari Prasad from Department of Forensic Medicine. I'm assistant professor. So I'm going to revise a few important basic things which you read in MBBS. So it will be useful for you in your 3 years of your residency. So there are 2 things which are related to the law-medicine relationship. First is forensic medicine, but then the second is medical jurisprudence. So what is the forensic medicine is, if some illegal things happen and those people come to the medical profession, when you are dealing that one, all the things will be dealt with this forensic medicines. Next thing, this is important. What happens is, if you do something wrong in your duties or something related to the treatment of patients, then there are certain laws are there which will guard you. So that comes under medical jurisprudence. So you have to go through all your forensic books again. So I'm not going to tell in detail. The forensic pathology is actually this is the autopsies and all the procedures to find the cause of death. So I'm just making a revision of indexes from your forensic textbooks. This is medical jurisprudence. So you have to go through all these things. And forensic pathology will deal with teratology, postmortem examinations, and viral asphyxia death. So clinical forensic medicine. Actually, few clinical forensic medicine units are there established in many medical colleges in India. They are in the pilot study actually. This is a forensic toxicity. It is a very vast. Daily new kinds of toxicology compounds are coming up. New kinds of symptoms and signs are coming up. So it is a vast subject. So now the most important topics I'm dealing with them is the definitions of medical legal services. These are the topics. So the teratology is diagnostic study. Systematic death and clinical death is cessation of the organisms. That's all. Irreversible cessation of the organisms. Cellular or molecular death. The cellular level death will happen. It may occur before the somatic death or after somatic death. Why this is very important? Because these 2 organ transplantations, there should not be any molecular or cellular death. Immediately after the somatic death, molecules won't die. That is one of the reasons why we have a luxury of organ transplantations. So this is all about somatic death. A person who cannot survive upon withdrawal of artificial maintenance is dead. So complete cessation, irreversible cessation of the organisms. So that's moment of death. Death is process, not actually it is a things. And you ECG findings are also you can see this agonal ECG, new finding came. Actually now, previously liver was failed, death is occurred, kidney was failed, death is occurred, but now transplantations are there. And now cardiorespiratory arrest, they are telling death is occurred, but again transplantations are there. Now they finally come to brain death, but recently they had transplantation also. We don't know, right now the definition of death is brain death is the definition, but in 2025 we are, in 2015 we don't know the definition of death. They will change because Neuralink and all these experiments are going on. Even they replace the brainstem data also, and the definitions are going to change with time to time. So now, right now we are dealing with the brain death. So I'm not going in discuss of all this is criteria. We all have to go through these things in your textbooks. So this is criteria of brain death in any textbook, any standard textbooks. If you come across all these things, coma is reversible and reversible, and cerebral and brainstem functions. How do you evaluate this? These standard textbooks it will be there. And supplementary criteria like flat ECG, 30 milligrams, 100% oxygen, all these things, standard protocols. So this is a brainstem reflexes, downside reflex and everything. Downside reflex is missing here, but these are the brain minimum basic things you should test the procedures before you declare the brainstem. So diagnosis of brainstem is two doctors who perform these tests finds the negative results. The patient is pronounced death and the death certificate can be issued. This is very important because many times the doctors are not able to perform the brainstem death, the declared death, just before the graveyard, the patient again become awake. These are the true incidences that happen. So investigative state is brainstem is functioning, only a small part, the whole part of the brain can be reversible. If a small part is there, it can be revoked back, but whole part of the brain means lifelong disability. So organ transplantation, this is the most common organs. I'm not telling about the bone or tissue or any other tissues. It's the most common organ transplantation right now. Again, this can be electrical devices or natural devices, natural organisms. And recently they had transplantation also occurred. So for all these things, different time format will be there. So viable period will be different from kidneys, heart, liver and lungs after the somatic death. So autopsy is just to find out the cause of death. So it must be complete. Partial autopsies are almost crime actually. So there is a clinical autopsy and forensic autopsy. In India we are not dealing with the clinical autopsy. Clinical autopsy means there is no legal things included in it just to find out the cause of death. We are not dealing with clinical autopsy in India. If you go to the abroad, you can do the clinical autopsy. And forensic autopsy is the only thing we are dealing in India. So this is all difference between clinical. So autopsy, there is no studies can prove that it is much more superior. It is only in the trial and error process, that is autopsy, that is virtually you do the autopsy with 3D and CT scans. We don't have any reliable studies indicating that they are much reliable. And psychological autopsies, we are not dealing with India, only in abroad. A doctor can perform the inquest. So in India we are not able to perform the inquest. So this is also not valid in India, only in abroad it is valid. So during your course, during your treatment or anything, if you found the death is suspicious, always inform to the police. The police will start an inquiry, inquest, and he will give a requisition to the doctor, appropriate doctor, who can do the post-mortem findings. Every time the post-mortem report won't conclude the cause of death. Sometimes we can also offer meticulous autopsies. We can also find the cause of death, that is called as a negative and obscure autopsy. You can write down the negative and obscure autopsies. Cause cannot be found also. There is no criteria that every time we should write definitely cause of death. So this is types of cases and authorizing officers. So which case, who is the authorizing officer? So these are all things that are studied in your MBBS. So medical legal services, maintenance of patient case records. Initially there is a criteria of inpatient 3 years, inpatient 5 years, and outpatient 3 years, medical legal cases lifelong. But nowadays everything is digitalized. It's always better to maintain your records in digitalized for lifetime. Because any case, even a normal case can become a medical legal case after 10 years. So there is a high possibility you have to retrieve your old records. So always, even the international hospitals nowadays, they are digitalizing all the case records and they are keeping for lifetime. So this accident register is there in your casualty. So there is a difference between wound certificate and injury certificate in India. Wound certificate is not equal to injury certificate. Injury is always related to something legal. So you can't use wound certificate and injury certificate synonymous terms in India, but if you go to the abroad, in Europe you can use synonymous terms, but in India you can't use them. So go through there, whichever country you go there, check the legal terms, legal definitions of wound and injury, and take appropriate precautions. Drug and certificates, most important thing is you should be very thorough with the nervous system, and always recheck the drunken person next day, because if any hidden pathology of nervous system there, it will mask drunkenness. So sickness and fitness, all the routine forms and all routines. So this is other examination, victim activities, routine things, skeletal remains. So mortuary is not autopsy theatre, mortuary is just storage of dead bodies. So it will mostly have in the control of superintendent. So this is autopsy theatre where the autopsy will happen. So this is an injury report actually, standard injuries. Always types of injuries, nomenclature should be standard definitions. Never write your own terminologies. You should reflect the standard. Operations means operation. You should not never write deformity or something. Size, always put a scale and take a picture. Situation, always make a landmark. So for example, if injury is here, take 2 centimeters, 7 centimeters from the wrist joint or 6 centimeters, because 2 years after the case will come to the court, sometimes they will change the person itself. Always make sure the identification marks and landmarks are proper. So type of weapon, most common mistake is never write wooden dog or iron stick. Always write terminologies, blunt weapon, sharp weapon. That's all. So nature, it is a simple injury, a previous injury, there in textbooks. The duration, always make sure brackets with respect to healthy persons. That is one of the reasons why general examination is very important in casualty. If any comorbidities are there, the duration will obviously delay it. So most important thing, if a nerve injury you have to write in an injury report means previous records and nerve conduction studies should be there. So this is every doctor will go through this medical certificate of cause. ICD means International Classification of Diseases. So whatever the names you include right here, that should be there in the ICD classification. Because whatever the nomenclature you write there, the computer will convert them into the codes and that will go to WH for data. Old data, it will go there. For example, if I say, and it should be written in a chronological order. That means a person with femoral fracture, then got a fat embolism, then got pulmonary embolism, then got cardiorespiratory arrest. So immediate cause of the cardiorespiratory arrest followed by pulmonary embolism, antecedent cause of fat embolism, next followed by femoral fracture. This is chronological order. Never ever forget this. This is very important one. Unless you fill this one, you can't write the death report. So every doctor will come across through this phase. And you can see manner of death, natural, accidental, homicidal, pending investigation means if you don't know the cause of death, you can send for an autopsy. If it is legally, if you don't know the cause of death, always send for the autopsy. But anything it may be there. So this is death report. So you can see the 12th one actually named the disease and actual cause of death. 13th one is there. So unless you have written medical cause of death, you can't fill these death reports. If you don't fill the death reports, you won't get the death certificate. So if you send the autopsy, the postmortem report will give you the death report. So thank you.
Regarding the Department of Pathology, we have the routine branches apart from that collection center. The branches include the clinical pathology, histopathology, hematology and cytopathology. Collection center, we are controlling the collection center. It is located in 3 places. That is the OPD block below the auditorium. The other one is in the SVIMS PG Hospital OPD block. And the third one is in the SVIMS clinic for the TTD employees. And usually the in charge of the collection center will be the concerned faculty in that posting. And all the samples for all the investigative departments, that is pathology, biochemistry, microbiology, endocrinology, and even for the blood bank, the samples will be collected, OPD samples, and they will be sent to the concerned departments. And the time of collection is from 7 AM to 6 PM in the main OPD center, that is the SVIMS OPD collection center. Rest of the centers, they close by 4 o'clock in the evening. And the last Sunday of every month, where usually the cardiology the programs will be there. There the collection center will be present on those Sundays, that is between 7 AM and 12 noon. And usually by the end of 24 hours you can see the reports in the HIMS. You can collect the report on the HIMS after 24 hours. Clinical pathology, it is located in the old block, that is room number 19, and in charge will be faculty on rotation basis. All the samples like body fluids, that is CSF fluids, synovial fluid, urine, and even semen analysis will be done in clinical pathology. And time is 24 hours. We will be collecting. We will receive the samples. both IP as well as OPD and even outside investigations also will be done. But seminal analysis, it will be done between 9 to 12 and samples will be collected during that time only. Similarly, the reports will be updated in the HIMS after 24 hours after the collection of the sample. Hematology, similarly to clinical pathology, it is also located in room number 19 and the faculty on rotation basis will be in charge. So blood samples will be collected for various coagulation studies, hemograms, CBCs, QBC, purple smear, etc. And even bone marrow aspiration will be done, and that will be done in the afternoon between 2 to 4 p.m. And the scheduled reports will be displayed after 24 hours, whereas the bone marrow aspiration report will be available after 48 hours. Cytopathology also, it is located in the old block, that is room number 19. Faculty will be on rotation, whoever is on rotation will be in charge. Here all types of cytopathology investigations like the finite aspiration cytology, fluid cytology, pap smears, LVCs, squash cytology and even cell block preparations will be done. And FNACs will be done in the department between 11 and 1:30 p.m. And the samples they will be received till 5 p.m. right from morning 8 a.m. onwards. And the reports will be displayed in the HIMS within 24 hours after the procedure. And the squash report will be available within 15 to 20 minutes, maximum of 30 minutes. Histopathology, reception is in the old block, that is room number 19, but the main grossing, staining, all the rest of the things are done in the medical college, and the faculty in charge will be on rotation basis. Usually we will receive all the biopsy specimens which include small biopsies and the large, which include various excision specimens, J resection, etc., colectomy, etc., all those specimens. And they will be received in 10% neutral buffered formalin. And regarding the immunofluorescence for skin biopsies and renal biopsies, they should be set in normal saline or Michael's solution. And receiving time is between 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and that is mostly on the weekdays, and on Sunday it will be between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. And the reports for small biopsies, they will be available by 3 days without IHC report. And similarly, large biopsies, they will be reported by 5 days. If it is bone, it will take 10 days. And with the IHC report, 3 more days will be added. So frozen section also, it will be done in the old block, that is room number 19. And the report will be issued, available on HIMS by 20 to 30 minutes. Renal biopsy with immunofluorescence also will be available in our department. Apart from that, bone marrow biopsy, and we perform IHC. We have various panels, and the total number of markers right now we have is 127. And this immunohistochemistry, apart from histopathology, cytology, and hematology, we are having EQUAS programs with the AIMS, Tata Memorial Hospital, Cancer Grid, Bombay, and histopathology Bangalore-based private lab, that's Newberg's lab, and cytology with IAS, Indian Association of Cytology. So critical values, will release the report within 2 hours after receiving the sample. So we have some 18 parameters. Hemoglobin, if it is below 5 grams per deciliter, or if it is greater than 20 grams per deciliter, will be intimated within 2 hours. Similarly, platelet count, if it is 10,000 or 10 lakhs, and the total TLC below 2,000 or greater than 20,000 per microliter. Urine in the form of ketone bodies or myoglobin, if it is reported, it will be intimated within 2 hours. CSF cell count greater than 100 cells, or even cryptococcus in CSF. In the case of heme parasites like malarial parasite, filaria, they will be reported immediately. And if it is leukemia, especially AML M3, which presents with coagulopathy, that will be reported immediately within 2 hours after receiving the specimen. And especially if it's biopsy, angioinvasive fungi are present, they will be reported immediately. Frozen section, as I already told you, it will be reported within 30 minutes. Renal biopsy, if it shows RPGN changes like cellular cretins or TMA, they will be reported immediately. Similarly, renal transplant, if done and sent to our department for this thing, rejection. If it's acute rejection, we will report immediately within 2 hours. And PT-INR, if it's 4 or greater than 4, it will be intimated within 2 hours. Similarly, other fluids, peritoneal fluid and peritoneal dialysis, if the total count is greater than 100 cells, it will be reported. AAC also, if it is more than 16 100 cells per cubic millimeter. Similarly, urine microscopy for red cell class. And so this is our department. This is room number 19, and this is the tissue processor we have received 2 years back. This is a fully automated tissue processor, vacuum assisted tissue processor. This is the fully automated IHC we have. This is a Roche and FDA approved IHC, automated IHC. We do 127 markers with this, and this is the semi-automatic microtome, and this is the frozen cryostat we have, and this is the cytocentrifuge for cytology specimens, and this is the 5-part hematology analyzer MinRay, and the fully automated Sysmex urine analyzer. Like I don't think any of the government organizations in Andhra or even Telangana, including MIMS, do have fully automated urine analyzer. And this is the reporting room for cytology, and this is the inside of hematology and clinical pathology. This is the centrifuge, and this is the QBC. Here it will be reported. And this is the PG room. Thank you.
I congratulate all the postgraduates for choosing Sri Venkateswara Institute of Medical Science for pursuing their postgraduate course. This is a unique hospital, or you say teaching hospital, where you get the chances in the same 3 years of post-graduation to look into the different perspective of both broad specialty and super specialty. This is unique of this hospital in entire Andhra Pradesh. So once again I congratulate all of you for choosing my hospital, Sri Venkateswara Institute of Medical Science. The Department of Anesthesiology is such a department which has footprint in entire hospital in all the block spread over these 3 areas. One is this building, one is your Padmavati Medical Hospital, what you see in the other part of this area, and the old SVIMS block. The footprint of anesthesia department will be everywhere, starting from the PET scan room to the interventional radiology, starting from the laboratory services like pathology to the surgical theatre in the Padmavati block. I will be talking about how you should behave once you come to the operation theatre, which is the main area where the anesthesiologist provides the service, apart from 2 other areas that is providing the critical care service in a 12-bedded respiratory intensive care unit, and also the anesthesia department is fully involved in cardiopulmonary resuscitation, training of in-house doctors and staff in cardiopulmonary resuscitation at the skill lab, and also taking a part or becoming a major part in transporting the critical ill patients from one area of the hospital to the other area of the hospital with full safety gears. Coming to the operation theatre service, we have both major and minor OT. Of course, in a super specialty hospital like this, all the OTs were constructed as a major OT. However, some OT we take up the minor cases sometime. One such minor OT you will find in the emergency medicine department, where probably majority of the cases which are not of critically or complexity is not there. Minor procedure will be carried out with local anesthesia. We have specialized operation theatre to carry out super specialty surgical theatres like neurosurgery, cardiothoracic surgery, surgical gastroenterology and urology, and surgical oncology. Emergency operation theatre per se is not a designated emergency operation theatre, but we have kept one emergency operation theatre which is also functioning as a septic operation theatre in the ground floor of the Padmavati Medical College and Hospital. If you come to the OT, you should know about the 3 different zones, or you can say that 4 different zones all the operation theatre are designed. One is a protective zone you can see with a green line somewhere, you know that up to the green line it is the protecting zone, or we say it is the clean zone. Usually the attenders and the patients and even you with your normal attire, you are allowed to move in this area, but the movement is still restricted in this area. Beyond that area, you will see another yellow color line. That is what we call as a semi-sterile zone. It is the zone which connects the clear zone to the sterile zone, which starts from the red line onward. In the clean zone or the semi-sterile zone, it's usually it allows people who are working in the operation theatre or the attached recovery room. And the sterile zone is strictly restricted to people who are working only in the operation theatre. These three areas are very clearly visible. The fourth area, what we say, the disposal area, is not visible unless you look into this. This fourth area or the disposal area is somewhere outside. That means all the waste material from the operation theatre, they come out through a single corridor. That is what is called as the waste corridor to the outside of the hospital for disposing those things. We have 13 modular operation theatre. 3 modular operation theatre is in this block that belongs to surgical gastroenterology. We have 10 modular operation theatre in the Padmavati Medical College and Hospital. The operation theatre is named as the Sushrita Operation Theatre. There we will have 2 operation theatre complexes. One is Aparajita OT complex, one is Alimali OT complex. Each OT complex will have 5 modular operation theatre. And usually in the Alimali OT complex, we will having the broad specialty and the urology, whereas in the Aparajita OT complex, we house the cardiothoracic surgery unit and the neurosurgery unit. Apart from this, we have 3 non-modular operation theatre. 2 belongs to obstetric gynecology and 1, as I said, a emergency cum septic operation theatre. And a minor OT is housed at emergency medicine department. The OT protocol starts something like this. In case you want to be a visitor in the operation theatre because some of your near relatives is getting operated or in the recovery room attached, or you are being posted during your residency program to look into the requirement and the need of the operation theatre, then probably you should follow certain discipline. Jewelry, including your wristwatch, books, laptop, all those things are not allowed inside the operation theatre. If you have long hair, you should properly tuck it inside the scrub cap. Mobile should be in the vibration mode. We don't allow the mobile to be ringing because the operation theatre environment is a very serious environment. We don't want any sort of disturbance because of your fancy ringtones. And to avoid humiliation, you need to wear your own ID badge because sometimes the OT attire looks same for a OT boy, a OT doctor, a OT assistant and the technical person. Somebody will talk to you in an irrelevant manner which you are not supposed to do. You have come as a visitor. To avoid all those things, please wear your badge. Nowadays scrubs are coming with your own name. Keep right doctor there so that you will be given due respect when you are there in the operation theatre. If you don't belong to the regular group of operation theatre staff, regular group of operation theatre staff, they are known by everybody. If you are not a regular person, then please wear your badge before entering into the operation theatre. You may be posted for 7 days or 15 days. If you don't wear the badge, probably the operation theatre person will be not able to know who are you. They may ask you to stay outside the operation theatre to avoid the operation theatre congestion. It's always a good practice to have your own scrub, have your own separate pair of shoe and the shoe cover. This is just to protect your body from any infectious spillage material that you may see in the operation theatre. So it's usually, we advise you to come with your own scrub, own pair of chappal, which should be used only inside the operation theatre complex, and use a shoe cover also to protect yourself. In operation theatre discipline, it is also included that in case you are not intending to enter into the operation theatre, but you just want to see the recovery room which are attached to the operation theatre, this is also comes under a semi-sterile zone. There also you should take the gown which will be hanging outside the recovery room. You should take on that gown. This is not only to protect you but also to protect the patients who are critically ill inside those recovery rooms, because many a time the recovery rooms are being used also as a intensive care unit. So put on your gown, put on your mask and cape, and maintain proper hand hygiene before entering into operation theatre or even into the recovery room. To go for washing your hand, you will see two areas in the operation theatre. In one area they will be mentioning it's a scrub area, and the other area is required will be written as a instrument washing area. Both will look the same unless you look at the board and the 6 steps of washing. So you should enter into the scrub area, not to the instrument washing area. That is a separate zone. So you should enter into the scrub area and follow the principle. Already the picture will be pasted above your scrub area. Follow those principles to wash your hand before entering into the recovery room or to the operation theatre. Look at these things also when you go into the operation theatre. Sometimes you may be useful if there is a disaster that happens in the operation theatre. One is you will see some flashing lights outside the operation theatre. They will be looking red and green. If it is a green, then that is a good. These actually indicate the pressure in the pipeline, oxygen, nitrous oxide, vacuum, all those things. The most important is the oxygen pipeline pressures. And never try to switch off these things thinking that there is wastage of energy, nobody is here, why they are just put it on. Don't switch off those things, those alarm boards, because the pressure in the pipeline goes down, it will give an alarm, and you can also help by saying that the pressure is not optimal. That will help the operation theatre personnel to rectify the things. You should know about the race and pass. Fire hazards do occur in the operation theatre, and in those cases we need to go for a both vertical and horizontal transfer, and we should try to extinguish the fire. So know about the race and pass while entering into the operation theatre. Whenever you are going into a recovery room, look at these signs in front of super specialty operation theatre. Before entering into the recovery room, remember that some of the patients might have gone a very complicated procedures, very much critically ill, and they may be nursed inside this recovery room in a highly sterile environment. So wait for a minute, wash your hand, put on gowns, take permission whether it's the right time to visit the patient, unless you are assigned the treatment protocol for the patients. If you just want to visit the patient because he is somewhere your near and dear person's relatives and you want to know about the patient, so follow these protocols before visiting the recovery room area. Inside the operation theatre or in the operation theatre complex, always follow the code for biomedical waste segregations. Usually, if you are working inside the operation theatre, be careful about when trying to dispose the sharp instrument into the wide mouth disposal bin. And if you have any doubt, don't assume the things, just go through the pasted poster where it was clearly mentioned what you are supposed to dispose in which color disposal bin. These two pictures represent the usual operation theatre at morning 8:30 to 9 in our hospital. Everybody is assigned with a task and they will be doing their task so that the entire OTDS goes smooth. Nobody will be having additional time to discuss, and nobody want to get disturbed while they are doing this highly focused task. So when you are inside the operation theatre as an observer, always respect the sterile field. That means don't make unnecessary movement around the sterile tray or the sterile zone. You have a sterile zone inside that, it's the operation theatre, most sterile area. There you will have the operation theatre instrument, scrubs and all those things in a sterile tray. Don't unnecessarily keep moving in those areas. Maintain good hand hygiene. Again I am repeating this thing because this is the only things from time immemorial has been found to be very effective against any sort of bacterial infection. Never cross over the sterile zone. Don't try to go through the sterile zone into one end of the patient to the other end of the patient. Always take the other route where the sterile trays are not there. If you find there is any break in the sterility, that means you find that somebody is touching in a bare hand or accidental even also to the sterile tray, report it immediately to the concerned people so that the entire things can be changed, because that minor help from your side, it will help prove a big help to the patients in the entire course of the hospital stay. No photography or videography. You may find sometime how a heart inside the thoracic cavity beats. You want to take a photograph to upload in your Facebook or in the social media. You may also be a pulsating brain inside the cranium, how it looks. You will have those privileges, unlike the other hospital where they don't see this thing, superficial exposure. You may be tempted to do it, but don't do these things and without taking permission, unless it's for your academic purpose, and for that also you need to obtain the permission while doing any sort of videography or photography. And definitely no unwanted talk. Suppose a resident from Manas University meet a resident from the surgeons, surgery side, they don't have any work, the surgeons are operating, they are giving anesthesia. Don't keep on talking your other hostel matter or what you have seen the movie last night inside the operation theatre. Maintain utmost discipline and silence in the operation theatre. A clear and respectful communication is always desired in any place, and more so in the operation theatre. Everybody is a professional inside the operation theatre. They know what they are doing and how perfectly they can do it. So whenever you communicate or you want to say that something which you feel is going in a wrong way, be polite while communicating the things, that you need to learn how to say or correct something which you feel that it is at the best interest of the patient. No casual talk or distraction during the surgery. Follow the chain of command, and in the operation theatre, always try to be proactive whenever there is an emergency, like suddenly resuscitation is required. Nobody will tell you something. People are already aligned for the task in the operation theatre. It's a highly controlled environment. But in case you are there, you feel somewhere you can help, then don't wait. Just try to help in a proactive way. And take due care of all the equipment. The equipment may be thinking, you may not be knowing or may not be able to guess also. Some instruments are in the course. And a minor scratch or minor vibration, suppose you hold it very tightly or just make a vibration, a small chip will damage that cost almost around 3 to 5 lakh to get replaced, because the chip will come from Germany or from the Australia or from Switzerland. And moreover that the instrument will remain non-functional for almost 30 to 45 days. So it is a big loss to the hospital if a equipment is damaged, not in terms of finance, but also in the term of patient care. Finance still hospital will meet, but the patient care will be stopped for almost 30 to 45 days if a particular instrument inside the operation theatre get damaged. So it's a huge loss to the patient care, huge loss to the hospital. So always give due diligence, handle properly all the costly equipment when you are inside the operation theatre. This is a usual picture of a operation theatre. You see the number of persons, each is assigned with a task, and here everybody takes their place. Like the nursing scrub will be there near the sterile tray, the anesthetist will be there in the head end, surgeon will be by the patient's side, and different people will be in the operation theatre assistant, they will be near the leg end. So just respect the space of these professionals. Don't encroach onto their space, because it will hamper their activity to make the entire operation theatre work smooth. So respect the space of the other professionals who are directly aligned with the patient care for that particular operation theatre day. Maintain case confidentiality. This is one of the problems usually seen in the hospitals. You see suddenly the blood pressure is down 80/60 or the heart rate is down, everybody is tense, you come outside, somehow you know the patient relative, you tell there is some problem which is going inside the operation theatre. Don't do that. This is ethically wrong, legally wrong, everywhere it is wrong. The people who are in charge of the patients, they have their responsibility, they have an ethical responsibility to talk to the patient relative. If something unwanted is happening to the patients, you are not a part of delivering those talks. You should maintain complete confidentiality of the cases what you are observing in this super specialty or board specialty operation surgical theatre. And at the end, mutual respect in communication is almost always desired inside the operation theatre environment. Thank you. I welcome all to the operation theatre with a clear mind and with the mutual respect and with the OT attires.
Thank you. Now I request the HOD microbiology to make his presentation.
Good afternoon. The clinical microbiology laboratory is working 24/7, providing clinical laboratory, carrying services to emergency and regular diagnostic workup. So this laboratory has internal quality control system in place, which is run on daily basis. The results of the QC are validated and accepted following the patient sample person. This is the routine in the lab. What we will do is, in the morning first we will do the QC. The QC is post, then we will run the patient samples. So these are the services provided in the microbiology department. So various sections: microscopy and cultural sensitivity for bacterial and fungal and serology and molecular diagnostics. These are different sections what we are carrying out the various types of tests. In the microscopy, we are doing gram stain, FB staining, Albert's, calcofluoride staining, saline mount, iodine preparation for the stool samples, hanging drop, India preparation, KOH preparation. These are some of the important tests carried out in the microscopy section. In the culture and sensitivity, mostly the blood culture. In this blood culture, we are having different methods like conventional methods and also the automated bacterial alert system, and we are having fully automated VITEC 2 system for reporting AST. And also now we are going to introduce the new system for this month, multi-top, for identification of the species after getting the culture report. So this instrument is fully automated and is recently very advanced instrument. This will yesterday a species within 5 minutes. If when the culture is grown from the plate, culture plate, we can identify the species within 5 minutes. So that mostly we are getting to install in 1 or 2 months. And in the bacterial culture, we are doing all types of cultures from the different samples like respiratory samples, CSF, body fluids, and the various aspirates and inhaling devices, and pus aspirates, and throat swab, tissue samples, urine, stool sample. So all we are doing all the same types of samples we are receiving for culture. And in the we are doing the mycobacterium also, cultures of various samples for mycobacterium tuberculosis and also for NTM. So by using solid media and also the automated system, bacterial. So most of the labs they are not doing the NTM. So we also service available here for detection of the NTM also. So mycobacterium tuberculosis along with the non-tuberculous mycobacterium. And fungal, we are doing all samples we receive for the fungal culture, and also we are doing the fungal sensitivity also we are doing. In the serology section, we are having all serological parameters like ASO, CRP, rheumatoid factor, BDRL, TPHA, and viral test for salmonella calcitonin, and streptotyphus, leptospira, rhodopsin, C3C4, protein C and S, anti-CCP, and also dsDNA, ANA, ACL, ANP, APCA, and neural antibodies. Whatever most of the parameters what is required for patient care, we are doing all the tests available in the microbiology department. And in the molecular diagnostics, we are doing gene expert and also TB PCR we are doing, and also all the viral. I will explain next slide. So in the virology section, these are the free ministries available under this state level. We are having the state level VRDL lab. So in this, these are the different tests available and the free of cost. So these all the kits are provided by the this ICMR. So the list of investigations we are doing free of cost. The other list for we are doing the free of cost. So mostly all the parameters, all the viral we are doing free of cost. And some we are doing on the payment mode. There are some investigations paid investigations available in the clinical virology department. And coming to the critical values, in the event of observing any abnormal results, we will inform the concerned department regarding the critical value, so that precious time can be saved and which will lead to better outcome of the patient care. So whenever we come across any critical report, So immediately we will inform the concerned department, the residents, the faculty. So immediately we are informing by the by doing a phone calls. Like CSF, any bacteria grown or fungi or parasites from the CSF sample, or blood culture, any gram-negative bacillus. So whenever we get the positive signal in the blood culture, immediately we will inform to the concerned department faculty. And all sterile body fluids, any positive growth is there, or serum chlorcalcitonin, or Corynebacterium diphtherium, any throat samples, even suspected samples you are receiving immediately, but when you get any positive report, immediately you report the concerned department. This is the some rejection criteria for the samples. When you are sending the samples, please do some eye on that before sending the samples. So name mismatch, IP open number mismatch, mismatch of the nature of the specimen, and mismatch the source of the specimen. There are some criteria we will reject the samples if you find anything like this. And the specimen in improper container, quantity is not sufficient, any leakage specimen, and delayed transport, specimen in fixated like formalin. So usually microbiology samples should not be sent in formalin. So without formalin should be the ideal sample for the microbiology. And the specimen dried up and not appropriate for a particular test. These are some of the rejection criteria for receiving the samples in the department. And turnaround time is we have standard turnaround time for each test. So all the samples for culture except blood and fungal will be reported between 40 to 72 hours. So all using samples of body fluids, everything usually will report within 48, but some samples may require up to 72 hours. So using samples in case of sterile will be reported in 24 hours, and if bacterial growth is present, it will be reported in 48 to 72 hours. And blood culture samples will be reported as early as possible because we are having the automated system. So depending on the positive indication, immediately you may get, whenever you get the alarm, you can indicate the concerned department. Otherwise, if it is negative, we can report up to 7 days. So we have to keep the sample in the incubation for 7 days. Then we will release the negative report. And all the rapid tests usually we report within 2 to 4 hours from the receiving the samples to the department, like gram stain, KOH, stool for overseas, and other serological rapid tests. So this is the mostly we will report within 2 hours. If otherwise it will be some delay, means it will be not more than the 4 hours. Special test will be reported as per the frequency of testing. So which is according to the tag table. To department we are displaying the tag table. So some tests we are not doing daily. So depending on the we will do weekly once or weekly twice. Some tests may be done 2 weeks once, like that. So some special tests, this is for the special test. Turnaround time will be monitored by a technician in charge of the concerned section, supervised by the concerned in charge of faculty. Continuous monitoring of the turnaround time will be done by the faculty, and if there is any deviation, immediate correction, action, corrective action and prevention action will be initiated, it will be documented if there is anything going wrong. And also we are having the EQUAS program for our lab. So we are having this EQUAS collaboration with the CMC Vellore. So, and as part of internal quality assurance program, so we are doing some internal departments like transfusion medicine. Also we are having some internal quality control checkup. It is every monthly we are doing with the other departments also. So this is the various sections and various tests going on in the department. Thank you.
I request Dr. Aparna Madam, Registrar of the University.
So I'm here before you as the registrar and just give you basic information about our university. So you are well aware that ours is a autonomous university, and apart from the broad specialty PGs, postgraduate courses for the 15 departments who have gathered here, we have super specialty PG courses for the 10 departments, and we have total 32 seats for the super specialty departments, and the university runs around 73 academic programs. So it's a big university. So students, do you have any idea what is the student population in a campus? We are approximately 2,500. Okay, so we have a medical college, SVIMS Sri Padmavati Medical College for Women, We have the College of Nursing, which offers the BSc Nursing as well as the postgraduate courses in nursing. We have College of Physiotherapy with the undergraduate program as well as the postgraduate program. We have the College of Allied Health Sciences with the various technical courses, paramedical, anesthesia technology, dialysis technology, etc. And then we have MSc Biotechnology and Bioinformatics, which have the core subjects in the research component, and a lot of departments collaborate with these departments for the research work. So apart from this, there are other small courses. So overall 73 academic programs are being run by our university. So we have a huge academic background, and main purpose of my discussing in front of you is to tell you a little bit about the NMC component that you have to adhere to. So in the previous, I think last month we met once and we reinforced the importance of doing the biometry every day. I hope everybody is aware of that and following it. So the main purpose is to adhere to the NMC regulation is number one. And number two, if we fail to do so, we are likely to lose our recognition. And if we lose our recognition, our courses will be of no value. So each day it is our duty and responsibility to first do our biometric and then go for our individual duties. Okay, so first that followed by going to your respective wards and OTs, etc., labs. Okay, so we have already created a group, and I think that system is working fine. I think we should thank our Deputy Registrar Sir who has come up with that plan, and we are doing it successfully now. Okay, so you please remind yourself every day that biometry is very important, not just for the institutes but also for yourself also. Okay, and next, maintain your attendance. This is there. Even the departments, if you are supposed to sign in the registers, sign it as per the recommendation of your head of the departments, because some HODs might say that no, you have to sign, the physical copy only will be taken care of. Based on that only your attendance is going to be sent to the academic section. Okay, so you are supposed to have 80% attendance as per the NMC requirements, whether it is 6 months, 1 year, it keeps on changing. So we have to be keep updated ourselves based on the NMC requirements and adhere to those regulations. And those who want to proceed on maternity leave, loss of pay, special casual leaves, it is mandatory that you apply well in advance, because the procedure takes time, the approvals take time, because it has to follow a certain procedure in the office. So minimum 15 days prior to proceeding on maternity leave, loss of pay or special casual leave, you have to submit your application in the prescribed format, duly forwarded by your head of the department. So without forwarding through your head of the department, applications will not be processed. Okay, so this you have to keep in mind. So not just maternity leave, even paternity leave also is there. So you have to forward your applications through appropriate channels duly signed by the head of the departments. And other rules and regulations, I think it is mentioned in your residence manual, and you can always check the institute website for updates. Okay, if there are any changes, you should regularly see the website if there are any modifications, and accordingly comply with those requirements and standards. Okay, that's all from my side. Thank you very much, and request everyone once again to adhere to the NMC biometric attendance. Thank you. Any problems you are facing again? I think things are moving smooth. You want to give any feedback? No more problems being faced? Very good. Thank you.
Do you know where the residence manual is uploaded, which has been relevant to you, which I want to tell you? The one is academic, so where you will have relevant documentation. The first one shows courses set. The list of courses which have been offered by the university. So these are the courses. Here I have down. So these are the courses in brief I want to tell you, which are available in the home page in the academic section. Then go to next. Our IEC certificate is uploaded in the website itself. You can go to next second. So IEC instructions are also been uploaded in the website. You can go through. It's self-explanatory. Academic second bit. Anything can IEC to find next. IEC SOP is here. Open it. On time list. Next one. So IEC SOP procedures are there. Then you will have the manual logbook which is here, and now it's going to be shortly become e-logbook. Then CME's meetings which have been conducted. Next click. That is all. So monthly academic calendar will be here. 2025 you can see what are all the programs which have been already logged. When is the mortality meeting? When is the death review? That all will be there fixed in the calendar. That you can go through. Then PG and student application forms. So most of your requirements can be filled through this form. Open this. So you have been kept the forms here for your facility. Need not to be written handwritten because it's not legible and it will take time also. So most of the forms are here available. Whenever you are attending a conference, you have to fill this form. But some instructions will also be there when to fill and when to submit them. Then go back. Then comes to annual magazine and report. So every year annual report is uploaded in the website. Now the last report is there up to 2024. From January to December it is there. Entire data of the institution including pictures, about 450 pages, annual report is there uploaded. You can go through about the institution, about various departments, activities. Whenever you find time, you can go through this book. So nowadays we are not Nowadays we are not making physical print because of the electronic resources are widely nowadays acceptable. Annual report open. So like that you have every year annual report. So the postgraduates who comes from outside the institution will also be recorded. The training which you are going outside, what are the awards you have been receiving, that's also recorded. So this document will be permanently stored in the website. Now the 2024 report you can go through sometime. You will see entire information about the institution department wise as well as overall performance. Next. Babu, you can talk later. You focus here because we can't spend time for you every day. So resident manual. So in the last you have the resident manual. The latest version has been uploaded. Whenever you want, you can download and then go through. Everything has been mentioned here, and the physical copy will not be served to you. You go through it. Then go to NMC. So the institutional information with regard to NMC data will be provided here about college information as well as faculty details. Frequently the faculty details are also uploaded along with the photographs and designation department wise. This also can see who are all the faculty available in the various departments. Just open the. So like that from anesthesia A to Z, all the department faculty will be uploaded, and this will be upgraded once in a month or once in a bi-monthly. Okay, just close. Close. So that comes to the PG approach, come to last page. So the courses which are approved by the NMC will also be readily documentation will be available. So all courses with respect to when the course was started, when the courses were started, for example, anesthesia started with 2 seats in 2008 and now it has come to 9 seats from 21 onwards. So like that the documentation is also made ready. So you can also verify whether you have been joined in a course which is having the recognized or permitted seats in the institution. Whether other institutes will provide or not, I don't know, but we keep this data time to time readily available and upgraded periodically. So this is all I want to tell you from academic section. Next comes to the stores. About the drugs which are available in various places will be informed from Assistant Director Stores. Now I request the IHPT, Immunohematology Blood Transfusion Senior Faculty to present about the blood bank services.
Good afternoon all. I am Dr. Ravi, Assistant Professor in the Department of Transfusion Medicine. proud to be a postgraduate of SVIMS and faculty of the same department where I have studied my post-graduation. Simply, I will give an overview of Department of Transfusion Medicine. Through this session, we can understand the workflow of blood transfusion services, how to collect, request and transfuse blood safely and carefully, know how to handle transfusion reactions, promote safe and rational use of blood components. The services we offer are pre and post donation counseling, right from pre-donation counseling of the blood donors till transfusion. We do have apheresis procedures, advanced apheresis technology where many parts of the Andhra and Telangana premier institutes doesn't have. We do therapeutic phlebotomy, blood component preparation and storage. We have an advanced immunohematology laboratory where we have fully automated immunohematology technology. We screen for transfusion transmitted diseases not only with ELISA and immunochromatography. We do have nuclear amplification technology, which is pride of Department of Transfusion Medicine, and we do coagulation test using thromboelastogram. It is a real-time analyzer for coagulation analysis, and we do teaching training of UG, PG and allied health sciences. The components available in our department are whole human blood, packed red cells, fresh frozen plasma, platelet concentrate and cryoprecipitate. As I said, we have advanced apheresis procedures like platelet apheresis, plasma apheresis and leukapheresis. We do screen for antibody, all the antibodies and our advanced immunohematology setup has got advanced auto blood grouping typing, direct antiglobulin and indirect antiglobulin test, antibody screening and identification for the number of 82 antibodies, and testing of secretory status, workup of adverse transfusion reactions and thromboelastography. Now I will simply brush up when and how to send a blood request. First of all, plan the transfusion, prioritize the transfusion whether it is elective or emergency, prioritize elective ones and segregate with the other emergency ones. The prioritization is just to avoid last minute rush or to hamper the transfusion for emergency ones, and each and every cross match form should be signed by a eligible clinician with seal and registration number, and each cross match request must contain all patient details, the details of the components required, indication if any, and the urgency whether it is elective or emergency. This is the sample cross match request which has to be filled up by the resident or not by the nurse over there in the ward. And what sample is needed for cross match? Actually 2 ml of EDTA and 3 ml of plain sample is needed. It should be labeled legibly with name, UHID number, age, gender, ward, date and time of collection, and you should positively identify the patient before collecting the sample. Please avoid collecting hemolyzed or clotted samples and ensure informed consent is taken both for transfusion and collection of blood sample. And the issue of blood starts with a authorized personnel where only a staff nurse should be sent for the receiving of blood unit, and this is the example of issue slip where it contains patient name, UHID, ward or OT, each blood component or blood component required, blood group, name of the requesting person, date, time and time of receiver. Each and every point in the issue slip bears an importance when reporting to hemovigilance or when transfusion reaction occurs, and each unit issued should be transfused within 30 minutes of issuance, and it should not be stored in domestic refrigerator present at the ward side. And when to transfuse, whole blood or packed cells transfusion should be started within 30 minutes of issuance, and it should be completed within 4 hours. Platelets, transfusion of platelets should be started as early as possible, and it should be completed within 30 minutes of issuance. And fresh frozen plasma should also be started as early as possible, and it should be completed within 6 hours. All the plasma units should be transfused within the 6 hours, and the cryoprecipitate also should be started as early as possible, and the transfusion of cryoprecipitate should be completed within 15 minutes. Before transfusion, ensure this checklist is completed. Please confirm the patient identity. Check the blood unit details, whether it is matched with the issue slip which has been written by the technician of transfusion medicine. Maintain strict aseptic conditions, and remember to start very slowly. Monitor vitals for every 15 minutes after the starting of transfusion. This is the transfusion reaction form, where the first part of the slip will be retained by the blood transfusion center. The second part will be given to the ward, and the third part will be filled up with by the clinician or a surgeon after completion of transfusion, and all the events related to transfusion should be documented in the third part of the form. And this is the turnaround time. There is specifically there are different turnaround times for elective and emergency ones. So prioritize each and every transfusion, whether it is elective or emergency, based on the turnaround time, so that the lag or waste of time can be shortened or decreased. For cross matching, if it is emergency, if you have only 15 minutes left for transfusion, go for group specific, and if you have time up to half an hour, go for saline cross match, and if you have ample time, you can go for Coombs cross match. And the point to remember is thromboelastography should for thromboelastography test, the sample should be sent in situated sample, and every sample should be sent within 15 minutes of collection of blood, and it should be mandatorily practiced, as if the time passes 15 minutes by, we will reject the sample. What to do during a reaction? If you encounter any transfusion reaction, stop transfusion immediately and maintain IV access using normal saline. Inform blood center and send post-transfusion sample and the bag for further transfusion reaction workup. And before transfusion, ensure you fill all the parts of the consent form with both patient and next akin to the patient. In special circumstances where the patient is not in the situation to fill up the consent form, get special consent form. And remember that the blood unit once issued cannot be taken back. The timings of blood donation center is like from Monday to Saturday, it is from 8 am to 5 pm for elective cases, and the lunch break is between 1 to 2 pm. For emergency, blood donation is encouraged at any time, provided the donor is fit for blood donation. And we accept only blood donation only from voluntary and family voluntary donors. And here are some FAQs. Many of the clinicians have doubts that whether O positive can be transfused as an alternative. Yes, as a department of transfusion medicine, we do suggest alternatives for any sort of transfusion requirement, and you can blindly rely or blindly follow us for transfusion requirement, because for every transfusion there is an alternative which can be followed by the clinicians. And many of the clinicians have doubts that how long blood can be stored. For each component there is specific storage time, like for papytraces it is 35 to 42 days, for fresh plasma it is 1 year, for cryoprecipitate it is 1 year, and for platelets it is 5 days. And repeat cross match is necessary. Yes, repeat cross match is necessary. Once cross matched, the validity is only for 72 hours, and after 72 hours each unit should be cross-matched again. And the contact number, the extension of blood bank is 2249. It is situated in the second floor of Padmavati building, SVIMS PG campus. And the contact person, sir, Dr. K.V. Sridhar Babu, sir, Professor and Head, Dr. Suresh Babu, Associate Professor, and me, Dr. Ravi, Assistant Professor, and the residents of Transfusion Medicine. And thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Department of Nuclear Medicine, a very less known branch during our undergraduation. Usually we know very less about nuclear medicine during our undergraduation. Here, Department of Nuclear Medicine was established in 1993 with the motto of atomic energy in service of mankind. Basically, what is nuclear medicine? It is a medical specialty that involves application of artificially produced radioisotopes in diagnosis and treatment of disease. So, nuclear medicine involves both diagnostic part and therapeutic part. It is a functional imaging modality where radiology inside out by recording of radiation of signals emitted out from the body. And in case of therapeutic part, we use radionuclides which are artificially prepared and are administered into body orally or intravenously to target the affected tissue using properties of alpha and beta particles. Here, all of us know the imaging modalities. Currently we are using CT, ultrasound, MRI. These are all radiological imaging tests. When it comes to nuclear medicine, we use SPECT CT, PET CT and gamma camera, which is a molecular based imaging. So here the main thing is the patient is being injected with a radionuclide which emits alpha, beta, gamma rays. Mostly we are using gamma rays for the purpose of imaging. Gamma rays are being evaluated from while the unstable atomic nuclei under decay, and these are captured by using a photomultipliers and are being imaged. We use gamma camera and PET CT, calling as radionuclide scintigraphy and PET CT molecular imaging. So, diagnostic tests which are majorly the test of body function, therapeutic procedures in which radionuclide is used for direct treatment of diseases. We use radionuclide therapy for both benign and malignant diseases. Benign disease in case of the hyperthyroidism and arthritis. Malignancy we use in case of thyroid cancer, suprarenal gland tumors and hepatocellular carcinomas. Targeted therapy can be used in these cases. So, what are the organs that are being imaged during nuclear medicine includes all organs. Brain to assess for brain death, tumor appraisals, in salivary glands to assess for Sjogren's syndrome, heart and blood flow functions, particularly in diagnosis of pulmonary thromboembolism, we can use ventilation perfusion scan, liver spleen scintigraphy, gallium tumor abscess, bones to assess tumors, abscess, metabolic diseases in case of trauma, and renal functions and thyroid functions we can assess. So in nuclear medicine we use two imaging modalities, that is gamma camera and PET CT. Here we need an instruments of plain gamma camera and SPECT CT and PET instruments. Currently we are provided with dual head single photon gamma emission chromography in our department, PET CT, radioisotope dose calibrator, cardiac stress lab for nuclear cardiac scintigraphy, radiation monitoring and contamination monitoring equipment. So here nuclear medicine, actually CT and MRI, we pass the radiation through the patient to imaging, whereas in case of nuclear medicine, patient is the source of radiation because we inject the patient with radioisotopes and during decay of the unstable atomic nuclei, radiation signals are being emitted. So patient is the source of imaging. So we place the patient in the gamma camera and we have an imaging modality using this thing. So currently we are provided with both radionuclide scintigraphy, PET CT and radionuclide therapy in our department of SVIMS. We image thyroid, parathyroid, bone, renal, cardiac, brain, hepatobiliary tract, lymphatics, lung perfusion are being performed regularly using 9 nm technetium per technique radio-labeled radiopharmaceuticals and PET CT using F18 FDG and F18 sodium chloride scan. I am mentioning these two radioisotopes because PET CT can perform with multiple radionuclides using gallium scintigraphy, gallium dotated. Currently we don't have supply of gallium, so I am mentioning these two in particular. Radionuclide therapy for benign thyroid disease, pain palliation therapy, thyroid cancer and neuroendocrine tumor therapy. And the location of that facility, you can find the nuclear medicine next to the Department of Radiology in the SVIMS block. And for taking appointment, we need to represent at the department of reception because the patient needs, we need to evaluate the supply of radiopharmaceutical and certain drugs need to be stopped for the patient before undergoing some investigations. Like when thyroid scintigraphy we are performing, we may ask the patients to stop anti-thyroid drugs from 3 to 5 days. So we ask the patient to represent at the Department of Nuclear Medicine so that they can give a better instructions. For information, we can be contacted over reception using 234, particularly in case of emergencies, like we do perform emergency procedures based on the availability of radiopharmaceutical like ventilation perfusion scan for evaluation of pulmonary thromboembolism, GI bleeding, testicular scintigraphy for evaluation of torsion scintigraphy, and some cases when there is a renal donor, we do perform it on emergency basis to evaluate the function of kidney. And patient need a referral or requisition slip from the treating doctor mentioning the need for scintigraphy. Appointments are given after initial counseling, understanding of the details of patient like the diabetic status and availability of nuclear medicine. Some radiotracer may not be available all the days. So we ask the patient, depending upon the availability of the nuclear medicine, we schedule the patient for scan. And some patients may need to stop drugs. For PET-CT patient may need to stop metformin for 2 days. So we, for better instructions and better quality of the scan, we ask the patient to represent at the department. For OP patient, a payment receipt may be necessary for appointment confirmation. At the time of appointment, test-related precautions are being provided to the patient orally and written form. Patient need to report on the scan on the day of test as per the scheduled time and date because radionuclide may not be available all the day. So they should be available at the prescribed time. Nuclear scan, most of the nuclear scan reports are being reported the same day, but some scans where we need to take delayed scans, like once the radiotracer pharmaceutical is injected, we may take patients for 2 hours, 4 hours scan, 12 hours scan, 24 hours scan. So technically, turnaround time we mention it as next day on the PET-CT for 3rd days, but most of the reports are being issued the same day. Reports will be available on HIMS, but we instruct the patients to collect the report from department reception so that they can take images at the same time. Patients are being provided with the images, so we ask the patients to come and collect images and report at the same time from the Department of Nuclear Medicine. And self-patient, as per the policy, Pranadhanam and NTR Trust patients may not be provided with the images. In that case, you can take the report from the HMS system, and if the doctors or consultant doctors want to review the report to assess for anything, they can come and see the images at console directly. Self-paid patient will be provided with representative paper image and soft copy of PET-CT data in CD form. And here are the few images that are being projected for your knowledge. These are the 9mm technician perfusion scintigraphy image where during perfusion image is being taken. And this is thyroid scintigraphy image. Initial image is like, initial image was during perfusion phase, and delayed image is obtained at 20 ml something. This is a case of patient in which patient is being sent for evaluation of hyperthyroidism. You can observe the thyroid gland can be clearly visible, and there is enlarged thyroid gland with increased radiotracer uptake, which is a confirmation of the patient might be having a Graves' disease. And this is an image showing the renal scintigraphy image, which is assessed for renal assessment of renal function and GFR estimation. Here, renal scintigraphy we can evaluate perfusion, function, and at the same time drainage of collecting system also. And this is 9mm technician bone scintigraphy image. Here, this is a perfusion image which was anterior and posterior sweep images which was taken immediately after the injection. And for bone scan, it may take 3 to 4 hours for the radionuclide to localize. So the second image was taken after 4 hours. You can see increased radiotracer uptake in this rib area, and then in the posteriorly in the lumbar spine. And that is the radionuclide concentration is more after 3 to 4 hours. It is some pathology, it indicates some pathology. Most of the time, it may be due to fracture or tumors. Depending upon the indication of the patient, we may confirm this. SPECT-CT localizes the disease more particularly. This is the SPECT 3D image where we can see the sagittal and lateral view of the radiopharmaceutical being localized at the location. This is the fused SPECT-CT and SPECT images where this is the radionuclides gamma camera images in 2D form, and they have obtained the SPECT-CT in 3D form, and CT and SPECT-CT were fused. We can see the localization of radiotracer in the L5 spine, and there is a compression fracture we can notice. This is a cardiac perfusion scintigraphy image where we can assess cavity and then also the abnormality and the decreased perfusion of the myocardium in case of disease. This is CT and PET CT fused images. PET CT was invention of it is the invention of millennium, as documented by Times magazine. It was PET CT introduced in 2018. Department of Nuclear Medicine SVIMS PET CT was operated in 2010, and since then we are working with PET CT department. Thank you.
My name is Murali Krishna. I am Medical Record Officer, and I welcome you to this institution where the institution with spirituality and holiness. So let me come to the basic medical records department structure and the functionality of the medical records department, where the medical record department here is being established right from 1993 from inception till date. So we have 32 years of experience in the medical records department, where all OP records and IP records will be stored manually in our godowns. So there is no retention policy, and the current running number is 14,40,000. So you can see 14,40,000 patients who have visited here apart from the repeat patients, and we have given each and every one a unique hospital identification system, and each patient's data would be stored here manually till 2023, and from 2023 April to 2025 March to 15th, the whole patient's data would be stored in the electronic media. So medical records department related to outpatient services, inpatient services, credits, insurance services, medical reimbursement, certificates related to patient care benefits, Sri Balaji Arogya Varaprasadani billing schemes, Pranadana scheme, BRAN, Arogya Bhadrata and group study. So these outpatient services, usually there is in any hospital you may see there is only one counter where we have a registration counter. Here in our hospital we have four counters which is exclusively there is one Padmavati OPD block and SVIMS block, and Sri Padmavati Medical College Hospital OPD, SVIMS clinic serving only TDD employees, SVPC and SVIMS students and staff. If you have been joined as a student, you will be given one UHID number and one junior resident number will be given, and your pair name would be treated as a free type. So you can get the free medicines and free investigations, and you can get the available medical facilities in the SVIMS clinic, which has been located near CFR building. So you can have separate consultation. And for dialysis patients, there is nephrology, nephroplace is there, and for all emergency patients in the EMED counter, it is runs on OPD timings for 7 AM to 11 AM. You can see there is 4 departments, 4 blocks is there. Padmavati OPD block, that is here in this building, and the SPMC, that is located in the south west of the hospital, and emergency block and SVIMS clinic. My extreme downwards is SVIMS clinic. This is SVIMS clinic where you have to come for a consultation for your future program. This is general what the facilities what we have in general clinics are cardiology, community medicine, CT surgery, medical gastroenterology, medicine, nephrology, neurology, neurosurgery, plastic surgery, pre-cancer checkup, surgical gastroenterology, and urology. All these clinical departments OPD runs here in this block. So with the days also and the room numbers also, it has been located here. The unit timing is 7 AM to 11 AM. For general clinics like dental, dermatology, endocrinology, ENT, general surgery, medical oncology, medicine, obstetrics and gynecology, ophthalmology, pediatrics, psychiatry, radiation oncology, rheumatology, surgical oncology and TBRD. All these specialties would be running in the Padmavati hospital, which is located there. So special clinics are there: mastocytic, breast clinic, juvenile diabetic clinic, pediatric endocrinology clinic, which runs in different modules. Now the evening special clinics, there is cardiology, CT surgery, general surgery, medicine, nephrology, obstetrics and gynecology, pediatrics and psychiatry. We have an evening special clinic. We charge 500 rupees for them, which is located here in this block. So these are Sunday camps. In this institution, exclusively, we have 3-4 separate clinics which runs free Sunday clinics. Endocrinology on second Sunday, they treat all the diabetic patients with free medicines. And epilepsy camp, all epileptic patients on third Sunday will give free medicines and free investigations. And hypertension, prosthetic valve cleaning, last Sunday will be given free investigations and free medicine, which are run by the Department of Cardiology. Other services like dietary and physiotherapy and obesity clinics available here. Services not available: family medicine, orthopedics, which orthopedics treated in the burn. So this is the OPD block that we have been here. This is the ground view from the ground floor. Actually, you should know, because usually you will be in the OPD, posted in the OPD, or some your relatives are coming and your friends are coming, and you should know what is the flow of the OPD. So you can see first from the left side the help desk is there. From the help desk counter, they have the new patient has to come to there are different types of categories. One is white ration card, that is below poverty line patients. They should go to the counter number 2, and from there they have to go to counter record gate. For payment portion, they have to go to counter number 10, and they have to go to the record gate. And for credits, all credits like EHS, Employees Health Scheme, they have to go to counter number 9 and record gate. For all revisit patients, they can offer no queue services, and they won't utilize the no queue services. They can go to queue line, and from the queue line they have to go to respective consultation rooms. From the consultation rooms, you have to use that EMR module, and you have to give all the instructions in the EMR in the template given to you in a prescribed pro forma. So then you are not supposed to write anything in the OP card, unlike in the general hospitals what you have been practiced earlier. Now you have everything you have to type inside the system itself. So our alumni 3-4 are here, they have been worked as internists here, they know the system what works here, but 99% of you doesn't know what is here. So you have to be practice of the typing skills also here, because the patients will be waiting there in front of you. You have to type everything in the system, and you have to take a printout. If you are not able to take the printout, our record guides will help you giving the e-prescriptions, and from there they will go to billing counter, and from there they will be exit. If any patient needs admission, they can go to counter number 4, and from there they will go to wards. Here we see the module, different colors of OP cards. This pink card is for the TTD employees, SVIMS employees, and SVIMS staff dependent, and for students also. For you also, this type of color card will be given for you. And this yellow card is for the below poverty line patient, WRC and EHS patients. This white card is for the special clinic who have been paid 500 rupees. This blue card, light blue, is for mobile cancer screening card would be given in the pink person. So this is the SPMC Women's Hospital, where it is located south west of the hospital. So here also we have the same module that is been located here, same help desk, new registration, repeat registration, and same e-prescription module, OPD billing. So everything would be same as ditto as we are working here. But you have to know which counter facilitates which services to the patients, and I request you to just go through the hospital once before going to the OPD. So this is the registration counters, the paying case, counter number 10 in SVIMS, counter number 4 in Padmavati. For TDD SVBC SVIMS hospital, it is counter number 1 and 3 for the SVIMS patients. And for below poverty line, in the SVIMS hospital, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 1, 2, 3 is for Padmavati hospital. And EHS is counter number 9, and in Padmavati it is counter number 3. So it is been very new for you you came from government sector. This is the new procedure what you have, it is no queue. This no queue services which has been given for the repeat patients, where they can pre-book the appointment dates by typing the number 9248080250 with the keywords and like cardiology, CARD. So the test is no queue, med, for medicine they want a token, no queue space med space TTT56, that is the hospital number that UHIM, they can type. Then step 1, step 2, they can get the token, verify your token number, Kendram at so and so, they can go there directly. This is the message what you get, and you can tell the repeat patients also to utilize this no queue to avoid standing long lines in the hospital. And this we can give the token verification in the record guides and which patient got which token. Also, apart from the OPD services, you can have ECG, TMT, Holter, Echo, in room number 12, 13 and 14, ultrasound X-ray in room number 20, urofluorometry in room number 38, BMD in room number 43, dot center in room number 44, ICTC in main lobby, dietetics in room number 46, medical social work in room number 47, and public relations department in room number 48. All these services help the patients in apart from the consultation services. This is inpatient service for elective paying patients, admissions directly in counter number 3. Paying advance and they can go to counter number 4. RFC admissions in counter number 32 for emergency patients in the EMED desk. For credit services like TTD 7 to 11, the SVIMS clinic would be running Arogya Bhadrata, and for the Balaji Adagwara Prasana SVIM, the bill clearance is the counter number 2. So this is the patient services apart from the regular consultations. We have reimbursement assistance cell, medical legal desk, that is consumer court cases, medical board, post-mortem, right information act, wound certificate cell, sociological data correction of the patient's death cell, emergency for scrutiny and genuine certificate cell, Arogya Bhadrata scheme cell, Balaji Adagwara Prasana scheme cell, income tax form 10(1)D cell, medical certificates for sickness and the fitness benefits also, for railway concession certificates, Pranadana scheme, RTR. All these services would be provided from the medical records department, apart from the regular OPD and regular admissions. Please try to understand, you have to travel parallel with the medical records department for these 2 or 3 years been working here. For every step of your life, for every step of your training, you have to travel with the medical records. So here we will get all the services from medical records department, and we have been awarded as NI-based standards of another hospitals in the NI-based standards. In the 5th edition standards, outpatient medical record, the OP case sheet should have proper date, time, author name, seal with the designation number is mandatory. Prescription should be legible, generic name in capitals, not to mention OP, OD, BD and DAD. It has been in the manual form, it has been there. Now everything is computerized and everything is electronic medical record. We have to type every medicine in the data storage in the EMR. Everyone is having the separate templates, and the doctor will have their own choice to feed and save their own modules of medications. This is admission counter, everything is electronically devised, and you can see my left part of the thing, this is admission order. So you have to write the patient's name, patient hospital number, patient date of admission, the category which the patient will win, and please I request you all of you just sign definitely on the admission order, and we will get a face sheet like this printout on which patient got admitted in which ward, and everything would be date and time of the admission, date and time of the registration, everything would be automatically generated. So this is the passes would be given to the patient, the stay pass and diet pass. The stay pass, the patient, one attender can be stayed with the patient, and the diet pass, the patient attender has to come in the diet time only. And as per the NIP standards number 5 edition, inpatient medical record, every and each every document should have a UHID, hospital number, name of the patient. Many of the records, you don't write the hospital number, name of the patient, that may lead to the mismatch of the data. The doctor initial assessment form is mandated to the record history, vital signs, drug allergies, provisional diagnosis, investigation chart, plan of care, eligibility and resident signature with seal and countersign by the consultant within 24 hours. This initial assessment form now it is available in the EMR, and you have to type the draft of the initial assessment, and it should be confirmed by the consultant, and every allergies, provisional diagnosis is mandatory. If you don't type the mandatory diagnosis and mandatory fields in the EMR won't save, and it leads to a lot of breach of the data. So in consultation, record reasons of referrals, immediate, urgent, priority and routine. In doctor's daily report, progress notes daily documented in the date of admission, including vitals also. All these things will be explained in detail by you when you will be coming for the NI-based standards workshop, and will be taught how to maintain the medical records in the proper way. This is the MLC case sheet. While this in the casualty, you can find the MS register, and the patient is coming in the emergency, you will write a number on the MLC number on the top of the case sheet. This is 283/2025, and this is the pilgrim what we have putting a seal. All the pilgrim, let me know, it is the institution run by Tirupati Devasthanams, where all the TTD employees will be coming here for the free of cost, and the pilgrims should be coming for the free of cost. All the pilgrims who got injured on the gutter, in the gutters in Tirumala, they will be getting free of cost treatment. So I request you to treat the pilgrims without any delay in when you are in the posting of the casualty. Don't check about the financial benefits of the patient, and if you feel that he is a pilgrim, please directly admit the patient under the pilgrim category, and our staff would be posted in the MRD would be helping you. So last but not the least, this is a group study era where Dr. Kaladmon used to tell about the thesis pattern, what you have to collect the data properly, and we have the data right from 1993 to 32 years of the patient data. We have still here in the form of ICD-10 classification of all the diagnoses and all the surgeries classified under ICD-9. As per the NIB standards, all discharge cases are audited every day, day-to-day basis, and correct and payment action to the respective HODs. If you don't write the data properly, and if you leave a lot of blanks in the data of hospital case sheets, and there would be a correct and payment action, and which department will have non-compliance, and everything would be recorded to the HODs, and LACNAS will be informed to the daily PS. So please try to cooperate with us. If there is any data breach or if any data not fulfilled, the mandatory field would be informed and would be taken action on the concern. So let me come to this place of medical and fitness certificates. For you also, for us also, for any patients who have been working in the government sector or private sector or any working in this institution, they have to produce a medical certificate when they are in sick. So please try to understand when you are giving discharge summary, please ask the status of the patient of the employment status. If he is really working in somewhere else, you just type the date of admission, date of discharge, and type the rest for how many days he wants. Then only we will give that medical certificate. If after the patient is coming for the OPD consultation back, you have to write fit to join duties or resume duties definitely on the electronic medical card. If you don't write electronic medical card, you write in the case sheet or write in a slip, it will not be valid. So I request everyone or every resident, sir, please try to listen. You have to utilize, you have to use the care respect model. Please go through this module. Everything will be entered into the electronic medical record. There is no manner of writing anything in the OP card or the file also. It should be signed by the MRO and it should be signed by the consulting doctor after finishing of the medical certificates. It is a reimbursement form. This is also one of the things where the government employees will get the reimbursement certificates. This is the Form A and Form B. Form A is for the patients who got treated as outpatient and Form B is the patients who got treated as inpatient. So if you give proper discharge summary and the proper medications, you can that can be reimbursed by the patient. Thank you. Om Namo Venkatesaya. Govinda, Govinda, Govinda.
Professor in the Department of Microbiology. So here I am presenting some orientation, some points regarding precautions what you follow in hospital infection control. So everything what you are dealing with should be taken as a precious one, like which is a contaminated one. All patients, all specimens, all shops, everything should be treated as a contaminated so that you may get infected or the person or patient may get infected. So components of standard precautions will be there, like you may already aware of this, like you may heard of this: hand hygiene, personal protective equipment, safe use and disposal of shops, routine environmental cleaning, reprocessing of reusable medical equipments and instruments, respiratory hygiene and cough etiquette, biomedical waste management, appropriate handling of line. Hand hygiene is the simplest, most effective measure for preventing hospital-acquired infections. So the hands that know how to wash. So alcohol hand rub is there, hand wash is there, surgical scrub is there, any procedure before aseptic procedures is there. So hand rub you have to go for 20 to 30 seconds, hand wash you have to go for 40 to 60 seconds, aseptic procedure any bedside or something else you have to go for 1 minute, and surgical wash you have to go for 3 to 5 minutes. So the 5 moments of hand hygiene, not steps. 5 moments of hand hygiene where you can do the hand hygiene. There are 2 befores and 3 afters. Before touching a patient, before clean any aseptic procedure, after body fluid exposure, any exposure, and after touching patient and after touching patient surroundings. 3 before, 2 befores and 3 afters. So indications for using hand rub and hand wash. Sometimes you may have confusion when I have to go to hand rub or can I go to hand wash. So hand rub is during the 5 moments, or you are going to routine clinical rounds, you can use hand rub. Emergency where there is no hand wash facility, you can go for hand rub. And hands are not visibly dirty with blood, so you can go for, or any body fluids you can go for hand rub. Or if you, when you can prefer hand wash means any visible dirt, blood or anything is present visibly, and potential exposure to spore forming organisms if suspicious is there. Handling patients having diarrhea and after using restroom before handling medication or food. So you have to go for hand wash and hand scrub obviously prior to any surgical procedure. These are the 6 steps. So you are already aware of this? Yeah, can you show me? First one, palm to palm. Second one, back of palm. Show me your fingers, show me your hands. You have to follow regularly in wards, clinics, rounds, anywhere. Third one is interlacing, interlocking, thumb. Fifth one is fingers. So it was processed like everything should not be missed and should be covered. So these 6 steps should be hand rub, and if it comes to hand wash, you have to go for this using towel or washing under the tap. If it is elbow movable tap, you can move with elbow, or if you close, if it is not a elbow movable tap, you have to close it with a disposable tapper or disposable towel, whatever you are using. So indications of gloves use. Some people have also confusion regarding this, when I have to go to use glove, or when I cannot use glove, when I have to go to do hand wash, when I cannot do hand wash. So indications for all surgical aseptic procedures: when giving care to patient, like whenever there is a direct contact with the skin or patient having any wounds, whenever going to direct or indirect contact, you have to go for using glove. Anticipated risk of blood or body fluid exposure. So in these conditions, you have to go for gloves use. It may be sterile, like when you are going for surgical aseptic precaution procedures, it is a sterile glove. Otherwise, you can go for examination glove. Before wearing glove, you have to do hand hygiene. After removing glove also, you have to do hand hygiene. Glove is not a replacement for hand hygiene. Remember, before taking wearing glove, you have to go for hand hygiene, and after removing glove, definitely you have to go for hand hygiene. Glove is not recommended for routine patient care activities like BP, measuring pulse, all these things. During maintenance of IV cannula, if that is provided, it was neat. Giving oral medications, bathing, transporting patient, computer, keyboard, telephone operating, patient charts, battery trays, removing and replacing linen for patient bed. These things, gloves may not be needed. You can go for regular hand hygiene. This is PPE, I think you also aware of this. So, protects who means healthcare workers from contracting infection and patients from contracting infection. PPE includes gloves, respiratory protection, body cover, eye protection, head cover, shoe and foot. So there is a donning and doffing, wearing and removing. Donning is wearing and doffing is removing. Donning should be done in a proper manner, like initially you have to go for hand hygiene, then you have to go for shoe, cap, cover, and then hand hygiene and go for inner gloves. If you are wearing two gloves, that is inner gloves and outer gloves, so this should be followed. Or sometimes you can wear only single pair of glove, only one glove. Then at the final end only you have to wear the glove, not the inner glove. So if you are going for two things, you have to go for inner gloves, then gown or coverall, whatever the type of gown you are provided with, and then mask or respirator, and then goggles or face shield, because after keeping mask only the goggles will fit. So then finally you have to go for gloves. If hood is that apron, that if it has a hood, and after wearing goggles you have to wear the hood, because without putting the goggles you cannot completely close the hood. So that's why after wearing goggles only you have to close that hood. And wearing mask, while you are wearing the N95 mask, hold it like this. You have to bend forward. The N95 mask is provided with its straps. So you have to bend forward, hold it like this, it is sterile. So wear it like this. The strap should be, wear it like this. That is donning. Doffing is different. So after wearing the mask, you have to fit check. When you are wearing an N95 mask, you have to see for these things. Sealings means it is properly fitted along these things, lines or and positive pressure seal means you have to exhale. If you exhale, no air should come out from the leaks of the mask. And if you inhale, you all have experience of wearing an N95 mask. When you inhale, you feel that mask going inwards, you feel that pressure when it is properly fit. These checks you have to check properly. Then coming to removing, doffing, so glove, so which is contaminated, outer glove, if you are wearing two pairs of glove, outer glove you have to remove, then gown or coverall, then goggles, then mask. So mask, while wearing you are holding like this, while removing don't hold in the outer part because it is contaminated. While removing you cannot touch the outer part. You have to bend forward and you have to take the strips. Just hold the strips and take the strips. Don't touch the front part of the mask. It is contaminated. And cap, remove the cap, and if it is necessary, we can wear a normal surgical mask. 80 to 85% or 90% mostly medical people are suffering with this syndrome. One or two people also have seen here, hanging mask syndrome. So don't wear mask like that. If you want to remove mask, remove it completely. That's it. Wear another mask. Don't use that mask. Keeping it pockets or keeping it some other ways and again using that mask. Don't use like that. Use another mask. Occupational exposure, coming to needle stick injuries on any splashes when you are working on any procedure or any OTs, surgeries. Sometimes splashes may occur, sometimes sharp injuries, needle stick injuries, IV cannula, while you are keeping IV cannula, some injuries may occur. That comes under this occupational exposure, which includes needle stick injuries and these splashes, mucous membrane or body fluids, blood tissues, any exposure. What are the things things you have to consider in this is the 3 infections, blood-borne infections, that is hepatitis B, C and HIV. There are important things you have to consider, that infectious, potentially infectious samples, not potentially infectious samples. Potentially infectious samples are blood, semen, vaginal secretion, CSF, and all sterile body fluids contaminated with visible blood. Not potentially considered infectious samples are feces, nasal secretion, saliva and sputum, sweat and tears, urine and vomitus. These are not potentially infectious. It doesn't mean that they are not infectious. They are not potentially infectious compared to the potentially infectious samples. Every sample should be treated as a infectious sample. Once an intern called me at around 9:30 night, and she said me that I got, while giving the Foley's catheter to the patient, the urine has splashed onto my skin. She, in a panic, she called me, sir, the source is, the patient is HIV positive, what can I do? The first thing I told her is, don't panic, because urine is not potentially infectious sample. So with that data, you have to remind that what are potentially infectious samples, what are not potentially infectious samples. So avoid unnecessary use, to avoid needle stick injuries, avoid unnecessary use of alternative, any diathermy methods or laser methods are there, use them. Disposable needles should be used, and in hollow bore needles with care, because they carry more potential risk than compared to solid bore needles. Never recap needles or use single hand scoop method. You know single hand scoop method. So you have to place the cap on some table or something else, and you have to insert the needle into the cap without holding the cap with your hand. Sometimes accidental pricks will happen. That's why you have to follow single hand scoop method. Never break or bend needles. Don't do any experiments. Never pass in hand directly. Use some instruments like needle holders or any forceps to carry the sharp instruments. Even in surgical OTs also, you have to pass instruments with only some forceps or holders. Risk aside for hollow bore needle, if any visible blood is present or depth of injury, more the depth of injury, more the risk, amount of blood in contact, how much of blood is spilled onto you, or amount of blood you got, and first aid, whether you have taken immediately within 2 hours, within 48 hours, or after so much delay is there. Viral load, so when you go to molecular methods, you can test the viral load of the patient. If the viral load is high, the risk is high. So first days of PEP, post-exposure prophylaxis, whether you have taken within 72 hours or not. So after needle stick injury, so don't ignore. Most of the times you will delay, you will tell the whole hostel or residents, the whole entire hospital, and then comes to the nodal center. So don't do that. Within 2 hours, as early as possible, within 2 hours you have to come to the nodal center, which is in our microbiology department. Take first dose of PEP if it is HIV positive, source is HIV positive. Post-exposure prophylactic medication will be available in our department. If you go and document there, they will give you PEP if the source is positive for HIV. Testing for HIV, HBV, HCV for both you, if you take you and the patient. For you, because we don't know your status, whether you are hepatitis B, C, HIV positive previously. So just to know your status, we have to take your blood and also the patient's blood. So risk assessment based on the depth of injury and source status, decision on prophylactic treatment, monitoring follow-up should be done. Documentation should be done, mandatory. Do's and don'ts. Every time when you have a needle prick injury, what are the things which are mentioned here in the don'ts, generally we will do it. Actually we do the don'ts involuntarily. So don'ts they have given is do not panic, which is impossible, you will be panic. Do not place finger into mouth, involuntarily you will do it. Do not squeeze blood from wound, you will do it. Do not use antiseptics or detergent, you will see use so many things. So whatever the don'ts mentioned here, generally involuntarily we will do it. So remind this in mind and don't do it. So do's are, whenever you have a sharp injury, don't do anything, just wash it under the water. If any splashes enter into your mouth, don't swallow, spit it out. If anything enters into your eyes, you have to wash the eyes with the irrigating water. If you have contact lenses, anyone have contact lenses? If you have contact lenses, don't remove the contact lenses immediately. Wash it as such and then remove the contact lens. Okay, don't remove it immediately. Wash and then remove the contact lens. We have a hospital infection control committee. multidisciplinary input and cooperation, information sharing. It is advisory to the medical superintendent and makes it recommendations to MS. These are all the things which are included in the committee. So chairperson, medical superintendents are secretary, our HOD microbiology. Hospital infection control officers will be there, so many will be there from the microbiology and some other departments. Hospital infection control nurses, head of all the clinical departments, nursing superintendent, head of staff clinic, operations room supervisors, in charge of CSSD, that is Central Sterile Supplies Department, in charge of biomedical waste management, pharmacy, hospital lining and laundry, hospital kitchen, epidemiologist, in charge of engineering department of hospital. So what are the functions means? We will do surveillance, hospital acquired infections, how much rate it is increased, decreased, when it is increased, what are the measures we have to take. An antimicrobial stewardship program regarding the unuse of over-rational use of antibiotics. And policies regularly every 6 months we will update the policies on antibiotics. And education conducts teaching sessions for healthcare workers, staff health, monitors employee health activities. Outbreak management, any outbreak is there, HSE is the first one to involve. Other departments communicates and cooperates with other departments, reviews risks associated with new technologies, monitor infectious risks of new devices. We will have a meeting once a month. Every first Tuesday we will have the Hospital Infection Control Committee meeting. Thank you very much. That is the least precautions you have to follow. Thank you.
I am C. Sunita, Nursing Superintendent Grade 1. Ward management introduction. Ward management refers to the systematic organization of patient care and resources within the hospital ward. It ensures efficient and effective healthcare delivery. Functions of the nursing unit: patient care planning and delivery, maintenance of records and reports, supervision and delegation of duties, health education counseling, coordination with other departments. Organogram of nursing services in SVIMS. Assistant Director Nursing, it was vacant. Nursing Superintendent Grade 1, Nursing Superintendent Grade 2. Head nurses and ward in charges. Key role in ward management. In SVIMS, head nurse is the key. Is held entirely responsible for the efficiency nursing care in the ward and patient management. One head nurse was posted in key functional areas, that is each ward, ICU, OT, OPD and cath lab. Two head nurses were supervising evening shift and night shift as a evening and night supervisors as entire hospital. Nursing services. Nursing service department instance, one of the largest department of the institution, headed by nursing superintendent. All activities related to nursing are managed, initiated or is reported. Employees for 550 nursing and supporting staff available. Under this department, CSSD, laundry and tailoring section also attached. The nursing leadership plays key role in providing the direction, infrastructure to ensure the nurses are empowered to practice professionally and deliver high quality care. In our hospital, FABS accredited hospital and present nursing certified nursing excellence program is also going up. Already inspection over in last month 23rd, awaited for nursing excellence certification. That is the reason in our hospital is different from other corporate or government hospitals. The ward management is in four aspects: patient care management, admission and discharge planning, monitoring and documentation of patient condition, implementation of care plans, patient education and support. In nursing excellence program, documentation and implementation is very, very important. That is the reason our nurses is having a separate role other than nursing staff in government hospitals. Staff and personal management, duty allocations and shift management, supervision and performance evaluation. In our hospital, each and every ward is maintaining acuity register. The personnel also, nursing staff also provided as per NABH and nursing excellence standards. Training and professional development, monthly or weekly 2 to 3 classes will be there for all nurses. We have to give some time to spare the nurses to take all documentation, implementation and attending the nursing classes also. management of equipment and supplies. In our hospital, all headnesses are maintaining inventory control and requisitions. Regular maintenance and calibration certificate also needed. Proper utilization and storage also in accordance with the nursing excellence standards. Ensuring availability of emergency equipment. In our hospital, all crash carts and other things, other equipment also placed in the way where the nursing excellence and the nursing NABH standards. It should be maintained by each and every headers. Kindly cooperate with them, please. My kind request is wherever the equipment should be replaced in the same almara like that. Ward environment and progressive care unit, cleaning and infection control, safety and comfort measures, progressive care based on the patient needs. I am insisting on safety and comfort measures. We are previous month only we completed our nursing excellence inspection. They are insisting our NABH nursing excellence standards. They are insisting on decubitus ulcers, needle stick injuries, and also falls. Falls prevention is very important for us. We are maintaining separate falls register, decubitus ulcers register, and also we are maintaining never events register also. Never events means decubitus ulcers stage 3 and 4 we have to prevent. All nurses are working on that only, sir. Please kindly help them. Challenges faced by the nursing administrators. Thank you, sir. All are aware of biomedical waste means any solid and liquid waste including the containers and any intermediate product which is generated during the diagnosis, treatment or immunization of human beings or animals or in research pertaining therefore in the production or testing. Types of biomedical waste: infectious, sharps, pharmacological, radioactive and non-harmless waste. Segregation is an important aspect. We are losing this only. All interns or students are not segregating properly. We are having non-compliances on this. Kindly help us to segregate properly. Segregation should be start at the source of biomedical waste only. In segregation of in yellow bag, each and every what is having all 4 containers. In yellow, human anatomical waste, soiled waste, expired medicines, chemical waste, body fluids and chemical waste. In red container, contaminated waste, recyclable, plastic bags, bottles, pipes, containers, catheters. In white containers, scalpels, blades, needles, syringes with fixed needles, sharp metals, needle tip cutters. We are facing so much of problem in this aspects only because so many last month also 7 needle stick injuries happened. Kindly help us to segregate properly. In blue bag, broken glass waste, cytotoxic waste, metallic body implants, contaminated glasses including medicine waste should be segregated. Applicable. The biomedical waste management is applicable all over the hospital including OP, OT, ICs and also operation theatres. Biomedical waste principles: segregation, transportation. The biomedical waste should be removed within 48 hours. Final disposal is incineration. These are the detailed presentation. Thank you, sir.
I am Geeta, dietitian, Department of Dietetics. My chief dietitian is M. Sita madam, and some dietitians are there: Geeta, myself, and Brahmini, Saujanya, and Bhargavi. Bhargavi at present maternity leave. We are maintaining OPD services and IPD services. In OPD services, working hours are 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. in room number 46 at OPD block. We are giving diet counseling to patients referred from different departments, and we will go to IPD services, documentation of nutritional assessment and diet order forms in case sheets of all the inpatients admitted in wards, and also we will go to rounds to different wards for diet counseling, and we maintaining wait list for supply of diet inpatients admitted under NTR Vaidya Seva Trust Pranadana scheme and TTD unit cases also, and monitoring of supply of food that is from outsource. We are preparing liquid diet also, that is for inpatients on enteral feeds is looked after totally. Daily liquid diet is served 70 to 80 inpatients of SVIMS and Padmavati Hospital. This menu scheduled for liquid diet. 8 feeds are providing at 6 a.m., 8 a.m., 10 a.m., 12 p.m., 2 p.m., 4 p.m., 6 p.m., 8 p.m. should be provided 200 ml per feed. Next, necessary arrangements. Thank you.
Welcome to SVIMS. We have selected a good institution. Here we have excellent infrastructure facilities. Next slide please. Here billing section will settle all inpatient bills. Under this inpatient bills there are 3 types of categories. Payment bills. All paid patient bills amount will be collected from billing section and it will be deposited on the next day in SVIMS SBI bank account. Credit bills. All credit bills will be generated and these bills will be submitted to the concerned organization for reimbursement purpose. Concessions. Concessions will be given under various categories. It will be explained later. This is tariff. We are following our own SVIMS tariff. It will be fixed by the following billing tariff committee based on the recommendations of the concerned HODs and approval from the director committee. Here the members and the chairman. These are various types of concession categories. Dr. NTR VST, paid by director, WRC, TTD, staff, student, TTD unit, staff department, dependent, pilgrim, etc. And various types of insurances also we are having. Through MOU, we will enter into MOU with these insurance companies. We have 20 insurance companies. If you want, a patient will be admitted under insurance. It is better to admit under insurance. Once the patient is having WRC and insurance, then better to admit in insurance category only, because we will get full amount from insurance company. These duties and responsibilities of billing staff. This is various types of concessions. All WRC holders who are admitted in various departments, they will be considered 30% concession by RMO, additional 10% by the medical superintendent, 50% for expired cases, excluding hospital supply, freebies direct from DC, academic or workshop or examination purpose, patients will be admitted in various departments. Medical superintendent will be given concession after taking approval from the director from DC. Duty CMOs are permitted to give concessions for WRC holders after working hours, that is after 4 p.m. or 5 p.m., Sundays, national or festival holidays, and also during the leave of RMO. This is various types of tariff. SVIMS tariff, all specialty, general ward, ICU, are located at SVIMS and SPMCW. SVIMS tariff with a 25% excess package. If the patient is admitted in deluxe rooms, so 2 numbers are available at Nephro Plus, 5,000 per day, and if the items are consumed, they will be considered 25% extra charges, and 20% extra for single AC rooms available at Nephro Plus, 2,500 per day. Shared AC rooms, 7 numbers are there. For each room, 2 members will be admitted at Nephro Plus, 1,250 per day. All recovery rooms are 850 per day, all ICUs 700 per day, all general wards are 300 per day. This is billing ceiling limits. The patients are admitted under various categories. Amount will be limited at the time of discharge. If the excess amount is incurred, the balance amount has to be paid by the concerned patient. For TTDHF, pilgrims, PDS, unique cases, 3 lakhs per episode, they are eligible. And RAN scheme also same. Staff for dependents and students. You are also admitted in SVIMS hospital. If necessary, up to 2 lakhs will be considered. The excess amount has to be paid by the concerned staff or dependent or student. Dr. NTR, VST and AHS, as per approval from NTR Vaidya Seva Trust, the remaining amount will be considered under free category because cashless treatment total is insurance. As per approval, ceiling limit. Approval will come 1 lakh. If it is exceeded, then that amount has to be collected from the beneficiary. Other categories as per letter of credit. Here also excess amount will be collected from the beneficiary. This is credit cell. Credit cell in SVIMS has been set up for the purpose of providing credit treatment to the staff and their departments of government organizations, both state and central, based on MOUs. The objective of credit cell is hassle-free credit procedure to eligible patients and timely sending of claims, besides monitoring payments against credit claims. Various types of credit schemes available in SVIMS hospital. Dr. NTR, VST, TTD Unique, Nephro Plus, EHS, SLMPC, Pilgrim, and other credit organizations. Here, credit schemes are done in collaboration with the Department of Dr. NTR Vaidya Seva Trust and the MRT. Dr. NTR Vaidya Seva Scheme, HS Pranadana Scheme, claim submissions and monitoring of payments, Rashtriya Arogya Nidhi, empanelment procedure. Organizations wish to have SVIMS as empaneled hospital for obtaining credit treatment to their staff and their dependents. They have to enter into MOU proposed by SVIMS as per SVIMS latest tariff. Thank you.
So I am myself Bhavana, IT manager SVIMS. So I am representing on behalf of application software in hospital management system. So the entire hospital management system is applicable in SVIMS in online only, not manually. Okay. Coming to the modules, I will just represent visualize here online. So before going to that, I will be briefing the overall glance of modules since registration, admission to till discharge. Okay. So registration, coming to the registration, the MRD person already gave the brief opinion on how to represent from registration part, and after that, coming to the admission area, from the doctor's perspective, you are going to admit a patient, taking the admission of the patient from MRD, and coming to the progress notes and e-prescription part. The main concept of doctor's role here is we are tagging the progress notes as a consultation charges, including billing. If you are not going to write any progress notes, the system will immediately throw the error during the bill ready. Now, why I am concentrating on progress notes in the sense, day-to-day progress notes is very important for any doctor to write the patient diagnosis part immediately. Otherwise, what is happening is, if you go for the back date, all the clearance end will be as a mandate. We are going for the clearance from progress notes to billing readiness. You are having the clearance area for discharge, including pharmacy clearance, nursing clearance, blood bank clearance, and finally discharge intimation. So why I am stressing here is, we are losing lot of revenue if you are not going to complete the progress notes. Most of the doctors are giving only draft notes without any finalizing. Due to this, what is happening is, system will throw error. The billing, during the billing of the patient, the patient attendant will wander here and there without considering the final bill readiness. So to avoid this, you need to write the progress notes day by day without keeping the draft as idle one. You finalize the draft by the hierarchy levels. If you go for the resident and next to senior level, you need to final the progress notes. And coming to the first point, so I will go briefly from OP patient area. So this is the one doctor's login I have considered. So you may have your own credentials if your HOD is permitted to give the credentials for PGs. So those are the patients who completed the OPD. Okay. So this is the EMR area where we are considering the EMR part, view EMR. So quickly I will just finish this one. You have to go for the e-prescription by clearing all the vitals, clinical order. The important thing is diagnosis area, clinical order and medication area. So by going to the clinical area, clinical orders, here why I am stressing only few areas, sir. Doctors are repeatedly considering the multiple requests. Okay, if one doctor already raised one request, you need to go for the cover sheet. Here, everything will be covered. So you have to go for the diagnosis part and what are the previous medications, previous clinical orders issued here. By checking this one, you just raise one more. Otherwise, what is happening is multiple requests are raising. Again, cancellation will come to the IT department. So this is the area where patient is suffering. So you need to concentrate, not to go blindly with multiple requests. You just go for the cover sheet and just select the history, what previously the earlier doctor or whatever the consultant did on the same day. I am stressing on the same day, not previous days. So this is one area you need to concentrate. And coming to the next one, in the OPD area only, here you need to start the consultation without going for start consult, as it is already done, completed version I am telling you. Previously what will happen is, if most of the pending things will be coming here, so if you go for the consultation, start without start consultation, TAC will not come. As per the NABH standards, you need to start consultation for each and every patient, otherwise system will throw error. What is turnaround time? How many patients came today for consultation within a span of 30 minutes? If they ask like this, we need to tell that from the start consultation, from the till billing, we need to calculate the turnaround time. So that half an hour a patient will be waiting from since doctor consultation to the billing. So like that, this is the mandate part. So I covered the mandate part of OP, that is start consultation, and IP progress notes. And one more thing is surgery. For any PG residents who is having department surgeons, so that is what is the important thing is, there also the linkage for the billing is OT record. Like progress notes, you are having the OT record. OT record in the sense, you have to write the total scheduled surgery area, where who is the anesthetic, who is the surgeon, what are the billing charges, like that. You have all the things are mandatory, so that it will be charged to the patient. So this is the area where we are going to consider the patient workflow from OP, IP till discharge. And also last thing I want to stress here, discharge summary. Here discharge summary in the sense, you are finalizing the entire data from IP admission to till discharge. There you are selecting the discharge intimation time. Discharge intimation time is selected by you. After that only clearance part will be coming. So all the clearance part and discharge intimation time once considered before bill ready, there is an edit option for doctor for anywhere. Okay. Once bill ready happen, bill ready is happening, so you are not going to edit anything. You have to come for the administrator acceptance for any editing or modification. And coming to that IT department only, we are able to edit the part. So this is one area I need to stress. So like this, this EMR will go online for OP, IP. And coming to the e-logbook, so logbook is one of the academic activity where NMC is keeping that as mandate in online. So we just configured all the PG residents, PG students in student management software. So anyway, from the academic activity, we are conducting one separate demo session for that. So meanwhile, whatever whoever are the students now available as a PG students, will configure that. So the flow is, once the PG resident considered one logbook with the academic activities, research works, whatever the awards, publications, etc., and also clinical thing day to day, you are going to just type that in a real time, and you are going to just upload to your next co-guide. Suppose a student will have multiple co-guides also, there is an option, co-guide 1, co-guide 2, etc. So you just select from the drop down. So that part, this week probably I will plan one demo session exclusively for PG residents this week. Okay, after conferring all the students here, so that I will get the details from department wise, who is the co-guide, who is the chief guide, like that. The final authority will be the chief guide. After the approval and any remarks from the chief guide, you are just getting that remarks for your login. Everything is available, alert is there, notification is there, so easily you can capture. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Honorable Director, Dean, Registrar, Deputy Registrar, all our senior faculty members, all doctors, welcome for you. This is the Department of Biometry, as established in 1993.
Location is C-Part Building, second floor. We are operating from there. General Hospital and SVIMS Hospital, Medical College, Physiotherapy. So this is the role of Biomedical Engineering Department. Equipment installation, schedule for PPM, breakdown, repair and medical equipment, condemnation of medical equipment, calibration of medical equipment, training for staff and students. The equipment installations, we identify these 9 factors. Index number, equipment name, model, serial number, manufacturer, supplier, warranty period, warranty start date. This schedule for PPM. And second is PPM for concerned company has to do that is separate form. See the breakdown of repair of medical equipment, all the breakdown costs will be attended and the job card from raised with start date, time and completion date, time with user operator signature. So this is medical equipment condemnation form. These are the procedures we are following. See calibration of medical equipment as per NABH, NABL norms yearly once we did. Apart that radiation equipment also yearly once. See training for staff and students, maintenance training for biomedical personnel as well as user training given during installation taken by supplier or company. Procedure for equipment disposable replacement available. Record for condemnation of equipment available. Vijayito Abridhi Rastu Tadastu. Thank you.
Family. I am Prasara Lakshmi, Deputy Director, Arogashri Department. Our department is functioning from Padmavati Medical Hospital, ground floor, and the administration office is situated there, and we have around 16 workstations. So located in almost all departments like cardiology, neurology. Some workstations they will serve more than 2-3 departments. So all administrative procedures will be looked after by myself, and there are medical officers to support the doctor's team to go through the Arogashri procedures and all. So while applying pre-authorizations, so for getting approvals, then uploading all evidence. Arogashri is evidence-based, as MS told you in the morning session that it is evidence-based, and more than 80% of our patients are from Arogashri only. So we should take care in uploading treatment procedures, treatment protocols in Arogashri website. So our medical officer, Dr. Nikita, will explain about all Arogashri logistics to be followed. Please.
Hi, good afternoon. I am Dr. Nikita, working as medical coordinator in Arogashri SVIMS. Welcome to SVIMS. All the best for your PG. Coming to Arogashri, most of the patients coming to SVIMS will depend on Arogashri. Lot many problems are there in our department, because you should take care while admitting the patient in your concerned departments. The first comes to OP. Okay, while patient attending for consultation, the diagnosis should be coming to this slide. Dr. India Vaidya Seva scheme, below poverty line patient, new Arogashri health card holders and CM Seva beneficiaries. These all comes under Dr. India Vaidya Seva scheme. Here the main important is the patients who are having Arogashri card. Some of the patients will have Arogashri cards. The old cards will the patients will have old cards, and the patient name there is no patient name in the Arogashri card. Ala chala problems untai. So first you should come to know the updated Arogashri cards, whether the patient is having the accessibility or proper Arogashri card to upload pre-authorizations. This is the important slide for the doctors. After diagnosis of the disease, the patient comes to the admission.
Here are the sources to come to network hospital. First one, the Arogya Mitra registration. Our Arogya Mitras are the government appointed individuals who are working in our network hospitals. They will play a major role while updating the pre-authorizations. If any issues by the patient will deals with Arogya Mitras. Here the patient should go to Arogya Mitra and he should be updated with the Arogya Mitra registration. Next, here the outpatient and inpatient. If the diagnosis is confirmed and the treatment plan is finished, the patient will go for the home. If the patient needs further treatment under the inpatients, the patient should be admitted in the ward. Coming to the inpatients, there are elective, as all of you know, there will be elective cases and emergency cases. Here there is no problem with the elective cases. Here comes the problem with emergency cases. Here the emergency cases should be look into this the numbers which are present here. These are called telephonic intimation numbers. These numbers are with NTR NTR Vaidya Seva Scheme Trust, which is located in the head, that is trust. These numbers, these are the TAD numbers. If the patient needs emergency surgery or emergency surgery, you should take telephonic intimation with these numbers. Sir, this is the patient details. We are to do with emergency cases. This is the patient details. Then they will give a one TAD number. This TAD number you should put on the file. This is the important thing. You should not miss this while taking emergency cases. You should put the TAD numbers. Malli cheptunnanu nenu, because this is the major problem coming to the Arogyasri department with the doctors. TAD number should be compulsorily, you should take TAD numbers for emergency cases and you should be noted on the file. This TAD number should be taken before the surgery, not after the surgery. Surgery kante munde teeskovali. There is no time gap. Ante mundu roju teeskunnam madam. Today is the surgery, but we took TID number yesterday only. Not like that. There should be minimum 20 minutes and maximum 2 hours gap. This is the time gap between TID number taking and the surgery, start of the surgery. Okay. If TID number తీసుకోవడం కొంచెం లేట్ అయినా the trust will reject the case because TID ఎప్పుడో తీసుకున్నారు, surgery ఈ రోజు తీసుకున్నారు, this is the fraud case, like that. If you will be working genuinely, అది మనకి తెలుసు, but he will be scolding like that. This is a fraud case. You should take TID before the surgery, between the 10 minutes, like that. They will tell and they will reject the case. Here, this is the important. Emergency cases, TID intimation should be taken. The TID intimation number should be noted on the file, and the surgery should be done after taking the TID. And coming to elective cases, here the pre-authorization request. Pre-authorization request, see on this left side, this is the pre-authorization form. The patient details should be written in the pre-authorization form. The TID number should be, if it is an elective case or the patient is admitted 2 days before and some consequences will be there, or any medical emergency surgery should be done in elective cases also, then the TID number should be taken and noted on this pre-authorization form also. This is the pre-authorization form. The patient details should be entered correctly, and the date of admission and the treatment plan, the diagnosis and the treating doctor consultant signature is there. The consultant signature and the stamp is utmost important step here. Who is treating and who is looking after into the case is important. This is the pre-authorization form. Yes. Coming to pre-authorization request, you should fill all the details of the patient and the diagnosis and the treatment plan, and the treating doctor sign and stamp should be there on the
pre-authorization form. Next, coming to pre-authorization by panel doctor. You will submit the pre-authorization form to the trust with the help of our Arogyasri data entry operators. The Arogyasri data entry operators will be there ward-wise in your departments only. You can take their help, and by the coordination of your ward sisters and your DEOs, the complete procedure will be completed. Without this or miscommunication if any miscommunication happens, the entire Arogyasri code will be rejected. So please take care while uploading these pre-authorization forms. And if you have any doubt with this, you can consult our department HOD or the data entry operators will be there, and main medical officers and the medical coordinator. You can take my number, and along with me there are 3 more medical officers in our department. You can consult at any time. Okay. Next, the pre-authorization by panel doctor. After submitting pre-authorization form to panel doctor, the pre-authorization by trust doctor. There will be a panel doctor and trust doctor. After approval come from the trust doctor, you will get an approval form. After they will go through the pre-authorization forms and the patient bed photo. Is it very necessary to give approval or not? The decision is taken by the trust doctor. After getting approval only, the treatment should be continued. Without getting any approvals from the trust, you should not carry forward it under Arogyasri. This is very important. After getting approval from the trust only, you should carry the treatment procedure under Arogyasri. Okay. Next, here we know there are surgical management cases and the medical management cases. For surgical management cases, while doing surgery, the patient surgical photos is main important while uploading discharge forms or discharge documents. These are mandatory because the trust will the trust వీడికి నిజంగానే సర్జరీ జరిగిందా లేకపోతే ఫేక్ ఫొటోస్ పెడుతున్నాడా అనేది డౌట్ సర్జరీ. ఓకే, మనం అంత జెన్యూన్గా చేసి ఫొటోస్ ఎవరితో పెట్టాల్సిన కర్మ మనకేంటి అనిపిస్తుంది ఒక్కొక్కసారి. సో ఓటీలో ఉన్నప్పుడు విత్ ద సర్జికల్ పేషెంట్ ఫొటోస్ విత్ ఫేస్, సర్జరీ సైట్, ఆపరేషన్ సైట్ ఏదైనా ఫొటోస్ కంపల్సరీ ఉండాలి. విత్ ద హెల్ప్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ ఓటీ టెక్నీషియన్ యూ షుడ్ టేక్ సర్జికల్ ఫొటోస్. అలాగే సర్జరీ ట్రీట్మెంట్ అప్డేటింగ్ ఇంటిమేషన్ అయిపోయింది. సర్జరీ ఫొటోస్ విత్ పేషెంట్ ఫేస్ ఉండేటట్లు చూసుకోవాలి. ఓకే. నెక్స్ట్, ఆన్లైన్ డిశ్చార్జ్ అప్డేట్ ఆఫ్టర్ ఫినిషింగ్ యువర్ ఎలాగైతే సర్జికల్ ప్రొసీజర్కి సర్జికల్ అప్డేట్ ఇంపార్టెంటో, వాళ్ళు అప్లోడింగ్ సర్జికల్ ఫోటోస్ ఇట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ సర్జరీ అప్డేట్ అనమాట. అలాగే మెడికల్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ కేసెస్కి వచ్చేసరికి ట్రీట్మెంట్ షెడ్యూల్ అంటాము. వాట్ ఆర్ ద ట్రీట్మెంట్స్ వీ హ్యావ్ డన్ అనేది మనం అప్లోడ్ చేయాలి. అది మెడికల్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ కిందకి వస్తుంది. నెక్స్ట్, ఆన్లైన్ డిశ్చార్జ్ అప్డేట్. అంత ట్రీట్మెంట్ అయిపోయిన తర్వాత ద పేషెంట్ కమ్స్ ఫర్ డిశ్చార్జ్. హియర్ డిశ్చార్జ్ చేసేటప్పుడు వాట్ ఆర్ ద ట్రీట్మెంట్ వీ హ్యావ్ డన్ అనేది ప్రోగ్రెస్ నోట్స్లో వీ షుడ్ డైలీ అప్డేట్. అలాగే డ్రగ్ చార్ట్స్. హియర్ ఆర్ సమ్ పాయింట్స్. వాట్ ఆర్ దోస్ అంటే డైలీ ప్రోగ్రెస్ నోట్స్. డైలీ ప్రోగ్రెస్ నోట్స్ పేషెంట్ ఫస్ట్న అడ్మిట్ అయ్యి 10th డిశ్చార్జ్ అవుతున్నారు అంటే వార్డులో డాక్టర్స్కి టైం ఉండదు, అది నాకు తెలుసు, చాలా బిజీ ఉంటారు. కానీ ఏం చేయలేము. ప్రోగ్రెస్ నోట్స్ అప్ టు డేట్, ఆ డేట్ నుంచి ఆ డేటే మీరు రాసి పెట్టేసుకుంటే అది ప్రాబ్లం అవ్వకుండా ఉంటుంది. పేషెంట్ ఎప్పుడో 10వ తేదీ డిశ్చార్జ్ అయితే ఫ్రమ్ ఫస్ట్ డేట్ నుంచి 10th డేట్ వరకు బీపీ స్టేబుల్, పేషెంట్ స్టేబుల్ అని రాసి సైన్ చేసి అప్లోడ్ చేసేస్తారు. దట్ ఈస్ ద మెయిన్ ప్రాబ్లమ్ బికాస్ ఇన్కంప్లీట్ ప్రోగ్రెస్ నోట్స్, ఇన్కంప్లీట్ కేస్ షీట్స్ అనేది కూడా ఒక కాజ్ ఆరోగ్యశ్రీలో పేషెంట్కి ఫండ్స్ రాకపోవడము. దిస్ ఈస్ ద మెయిన్ ఇష్యూస్. ఏదంటే డైలీ ప్రోగ్రెస్ నోట్స్ షుడ్ బి దేర్. డ్రగ్ చార్ట్స్, what are the drugs you have given to the patients అనేది important. If the PGs who are posted in neurology, the medications are very costly. ఆ మెడికేషన్స్ తీసుకునేటప్పుడు ద పేషెంట్కి మెడికేషన్ అడ్మినిస్ట్రేషన్ జరిగేటప్పుడు ద ఫోటో షుడ్ బి టేకెన్ విత్ ద హెల్ప్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ వార్డ్ సిస్టర్స్. నెక్స్ట్, ఓటీ థియేటర్ ఫొటోస్, సర్జికల్ ఫొటోస్ అవి ఇంపార్టెంట్. నెక్స్ట్, ఇప్పుడు ఇది ప్రొసీజర్. డిశ్చార్జ్ చేసేటప్పుడు మనకి మ్యాండేటరీ డాక్యుమెంట్స్ ఏవేవి అవసరం అనేవి మనకి బై డిఫాల్ట్ ఆ కోడ్ కిందే ఉంటుంది. కోడ్ కమింగ్ టు కోడ్స్, a lot many codes for every department is there. By default అది చూపిస్తుంది ఏ కోడ్కి ఏ డాక్యుమెంట్స్ అవసరం అని. ప్రతి డిసీజ్కి కొన్ని మ్యాండేటరీ ఉంటాయి, కొన్ని మనకు అవసరం ఉండదు. ఆ డాక్యుమెంట్స్ మనం సబ్మిట్ చేయకపోయినా అది ప్రాబ్లమే. అది మీరు మాతో కోఆర్డినేట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. దీనికి ఇది అవసరం లేదు, 6 months రిపోర్ట్స్ ఉంది, మళ్ళీ ఎందుకు పేషెంట్కి అవసరమా అనే డౌట్స్ ఏమన్నా వస్తే యూ కెన్ కాంటాక్ట్ అవర్ చీఫ్ మెడ్కో ఆర్ మెడికల్ డాక్టర్స్ మేము ఉంటాము. కాబట్టి అది అవసరమా లేదా మనం చూసుకొని చెక్ చేసుకొని పెట్టుకోవచ్చు. మేడం ఎందుకు పేషెంట్కి ఇబ్బంది, 2 సార్లు తీయడం ఎందుకు అట్లాంటి. కానీ ట్రస్ట్ నుంచి వచ్చేటప్పుడు ఇన్కంప్లీట్ ఈసీజీ కొంతమంది కావాలంటారు, కొన్ని కోర్స్కి వద్దంటారు, ఎక్కువ కావాలంటారు వద్దంటారు, అలాంటి డౌట్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఇవన్నీ పక్కన పెడితే ప్రతి కోడ్కి బై డిఫాల్ట్ దీస్ ఆర్ ద మ్యాండేటరీ డాక్యుమెంట్స్ షుడ్ బి సబ్మిటెడ్ డ్యూరింగ్ ప్రీ-ఆథ్ అండ్ డిశ్చార్జ్ అని ఉంటుంది. యూ కెన్ చెక్ ఇన్ టు యువర్ లాగిన్స్ ఆఫ్టర్ గెటింగ్ యువర్ లాగిన్ క్రెడెన్షియల్స్. See, here packages are 3,713 packages under Dr. NTR VSS and 1,935 packages under EHS. These many codes are there. For every code there is a mandatory documents. These mandatory documents should be submitted during pre-authorizations and discharges. If you have any doubts while uploading, you can contact our DOs, data entry operators or medical officers. These are the telephonic intimation numbers I have already told. These are the numbers, you can take it from your departments. See, here in Dr. NTR Vaidya Seva Trust discharge process. Here is the discharge process. Consultant writes manual discharge summary, medications and follow-up appointments 24 hours prior to discharge day. డిశ్చార్జ్ 1 hour ముందు చెప్తే ఇవన్నీ చేసుకోవడం కష్టము. డిశ్చార్జ్ ముందు రోజు నుంచే మీకు ప్లాన్ ఉండాలి. అప్పుడే మనకి డిశ్చార్జ్ అనేది హ్యాపీగా పేషెంట్ ఇంటికి వెళ్తాడు, లేకపోతే లేట్ అయిపోతుంది. అసలే స్విమ్స్ పెద్ద ఫ్యామిలీ, ఈడ వార్డ్ తిరిగి అటెండర్ కూడా పేషెంట్ అయిపోతాడు ఒక్కొక్కసారి. కాబట్టి మీకు మరీ ముఖ్యంగా చెప్పడం ఏంటంటే డిశ్చార్జ్ ముందే అనుకుంటే ఈ డిశ్చార్జెస్ అన్ని మాన్యువల్ షీట్స్, ప్రోగ్రెస్ నోట్స్ అన్నీ మనం కంప్లీట్గా వితౌట్ ఎనీ మిస్టేక్స్ మనం వెళ్తేనే మనం అంత ట్రీట్మెంట్ చేసి పేషెంట్ని హాస్పిటల్ నుంచి హ్యాపీగా బయటికి పంపించవచ్చు. లేకపోతే మిమ్మల్ని తిట్టుకొని నన్ను తిట్టుకొని హాస్పిటల్ తిట్టుకొని హ్యాపీగా ఆరోగ్యంగా వెళ్తాడు అనమాట. నెక్స్ట్ క్లియరెన్సెస్ తీసుకోవాలి డిశ్చార్జెస్ ముందు. దట్ ఈస్ బ్లడ్ బ్యాంక్ క్లియరెన్సెస్, ఫార్మసీ క్లియరెన్స్, ఓటీ క్లియరెన్స్ ఇవన్నీ తీసుకోవాలి. ఇవన్నీ డైలీ డే టు డే చేస్తేనే ఇవన్నీ క్లియరెన్సెస్ తొందరగా అవుతాయి అనమాట. లాస్ట్ మినిట్లో మనకి ప్రాబ్లం రాకుండా చూసుకోవచ్చు. నెక్స్ట్ బిల్లింగ్ సెక్షన్. దీస్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. బిల్లింగ్ సెక్షన్ అది ఆరోగ్యశ్రీ కింద ఉందా లేకపోతే పేమెంట్ కింద ఉందా చెక్ చేసుకోవాలి. ఇదంతా మీ పార్ట్ కొంచెమే ఉంటుంది. మేజర్ పార్ట్ విల్ బి అవర్ డేటా ఎంట్రీ operators, don't worry. Next, obtains patient feedback through IQM portal and sends to ward. Next, segregates documents as per the discharge checklist. This checklist is the important. Checklist అనేది మనకి ప్రతి పేషెంట్ దగ్గర ఫైల్లో ఉంటుంది. You should check whether all the mandatory documents is submitted to the trust or అనేది. This checklist is very important. You should sign and you'll get your seals now. You should sign and you should put your seal in the checklist and send the patient to discharge process. Next generates obtains discharge medications. Here SVIMS is providing medications after the discharge of the patient who are needed follow-up discharge medicine like cardiology ఇలాంటి కొన్ని డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్కి మనం ట్రీట్మెంట్ ఇచ్చిన తర్వాత కూడా ఫాలోఅప్లో మనం కొన్ని మెడికేషన్స్ ఇస్తాము. ఏదైనా అవసరం ఉంటే వాళ్ళకి మనం మెడికేషన్స్ పెట్టచ్చు ఫాలోఅప్లో. I already told this is the pre-auth form. This is the counseling form. This is the Arogyasri NTR VSS flow chart. Here we will submit the pre-auth form to the PPD. Pre-auth panel doctor. I already told you the documents we are submitting to pre-auth panel doctor. దీని తర్వాత మనకు వచ్చేది claim panel doctor. Okay. This is the approval form. After getting this approval form only, you should continue the treatment of the patient under Arogyasri. This is the declaration form. And this is the CMCO. The patients who are not accessible to get a treatment under NTR Arogyasri or the below poverty line patients will be there. Who are applicable under CMCO, we can help through this scheme. This is the LAMA form and this is the incident report, that is in absconded cases we will fill this form. Follow-up services provided for a period of 1 year under 4 quarters only. Medicines and investigations will be provided subject to availability of the amount per quarter. Patient has to attend physically to receive the follow-up medications for every quarters. This is the Chief Medico. He will be present in room number 10, ground floor in Padmavati Hospital. These are the extension numbers. If you have any doubt, you can contact through extension numbers. Thank you.
Basically, stores divided 5 main stores: surgical store 1, medical store, general store, surgical store 2. Surgical store 1 maintain consumable and disposable items. Medical store drugs. General stores maintain stationery and sanitary. Surgical store 2 equipment stores. Then divided substores 5. Arogyasri substore, Oncology substore, IPW substore, OT substore. Arogyasri substores patients inpatient లో అడ్మిషన్ అయిన వాళ్ళకి ఆరోగ్యశ్రీ సబ్స్టోర్కి పేషెంట్ వైజ్ ఇండివిజువల్గా డ్రగ్స్ని ఇన్వెంట్ చేసుకుంటారు. అప్పుడు మనం ఇన్వెంట్ చేసిన తర్వాత మా ఏడీ స్టోర్స్ వెరిఫికేషన్ సెకండ్ వెరిఫికేషన్ ఉంటుంది. ఏడీ స్టోర్స్ అప్రూవల్ అయిన తర్వాత మనం డ్రగ్స్ ఏ పేషెంట్కి ఆ పేషెంట్కి ఇండివిజువల్గా డిస్పాచ్ చేస్తాం. దెన్ ఆంకాలజీ సబ్స్టోర్లో ఓన్లీ ఆంకాలజీ డ్రగ్స్ మాత్రమే మెయింటైన్ చేస్తాం. అది సేమ్ ప్రొసీజర్. పేషెంట్స్ వచ్చి ఆన్లైన్లో మనము సబ్స్టోర్స్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తాము సిస్టర్ నుంచి. దెన్ ఏడీ స్టోర్స్ వెరిఫికేషన్ ఉంటుంది. తర్వాత మనం పేషెంట్ క్యాజువల్గా మెడిసిన్స్ డిస్పాచ్ చేస్తాం. అదేవిధంగా ఓటీ సబ్స్టోర్ ఓన్లీ ఆపరేషన్ థియేటర్ సంబంధించిన ఐటమ్స్ అన్నీ ఓటీ సబ్స్టోర్లో మెయింటైన్ చేస్తాం. సో ఈ అన్ని ఐటమ్స్ మనకి ఏ విధంగా స్టోర్స్కి వస్తాయంటే వేరియస్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఏ డిపార్ట్మెంట్కి ఏ ఐటమ్స్ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఉంటుందో ఆ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ నుంచి రిక్వెస్ట్ అనేది పర్చేజ్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్కి అవసరం. అలా ఆరోగ్యశ్రీ పేషెంట్లకు వచ్చి మనకు ఆరోగ్యశ్రీ సబ్స్టోర్లో దొరుకుతాయి. నెక్స్ట్ ఓటీ సబ్స్టోర్స్ వచ్చి ఓటీ థియేటర్కి సంబంధించిన ఐటమ్స్ అన్నీ అక్కడ అవైలబుల్లో ఉంటాయి. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Working as a lab agent. Central library working at 8 to 12 midnight. Working hours. Sunday was 9 to 4. Total available 22,000. 224 for 142 pensioners go company. 83 foreign journals, Indian 59. Total regionals provided by the Edmund Consortium, BMJ 25, Cambridge University 34, World of 85. Oxford Press 38, Wiley Blackwell 23. This is the included provided one nation on subscription service. This is the journals list. Thank you, sir.
Whether you have visited the library or not, please visit because it is within the campus and sometime after your working hours to go through the books and what are all the available and the facilities. Thank you one and all for your patient listening, and it is very much essential for you in the beginning days. Thank you.